including in the 7th, where Make Mischief, the New York bred filly, is back for her 2022 debut for trainer Mark Casse. And on the turf in race 8, Flopshot makes his 2nd start of 2022, looking for the first victory in the United States for trainer Chad Brown. Coming up on Saturday, though, we'll take a look at the turf stake Plenty of Grace, where graded stakes winner Plum Ali makes her return to the races for trainer Christoph Muck, coming off of a win at the Big A last fall. All that and more coming up on this edition of America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. And we are all so excited to say it truly is an absolutely gorgeous day in New York. You take a look at that beautiful turf course. I'm your host, Acacia Courtney Clement, pleased to be joined by New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. It's a little toasty up here in the Equestrious Restaurant where we are, Andy, but a terrific day, which is great for all the nice racing we have.
No, I agree. The weather's spectacular. It's supposed to be in the 80s. We're on the turf. Got some good race today. A pick 6 carryover, $45,000. And you and I haven't been together, I think, since last Thursday. So it's nice to be back with Acacia. And just excited for another week of racing. A short week because Easter Sunday there's no racing, but excellent racing all 3 days.
Absolutely. We'll have a lot coming up for you. We'll take a look at what's on tap today, though. Today's races, as always, presented by our friends at Claiborne Farm. We'll be bringing you races 1 through 9 at Aqueduct. And as Andy mentioned, a nice carryover in that pick 6. It does kick off in race number 4 today. Allowance feature on the turf in race 8 that does feature the Chad Brown entry, including Flopshot. You can play along with all of the action when you join Naira Bets and get a $200 sign-up bonus. You can watch and get a $200 sign-up bonus. It's easy for new members. Just sign up with promo code STAKES200. Make your first deposit and get up to a $200 deposit match. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And join now at NairaBets.com to get that $200 deposit match with promo code STAKES200. Taking a look at one of our 2 feature races today on the main track for this allowance optional claiming in race 7. This is for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. A couple of scratches, Andy, but I do think all eyes will be on Make Mischief, Cafe Society, some talented runners, of course, Make Mischief, the New York bred, who tussled with some pretty talented fillies last year.
I agree. The scratches didn't affect the race. One was a price. The other one was not eligible for the race because she won here on Sunday. As far as Make Mischief, I thought she ran terrific in her last start at the Empire Distaff. That was a fast pace, and she was right on top of it and didn't really give in until the very, very late stages. She's repeatedly run against good horses. She's run faster figures than any of these. Trainer Mark Casse has very good numbers coming off of layoffs, similar to the one that she's coming off of. So listen, you always wonder about layoff horses, and maybe some others move forward, but if she returns and she can show any semblance of her best form, she's way the horse to beat. I'll be interested to see, will she even be favored over Cafe Society, who you've seen in Florida and has more recency?
Yeah, she is coming off of a win and a 2nd place finish in 2022. Cafe Society is at Make Mischief, you would think, certainly the class of the field, and looking forward to seeing her back in the 8th race. Meanwhile, we are on the inner turf, going a mile and a 16th in this allowance optional claiming for 3-year-olds and upward. Big field and a very talented field as well. Chad Brown with 2 as Flopshot does get in off the also eligible list. We saw this horse return at Tampa last time out off a bit of a layoff.
He is significantly the better of the 2 in the entry. Kuramata is going to have to prove a lot of layoffs and prove that he's able to step forward. But Flopshot, the only disappointment with Flopshot is the 2nd place finishes, and especially when you're a trainer, Chad Brown. Chad Brown is running horses that are short prices. Any top trainer runs. There's something worse about top trainers losing with short-priced horses because you sort of, this is actually Kuramata. No, this is Flopshot last time. Sorry. And the horse, as you well know, because you were in the warm weather while we were all suffering up here in the winter. Not that I'm at all bitter about that. The horse that the Carpenters call that beat Flopshot came back with a very good 3rd place finish in a stake at Gulfstream. But you do have to worry about these repeated 2nd place finishes for a horse that has good form. But he's still the better of the 2 in the entry.
A horse who is 2 for 11 with 4 seconds and 3/3. Can he break through and get that first stateside victory today? Those will be some salty races coming up a little bit later on. We're looking forward to both of those as well. An intriguing race, meanwhile, in the first race here. We have an entry that's 1 to 9, one scratch of a horse that you would think would have been a player who had experience. You have the 2 Madame Rose with experience running plenty of times with 26 starts. Everybody else a first-time starter.
Yeah, and the $1.4 million Hoodoo Land on the outside, I think the entry's price reflects the fact that that horse, the Shug McGaughey first time star, is cold.
There is Chad Brown. He has 2 in the opener with plenty of chances all day. We'll talk more about him and his runners after this on America's Day at the Races.
Eclipse champion Blaine ranks among the nation's top sires at a fraction of the price. His recent top runners include Aga Khan stud Saidabad, a top performer overseas, plus these recent standout performers. With success on the track and success in the ring, this proven son of Arch is truly a gold value stallion. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, as always, brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. And of course, you can follow along, get all of the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Go to naira.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all of the races on today's show. We get ready to kick off the live racing portion of our program today with the opener at the Big A. We're going 6 furlongs in a maiden special weight for fillies and mares. 1 horse with experience, everyone else a first-time starter, and Chad Brown with a couple of strong chances. For more on this field, let's down to the paddock. Nice and sunny today with Maggie Wolfendale.
Acacia, for once, I lucked out in the weather department. I'm usually the one stuck down here when it's cold and miserable, and I'm usually inside when it's beautiful, but it really is nice. So appreciative of the sunshine that we're having here in early April, and I'm sure everybody else that is present is enjoying it too, and the horses certainly don't mind a little sunshine on their backs. As yes, we have to decipher which of the Chad Brown horses is the runner, but then again, for wagering purposes, it doesn't actually matter. But taking a look at the plain one in here speaks for itself. She is the 4-year-old, so it's taken her a little while to get to the races, and you can see that she's a little bit more developed in her frame than some of her 3-year-old counterparts in here, namely her entry mate. She's fine. She has a good coat on her, considering that she has wintered here in New York. She looks fit, and while I think she'll be okay sprinting first time out, she does strike me as one that will eventually want a little bit more ground, and 2, I think benefits from a start just strengthening up that top line. Now, maybe it won't matter, and the money that these two are taking, I think, speaks volumes, but just little things that I've noticed, whereas we turn our attention to her stablemate in here, the 1A, that's No One's Laughing, daughter of Practical Joke, who is so good with his first crop, and they win early. They are definitely sprinters. They tend to be quick types, and she represents just that. She really looks like a sprinter. She's really well developed behind the saddle. Wish she looked a little bit better in her coat. The odd thing, though, with her is that she has a massive turf hoof to her and really slack pasterns. And looking at the bottom side of her pedigree, while there isn't much to report on in the first generation, the second dam was a multiple graded stakes placed runner on the synthetic. So sometimes that translates, but you would have to think if it was Chad, that it is Chad, that he would think of possibly putting this horse on the turf. But I can't deny that she has a turf hoof to her. So both of these horses acting well and have the right demeanor to win first time out. Though I'm fairly intrigued by Shug McGaughey's first time starter. That's Hoodoo Land. She comes up here from Payson Park, where she's been preparing, a daughter of Medaglia d'Oro, and again, really going along those bloodlines. Looks like your typical Medaglia d'Oro. Kind of lacks a little bit of a hind end, but they all do. So again, not going to hold that against her, but she's really well prepared. I love the way she's acting, very classy. And yes, maybe she is one that wants to go beyond the 6 furlongs here, but I like what I'm seeing from her and Acacia. She has the lovely pedigree, being that half-sister to multiple graded stakes winner, Salty.
What a talented runner Salty was for trainer Mark Cassie. Here's your trivia. Who did Salty start out with?
Wow.
I remember
That's
because
it, I'm going home.
Ian Wilkes.
Really?
In her first
Oh,
start.
yeah, I remember that.
Because I
she
bet
won
her
second in Gulfstream with a trip or something?
She was second by a neck, and I had better that day,
Yeah,
which is why I'll never forget.
I feel like she maybe had a trip that day.
She
and
had quite a
it's
trip.
Rare
She
that
really did. And usually he doesn't have them cranked up first time out. And Gary
Wow.
Barber bought in after that.
Second to Abel Tasman and the Acorn. Well, I think she won the 8 bells, right?
She did. She was the first grade 1 winner for Tyler Gaffleone, actually.
Really?
Salty. Yeah.
Wow. What grade 1 did she win?
I'm blanking on the name of the grade 1 right now,
Okay.
but I will find that out. La Troyenne. The La Troyenne.
There you go.
There you go.
She was a good horse.
Very, very talented runner. Now, as you pointed out, though, here's her half-sister by Medaglia d'Oro, who sold for $1.4 million, has that pedigree, Hoodoo Land, and she's a little cold on the board, you would think, especially looking at the entry in comparison.
Right. To be fair, this race is going to go off in about 9 minutes. So the odds could change dramatically. But the entry is probably bet. I've heard one of the entry is good. Literally, that's what I heard. That one of they may both be okay, but I've heard that one of them is pretty good. I don't know which one. But I wonder if it's really a function that they're 1-9 because the Shug McGaughey $1.4 million horse take no money.
Very interesting as well. And hearing from Maggie that maybe she wants to go a little bit longer in the future. We will find out. Kicking things off in the post-parade, though, with the entry. Here's the plain one, speaks for itself.
Yeah, this one is a Malibu Moon. I think Todd trained the dam or one of the horses, and the second dam was pretty good.
This one, the dam's actually the sister to Giftless, who's also the dam of Dunbar Road. So there is some pedigree in the family
Yeah,
there.
and a Practical Joke, and of course, Claridge Stables and Chad Brown had Practical Joke.
Speaking of Claridge, here's the other part of the entry. No one's laughing.
Right, that's the Practical Joke. When I like that name, no one's laughing.
This one.
No one laughing because Grace is gone. Is that what it is?
Oh, I hope not.
That's the dam as Grace is gone. So
I get
maybe
it.
that's why no one's laughing.
I get it. Very clever.
Unless
Here's
you like
the
Grace.
2, Madame Rose.
She's 0 for 26, and she's had her share of chances, but she'll get some piece of the purse.
She is 15-1, also 15-1. Here's a first-time starter, World Traveler.
It's more of a turfy synthetic type dam side. We'll see what we get from one that's taking no money.
Half to grade 3 place Freewheeler, who's a turf sprinter for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah.
Here is Hoodoo Land.
I just, the lack of tote support, and I'm sure that Maggie's always right with these things, and yeah, you look at the pedigree too, it's more distance, but a good horse first time out, you'll see plenty of route horses that won their first races going shorter, and it just seems when Shug has a firster that runs really well, and we've seen a number of them, they'll take more money.
Well, for more insight on this runner, let's head downstairs again to Maggie.
Here with the Hall of Famer discussing entries. A lot going on from here to New York to Kentucky, Shug. But let's talk about the one here and now, Hoodoo Land. Daughter of Medaglia d'Oro, paid a nice price for her as a yearling. What are your thoughts with her and her preparations down at Payson?
Well, I like her, Maggie. I think she's going to want to run a little farther than this, but this is when the race was, and, you know, she was ready to run, so I said, let's run her and see what happens, and, you know, we can always stretch her out, but the experience will help her.
Oh, we mentioned Kentucky. You're eyeing Kentucky the first Friday in May with Kathleen O. She has been sensational, Shug. How is she doing? And, I mean, are you excited to get back to Churchill?
Oh, yeah, I'm really excited about her. You know, that's one of the reasons I'm going down there tonight is to work her on Saturday, everything being good. Plus, we got 4 in on tomorrow. We got filly I like a lot called Personal Best. It's run once and was fourth at Gulfstream, and filly called Talking Book that came off a long layoff was third. So I think that, I'm looking forward to tomorrow, and we've got some action here tomorrow too. So we'll see what happens.
Well, Shug, as always, thank you for your time. Best of luck with all your runners, and we're all looking forward to Kathleen O.
All right, Maggie, thank you.
Well, he also has Cafe Society coming up a little bit later, Acacia. We'll see how Hoodoo Land, though, does here.
Always love to hear some insight from Shug McGaughey, Hoodoo Land, and Shug even being candid, saying she probably wants a little bit longer than this. And he alluded to Kathleen O, adding a very interesting layer to a super contentious Kentucky Oaks this year.
Yeah, I think Shug won the Oaks with dispute. Does that make sense? In the early 90s, early to mid 90s. Wow. And one thing about Shug, and you know this extremely well, as Maggie does, he's always available. He's always great with his time, and obviously he has, a lifetime of experience. He first showed up in Saratoga in, I think, 86-ish, somewhere in there. He had Last Trump, I think. She won a big race there. But he also had Van Landingham. And Van Landingham is really the horse that put Shug on the map in a big way. He was a tremendous racehorse, good dirt horse, and he, of course, won the... he also won the Canadian International in a bog, and I think his turf debut. But, the work that Shug has done with the Phipps horses over the years is incomparable.
This one he has for Joe Allen, who he's also had a world of success for as well, warming up on track under Dylan Davis. Let's go back to the entry, though. 1-9 right now. It speaks for itself, and no one's laughing. You mentioned these two. You're going to get a very short price, given that it's Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, and it is tough just looking on paper to separate them.
I don't know anything about these horses. I'm excited to hear that one of them is supposed to be pretty good. Chad's done very well with Jose riding for him, and they've been a great team together, and you can see that. But I don't know that Jose Ortiz necessarily rates to be on the better one. He rides Manny Franco a lot as well, and he's ridden him a lot. Manny's riding great now. So I don't know for sure that the 1A is the better one just because Jose Ortiz is riding. I can't answer it. I think at least one, and it's interesting. If you look at the number of horses, the dirt horses that had been successful as 2-year-olds for Klarovich last year, really only gerrymandering did much. And then we got to this year, and suddenly horses are just coming out of the woodwork and they're running. And you think we didn't know where early voting was. Chad Brown is talking about how they're on the fence whether or not he'll run in the Kentucky Derby. He could wait for the Preakness, but you want to see how the field develops and how much speed. And it just shows it's not, people like to win with 2-year-olds in Saratoga. Obviously, you want to get involved in those races, but sometimes time is patience pays off in a big way, and that's what's happened with Chad Brown with these 3-year-olds now.
For more on the entry, let's go back to Maggie trackside.
Well, watching what I've seen from these horses out on the racetrack, as I said back in the paddock, it does feel as though the 3-year-old of the Chad Brown duo, that's No One's Laughing, she just seems like the quick, the sprinter, the one that's going to get it done now. Look at her on the racetrack. She has been bowed up with her, she really has her legs underneath of her. She's really engaged in the bridle. You see Jose Ortiz with his feet out of the irons, just kind of trying to get her to relax now that they're heading back towards the gate after a fairly exuberant warm-up. So that's why I'm going to land on her. I just feel like 6 furlongs today is the day, whereas I still like Shug's horse, number 5, Hoodoo Land. Watching her warm up, the classiness just continued out on the racetrack. But with that being said, she's pretty laid back. And as Shug said, she probably wants to go further than this. So she's the one I kind of want for the future, that I want to take the wait and see approach as of today.
Maggie, thank you. Hoodoo Land 5-2 now, and that is the fun part of this puzzle, wondering who, as Maggie mentioned, is going to be ready at this very moment, and who is maybe one that you want moving forward. You mentioned Chad Brown and the patience. I think Shug McGaughey, an amazing example of that in training for a career and not just to win at first asking. Sometimes maybe you have questions when you see a horse on the racetrack in a certain spot, but it's very much a big picture mentality.
Oh, absolutely. Sometimes the worst thing you can do with a horse is win with it first time out. And some horses are just so good they win first time out. But a lot of time, you think of some of the success that Nick Zito had with horses that, Go for Gin and Strike the Gold. These were horses that you wouldn't have given much for early in their career. Think of Shug with a horse like Point of Entry, who didn't start coming around until I think late in his 4-year-old career. It's what they ultimately do. It's not what they do in their debuts. And if you're patient in this game, good things will happen. That goes for owners and trainers.
Absolutely. I want to remind everybody you can play against your friends and fellow fans with the Showdown. It's a free-to-enter handicapping contest following the New York racing on our program. Place your picks now and watch your name climb the leaderboard to earn real prizes. Get started at NYRA.com/showdown. Fast main track we're dealing with today. A little bit later on, we'll be on a firm turf course. Early pick 5 kicks off here. As a reminder, we have that carryover in the pick 6 coming up a little bit later on in the 4th race. And I know, Andy, when there is a carryover or maybe some questions with a big race coming up on the card, you always get asked about the weather. Well, there's no doubts about the weather and the track conditions today.
No, the weather's spectacular, and the turf is firm for the first time. It was good when we ran it on Saturday and Sunday, but the turf is in great shape, and yeah, it looks like we're going to have a very nice weekend of racing today, tomorrow, and Saturday as well in these courses. I mean, using the tarps we put on, which requires such an enormous amount of effort by the team here. It's hard to even imagine just how much effort it takes, but it pays off in such great dividends for NYRA.
You saw a look at that beautiful turf course, just came back into use last week, and exciting to have all of that turf action coming up today and throughout the rest of the week. We get into the starting gate, however, for the opener at the Big A, made in special weight for the fillies, and the entry for Chad Brown, 1-5 right now. That's the plain one, speaks for itself, and the 1A, No One's Laughing, looked like the 4 World Traveler, giving them a little bit of difficulty getting into the starting gate. As we continue with the loading process, we'll send it up to the voice of New York racing, John Imbrial, for the call of race 1.
Voodoo Land and No One's Laughing. There in the gate. And they're off, and a quick start for Madame Rose, and Speaks for Itself. Speaks for Itself takes the lead. Madame Rose runs in second. It's 4 lengths. Back to Hoodoo Land next in third. Then comes No One's Laughing and World Traveler. Speaks for Itself gets away now to lead by 2 over long shot Madame Rose. It is the favorite. Speaks for Itself on top. Madame Rose in second. The quarter win in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Farther back, it's Hoodoo Land racing in third. Then No One's Laughing and World Traveler at the back. Midway around the turn, Speaks for Itself leads by 3 lengths. Madame Rose in second. It's 4.5. Back to Hoodoo Land in third. Then comes World Traveler and No One's Laughing. Speaks for Itself in command at the top of the stretch. Ran the half in 45 and 4/5 seconds. It is Speaks for Itself in front here by 7, by 8 lengths. Maybe more. Speaks for Itself will win first time out here. Speaks for Itself under Manny Franco. Speaks for Itself the winner. Then Hoodoo Land in second, followed by World Traveler, No One's Laughing, and Madame Rose.
Well, we found out which part of the entry really can run. That's the one, Speaks for Itself, 4-year-old filly by Malibu Moon. Manny Franco aboard in a very impressive debut.
Yeah, she had speed from the gate right away, and she flaunted it. Manny just let her roll in front end. Nice race. We'll see how the track is playing. A quick time of 1:10.23, won easily. The other half of the entry, the 1A, finished a mediocre 4th. She was very green, kind of running a little bit, some spots in the backstretch. And I think Hulu Land ran fine. And Shug's probably, I mean, obviously you want to win, but as he said, he probably didn't expect to beat a 2-5 entry, and he thought she wanted more distance. She was running a bit at the end, but a nice debut. It was the 4-year-old, the Malibu Moon, getting it done. No One's Laughing.
1-5-4, and the 1A, No One's Laughing in 4th, but no doubt about the winner. Speaks for Itself and Manny Franco. When we come back, we'll talk about one of the most talented sprinters we saw last year. That's Jackie's Warrior, coming back for his 2022 debut for trainer Steve Asmussen. A little bit more on him after this on America's Day at the Races.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: Breed Shaper, plain and simple. Two-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin is just that. Breed Shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes-winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 three-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance to ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We saw a big performance in the opener here at the Big A. It was the one. Speaks for itself. She certainly spoke for herself in her debut under Manny Franco.
Yeah, it's a good name for a horse. The performance did speak for itself. I think we saw some nice performances in general in here, but this is a nice looking debut for this 4-year-old.
Hoodoo Land checking in second, World Traveler in third, $2.80 winner though as part of the entry. Very impressive on debut, speaks for itself. Big dam side pedigree as well, and a 4-year-old filly took her a while to get to the races but was worth the wait.
Yeah, no, this was a nice start. I'm interested to see how quickly the track's playing, because it's a seemingly quick time.
Race 2, meanwhile, will be a mile on the main track. This is for 3-year-olds and upwards. It's a $14,000 claiming race, non-winners of 3 in life. Taking a look at the fields here, Live Your Beast Life back for 2022. We'll get to this race in a moment, however. Backtracking to the opener, Maggie standing by with winning jockey Manny Franco.
Yeah, here with Manny Franco. Acacia speaks for itself. I feel like it should be herself, but that's neither here nor there. Manny, you've been working both of these fillies. Obviously, you got to pick which one you rode, and boy, is she quick.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that I'm in this position right now. I want to say thanks to Chad, to the owner, Seth, and my agent, John Paddock. They've been doing a great job. And I just, like I say, I'm glad to be riding this horse and to have the opportunity to choose one. And I know this one, he was ready to win first time out at least.
She looks like, Manny, a filly that you kind of got to stay out of her mouth a little bit. Looks like a light mouth individual. What do you do as a rider when you know a horse is like that?
Yeah, I'm just trying to don't get on her way too early in the race. I just break running, let him break out of there, and then I just try to get a long haul and don't try to fight her or nothing. Get out of her mouth, yes.
You did a good job. I thought you did a really good job. I know it's frustrating not to win, but last Saturday on Wood Memorial Day, wearing these same silks, you had 2 really good seconds, and especially the second-time starter in the Bayshore, highly respected. A horse that looks as though he might have a bright future. I mean, you almost beat Witt, a great stakes winner himself already.
Yeah, I think it's a nice call, you know, and for his second start, run like that, I think he got a bright future ahead of him, and I think he's gonna keep moving forward. We races under him, and I'm looking forward to hopefully ride him back.
That's it, Manny. Always got to sell yourself. But congratulations here. Speaks for itself. Big win for her first time out.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Manny Franco, as he's coming off what was a successful but sometimes frustrating weekend in the Wood Memorial, but kicks off the day here on this Thursday, Acacia, with a nice win with his maiden winner.
A nice win indeed. Maggie, thank you. Speaks for itself. Victorious on debut. And Andy, as you had mentioned, Manny Franco has been riding in top form and continuing on that good momentum that we saw throughout the winter.
Yeah, he really picked things up the last month or so of the winter meet. He had been somewhat farther behind the guys who were sort of the 1, 2, 3 all winter. And he actually almost caught up to be second the meet. He's been riding very, very, very well.
Certainly has. Well, coming up this weekend, meanwhile, Joel Rosario, who always seems to be riding well, is the regular rider of champion sprinter Jackie's Warrior. And Jackie's Warrior is back for his 2022 debut in the Count Fleet at Oaklawn on Saturday. It's a Grade 3 event going 6 furlongs. This will be his first start, Andy, since that disappointing effort in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Prior to that, however, he was sensational.
He really got good as the year progressed, and that's what 3-year-olds will do. Their feed figures will start improving. And obviously he bombed the Breeders' Cup, but I think he had a chip removed after that. So I'm not going to hold that against him. He's a terrific horse. It was the only really bad race of his career. I thought his Breeders' Cup was tremendous, where he finished 4th. I tell you that, he couldn't even get the lead in that wicked pace going too far. It was tough to get opponents for him. You've got 4 inside of him that he's got to just not show up to lose any of them. Bob's Edge is improving the outside, but he'll need Jackie's Warrior to really need a race, and he'll need to improve to beat this horse. This is a very, very good horse.
We took a look at his Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins performance at Saratoga over Life is Good. We know how good he turned out to be, stretching out in the distances afterwards. And for me, that was just one of the most thrilling races of the year.
Oh, God. I mean, I put it this way. The Belmont Stakes, because of the magnitude of the race, but I agree. And to have 2 horses like that knocking heads, that in a lot of ways was the race of the year. It really was an amazing race.
Well, we see Jackie's Warrior back for his first start of the year, and somebody that we know is very fond of him, Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie, we know how you feel about Jackie's Warrior, and he certainly is a special horse. But what have you seen from him last year as he gets ready to return this year?
Yeah, Acacia, I'm a total fangirl when it comes to Jackie's Warrior, and I think what immediately grabbed me about this horse when he came to Saratoga to capture his first greatest stakes win, the Saratoga Special, was that he walked in with this air of confidence. And I kind of, I translate a lot of my favorable qualities that I like in people to horses, and I think confidence in a person is very appealing. It's even more appealing in a horse, and Jackie's a horse that has that human-like quality that just kind of looks through you, as he also kind of looks down on everyone else. And he's just a superior athlete with his 7 greatest stakes victories, including 3 Grade 1s. And it looks as though he's been preparing very well, Acacia, down at the fairgrounds. And he's had 2 works of the local strip at Oaklawn, as he's going to look to be, I would think, a heavy favorite in that Count Fleet. But I'm so excited. I love when horses that you love from early on in their 2-year-old campaigns stick around, and that's what we're seeing with Jackie's Warrior. So I'm wishing and hoping for a successful 4-year-old campaign from him.
Yeah, and hopefully we get a chance to see him back in New York this summer as well. That would certainly be exciting. He'll also get Lasix for the first time in his career this weekend.
That's interesting, because he couldn't as a 2-year-old.
Yeah.
He ran stakes, and now at Oaklawn he can get it in that stake. I hope he comes back, too. I am a big Jackie's Warrior fan as well. I think he's absolutely terrific. And you'd have to think that he's probably more likely to show up in a race like the True North on Belmont Stakes weekend in his next start. And I imagine they're pointing him to Saratoga towards the Grade 1 Vanderbilt and the Grade 1 Forgo.
We hope to see him there, but his main competition, as Andy alluded to in the Count Fleet, is to his outside. That's Bob's Edge, who won the Grade 3 Whitmore last time out. He's coming off back-to-back wins. Obviously has not been up to the caliber of Jackie's Warrior or face the quality of horses that Jackie's Warrior has, but this is a horse who does have the recency and is 2 for 2 in 2022.
Yeah, he's really stepped forward. He had shown flashes as a 3-year-old, but he's really putting it together. And this was a strong run from way, way back. It really felt like maybe he wasn't running in this race, but he showed up when it counted. Now in a small field where Jackie's Warrior is able to control, his lack of speed is going to work against him. And he's not beating horses of Jackie's Warrior's caliber, but he has the recency and Jackie's Warrior doesn't. And I'm sure they want to win this race with Jackie's Warrior. But it's not going to be the end of the world for them if he doesn't win this race, as long as he runs well. Whereas Bob's Edge, this is sort of a career-making race, and I think at this point, a very good performance by him will propel them to maybe run in the same kind of races that they're pointing Jackie's Warriors for. And if he's not able to compete to him, maybe they take a slightly different route.
He's improved. Let's see how he stacks up against one of the leaders of the division. Looking forward to the Grade 3 Count Fleet coming up on Saturday at Oaklawn Park. Back here today, meanwhile, we get ready for race 2 at Aqueduct. Again, it's a non-winners of 3 in life claiming race, a mile on the main track. There's a look at the field. Live Your Beast Life currently 2-1 on the board. Jose Gomez, meanwhile, apprentice jockey, will be aboard the 4 Mucho Sunshine, and he certainly made a statement here in New York. He won his first mount in New York at Belmont Park, and he's continued on with strong momentum throughout the winter.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade 1s, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
America's Day at the Races continues on Fox Sports 2. Our program, as always, is brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. Naira Bets Saturday contests are back. Very exciting news. You can show off your handicapping skills in the $300 online live money contest on Saturdays, featuring racing from Aqueduct. Win cash prizes and seats into next week's $300 contest. Registration ends at 5 p.m. on Friday. Go to naira.com/contests to learn more. There is a look at the number 4 Mucho Sunshine dropping in class here in race number 2. Apprentice jockey Jose Gomez will be aboard, and Jose Gomez has certainly caught plenty of people's attention throughout his time riding here in New York, which is not an easy circuit to be successful on, let alone as an apprentice. So for more on the story behind jockey Jose Gomez, he sat down with one of our own and one who has been in his very same shoes, former champion apprentice jockey Richard McGaughey.
I'm very pleased to be joined by the leading apprentice jockey here this winter, Jose Gomez. Jose, I always find it fascinating when a young rider gets off to such a good start, and you've been riding so well. Give me a little bit of background. How did you get started? I know you started kind of going to the track with your mom, who was your groom, Anna Maria.
From a young kid, you know, I was always around horses. I went to actually Arlington. I started galloping there. I wasn't ready. I got fired. I went to Ocala, started breaking babies. And from there, you know, I just learned, and then from there, I went to Monmouth. Monmouth, you know, I was galloping for some people. Then I got introduced to Kelly. And from when I started working with Kelly, I just started going him from Monmouth to Palmettos, and to Palmettos back to Monmouth. And then in Monmouth, he put me on some horses. And, you know, like once a month, you know. And then when Monmouth ended, he said, just go to New York. I got an agent up there for you, and you know, we'll keep going. And I said, okay.
And you're talking about trainer Kelly Breen.
Yeah, Kelly Breen.
And you won a race at Belmont for him. What was that like? Because Belmont is big time. I mean, New York is big time. To break your mate and win your first race at Belmont Park, what was that feeling?
It was unbelievable. I mean, the first time there, and I've known the horse I won on. I've been galloping him since like Monmouth, and then Palmettos, and he came up here, and it was just great. There couldn't have been a better horse to win on. Honestly.
Now, he got you an agent, a guy named Angel Cordero Jr., Hall of Famer. What's it like working with Angel and having him to give you advice or to guide you a little bit?
It's great. It's great, honestly, because if I have questions, I'm not sure about something, I ask him. And if he's the first one, he just does it because he's trying to teach me. If I do something, he, tells me, like, try to do it this way. And just he's trying to help me, and it's great. It's great, honestly. I learned a lot from him. Just watching his old replays, from back when he was riding, and I just study a lot.
Good jockey colony here, a lot of top riders. Is there anybody that really you want to be like? Somebody that you pattern yourself after, or guys that actually give you advice or help you?
Honestly, I don't want to be just like one guy. I want to have my own style, but I take a lot from all these guys, like Irad, Jose, Tyler Gaffalione, just everybody here, honestly. And I try to make my own thing, but take pieces, from everybody. Just learn from everybody, Look how they do this, how they do that. Just learn from everybody.
As a young man, he's got a twinkle in his eye, great smile, and loves what he's doing, living large, leading apprentice jockey, Jose Gomez.
And there's a look at the horse he'll be aboard in race number 2, Mucho Sunshine. Jose Gomez climbing aboard for the first time. And I actually got to interview him after his first win at Belmont. And you can tell a guy that thinks about his mounts. And he even mentioned that horse that he won on first time out for Kelly Breen. He had been working, who's out in the mornings as well. And he's continued to really make a statement here riding in New York full time.
I agree. I've been very impressed. I mean, he was one of those riders. It's unusual that you see a 10-pound bug rider show up, and you watch and you go, hey, wow, that doesn't look like a 10-pound bug rider. And he's been professional from day one, and it's great that he's working with Angel Cordero. And, of course, Angel worked with Manny. He worked with John Velasquez. You see two of the best riders of our times work with Angel Cordero, and it's a real benefit of being involved with Angel. But also, he deserves an enormous amount of credit as well, and I'm sure Angel will be the first to say that.
He has certainly made a big name for himself, and he's aboard the current favorite, Mucho Sunshine, who is dropping in class. We last saw this horse win the non-winners of 2 condition back in January. He's been facing tougher in his last couple. Certainly a tricky situation last time. It looked like he jumped the tracks on the, there was either some tire tracks shortly after the gate or something like that.
I don't know what happened. I liked him last time. He was the clear speed in there, and because of that, he didn't make the front and wasn't going to beat the winner anyway, a Mount who was a they knew of all time. The reality is his race 2 back is good enough to win here. His race 3 back will win this race. And I like the switch to Gomez. And I think with a scratch of Quintarelli on the inside, I don't even know when he was scratched, Mr. Winston probably goes, but I think you'll see Gomez right in attendance, much the way this horse was when he upset a field at 50-1. I picked this horse. I like him. I'm shocked he's favored. And I think the lack of support for Live Your Beast Life at this point is a negative for that one off the layoff.
Speaking of Live Your Beast Life, we haven't seen him since October. That was a layoff from July where he did show a little bit of life back at Saratoga. A disappointing effort last time out. Another layoff now with Linda Rice, and he should take a drop in class. Linda has good numbers with this kind of move, though.
Yeah, but she's not great off layoffs. Her layoff numbers leave a lot to be desired. I don't know what to do with this horse. The big drop off the big layoff, I don't know. He obviously can win, but I'm skeptical.
It's been a while since we last saw him finishing second in the Jim Dandy behind Mystic Guide in 2020. Here's the post-parade, however, starting with the 2, Mr. Winston. Mr.
Winston came alive when it was Andy off last time out. I've lost some money on him. This is a much tougher spot.
Speaking of Live Your Beast Life, there he is.
Listen, his good races, even his decent, the race 2 back could win it, and he was against much tougher last time. But the claim and layoff and drop down are concerning.
He is 5-2 right now, as is Jose Gomez's mount, Mucho Sunshine.
Yeah, I like this horse. I think he'll be in a 10s the pace. I like he's taking money, and I think it's a good rider switch for a horse who has recent efforts that are good enough to win.
3 horses at 5-2 right now. That does include Wild Union, who stretches back out.
He's second off a layoff, stretching out. He didn't run a step first time out, but maybe he needed the race. I won't be shocked if he runs reasonably well in here, but I'm a little bit skeptical this barn will do as well as the previous barns.
And here's Scotty.
Well, Scotty was a distant second to runoff winner Uno, who was a huge favorite last time. Listen, he has races before the Claim that are good enough to be effective here. He's not impossible.
He's 4-1 right now on the board. Back to the 3, Live Your Beast Life. Speaking of those numbers for Linda Rice off layoffs, I believe you have a trainer stat here.
Yeah, I was looking at the numbers for her off. I like these sort of 4 to 8 month layoffs, and horses come back in 6 months. Sort of encompasses this kind of layoff. Numbers are not strong. You know, the ROI is $1.34, winning at 14%, and this is the favorite in the race. And off the Claim, she's 3 for 19 with a 96-cent ROI.
Those are some numbers that would certainly offer cause for pause. We take a look at the race 2 starts back, however, when he finished second to Free Enterprise. This was back in Saratoga on a muddy track going 7 furlongs, and he does take a big drop in class versus what he was facing. He showed some life this day. The big question is, though, Andy, does he still have it?
Well, that's the real question. This is a horse that finished second, the Jim Danny to Mystic Guide. Mystic Guide was winning the Dubai World Cup, and this guy was dropping down to a claiming race. I think this race at Saratoga 2 back is a good example of how horses can wake up when they drop down to claiming races from tougher allowance races, and he lost to a decent horse in Free Enterprise. That race would make him tough, but it's hard to be overly confident that's the race you're going to see from him. But if you see a semblance of it, he might be too good for these.
Well, from our vantage point, it looks like he's making a nice impression on the track. But for more insight, Live Your Beast Life, Maggie, he comes back this year from him.
Acacia, as you mentioned, he warmed up really nicely. I was even more encouraged with what I saw on track as compared to what I saw in the paddock. You know, he came in, he was wearing a sheet, and like we've mentioned several times, it's very warm today. So he got a little hot on under the sheet, and sometimes that's an indication of a horse needing a race, but I'll take it. I'll completely throw that notion out, as he looks fit, he's moving really well, and he looks like a happy horse. He possesses the energy that you want for a horse coming back. And it's funny, you guys are talking about horses dropping. Mr. Winston and Live Your Beast Life, July 2020, they were finishing 2nd and 3rd in a second-level allowance race. So it's funny how the game goes sometimes, as they will meet once again here, as Live Your Beast Life actually finished behind Mr. Winston that day. I don't think that's going to happen today. Well, I have no problems with Mucho Sunshine. I just really liked what I saw from Live Your Beast Life on the track. He'll be my pick here with that drop in class as number 5, Wild Union. It did feel like last time was totally a prep, a horse who has had much more success going longer as he was coming back off of that extended layoff. He looks fit here. I like what I see from him physically. I like the distance for him this time around. I just wish this horse looked a bit more comfortable. You know, he's very quiet and dull acting. That's not what I had seen from him going back to early summer last year. He's just not painting the greatest picture from the overall perspective. It's like he has woken up a little bit now that he's linked up with the pony. This is probably the right spot for him. I just feel as though there might be others doing a bit better than he. Acacia?
Maggie, thank you. Wild Union, who does stretch back out today at the Big A, and he was able to wire the field 2 starts back for 16. Was claimed that day. It was a layoff, and yes, certainly that could have been a prep race last time out, but some concerns voiced by Maggie as far as his appearance today.
Well, he's going into the barn of a low percentage trainer, and the previous trainers that have had him in his career were Brad Cox, who's won 2 straight Eclipse Awards, and Peter Miller, who's been a very high percentage claiming trainer out in California for many years. So he's been in some pretty significant barns, and he didn't run a step with his layoff. I'm sure that the connections love him today, because there's nothing on paper that says he should be 2-1 in here. And his price and the 4's price are a bit the function of the fact that 3 is a little chilly on the board right now. But this is a horse that clearly connections must like today, and maybe he will run better. We'll see. I'm not optimistic, but in this field, nothing will surprise me, especially if the 3 doesn't show up. But I'm going to side with Maggie on this one.
What about the 6, Scotty? When we were going through the post parade, you said that he could potentially be one who might grab a share, distant second last time out.
Well, but his races 2, 3, 4 back are all fast enough. It's all predicated on how Live Your Beast Life runs. If he runs one of his decent races, he'll probably win. But if not, I think the 4, the 5, and 6 are all in the race. Mr. Winston's a little tough to make, and I think that you'll see Mucho Sunshine sitting outside of him. I also think, given the money the 5 is taking, they probably intend to be at least a little bit aggressive with him. He's not that fast, but I think you'll see him a little more forward than you might have expected him to see. I think that's clearly the intention, as they're clearly, he's taking a lot of money considering what he's done. But maybe a lot of it's just a function of the fact that I think a lot of us thought the 3 would probably be a heavy favorite in this race, and it's not turning out that way. He was 6-5 on the morning line.
And I want to expound on that point for somebody who may be watching and say, you know, you see that the 3, Live Your Beast Life, is highlighted as the favorite, and yet you still commented that he was cool on the board. That's relative to the morning line, relative with that drop in class, that he theoretically should be shorter price than he is.
Right. The horse who's taking the money based on the morning line is Mucho Sunshine. He was 9-2. Now, David Aragona had Wild Union 5-2, so he's going to say to me, he's not live on the board exactly where I thought he would be, and that's fair. But I think when you expect Live Your Beast Life to be around even money, and he's 2-1, that's supposed to mean that all of them are going to be much lower. And now the 3, 4, and 5 are all 2-1, and Mucho Sunshine, who I like, is the 2-1 favorite. I'm locked into doubles. The doubles, which was paying $7 for $1 close to post time, is now a little under $5 for $1, but it's better than getting 2-1 on him.
Mucho Sunshine, who may have a little bit of dirt it up for him with his last 2 races, but he was running against tougher, and he had that odd experience jumping the tracks last time out that we touched upon. A big effort with a comparable level back in January, and this just seems like a proper spot to go back to.
Right. They got a little ambitious trying the $25,000 claiming dollars at 3. This $14,000 level is much more appropriate for him.
They load into the gate, and this is not maiden special weight. That was race number 1. This is the non-winners of 3 conditions, so don't mind that condition down on the bottom of your screen. 1 mile on the main track. We're going here, 14,000 non-winners of 3. Here's John and Brielle with the call of race 2 at Aqueduct.
Set for the second race here at Aqueduct. And they're off. Wild Union going out for the lead. Live Your Beast Life now moves up in between horses, and Mr. Winston is down at the rail. It's Mr. Winston and Live Your Beast Life, and the 2 of them are heads apart for the lead. They've got a length and a half now on Wild Union in 3rd. Another 2 back to Mucho Sunshine, who's gaining ground from 4th. And the trailer is Scotty. Mr. Winston is the leader here now by almost 2 lengths through a quarter in 23 and 2/5 seconds. Mr. Winston taking the field up the backstretch. Live Your Beast Life and Mucho Sunshine, they are right together, 2nd and 3rd. Then a break of 4 back to Wild Union, and 6 more to Scotty. Mr. Winston maintains the lead here, and the lead now is almost 3 lengths after a half and 47 seconds. Mr. Winston, the leader as they go around the far turn. Mr. Winston now by 4 lengths. Mucho Sunshine on the inside of Live Your Beast Life, and then farther back it is a Wild Union and then Scotty, and they're all chasing Mr. Winston, who's built a 7-length lead coming for the quarter pole. Mr. Winston heads for home in front. Mucho Sunshine, Live Your Beast Life, giving chase 2nd and 3rd, 3/4 up, 1:11 and 1. They're moving for the 8th pole. It is Mr. Winston in front. Scotty has come from last to move through on the inside to grab 2nd. Mr. Winston is the leader, and it will be a front-running score for Mr. Winston. Scotty completes the exacta. Mucho Sunshine was 3rd.
Mr. Winston makes it 2 victories in a row. The blinkers went back on last time. He won by 5. He won by a comparable margin again today for Antonio Arriaga.
He ran. The rest of them didn't,
yeah.
Aside from Scotty, who made a nice run from last to be 2nd. But, I mean, Live Your Beast Life finished last in here. The lack of tote support tipped his hand on that one. My horse, the 4 Mucho Sunshine, made a little bit of a run, but he was an ineffectual 3rd. And Mr. Winston just ran off from the field here. 2 in a row for him. And Antonio Arriaga, one of my favorite trainers, has got this horse running back to some of his better form.
They found the right level, they found the right distance for him, and it all came together last time and then once again today. Big effort last time out and another win today at 4-1. Mr. Winston makes it 2 wins in a row to kind of zip through his conditions pretty comfortably. The number 6, as Andy mentioned, Scotty under Jackie Davis was closing from off of that. Luis Rodriguez Castro, meanwhile, aboard the winner, 2-6-4-5 in the second at Aqueduct. We'll bring you prices in a little bit. And we'll also talk about a competitive Kentucky Oaks coming up. Taking a look at Echo Zulu, Nest, and Secret Oath. Those are just some of the big contenders in the run for the Lilies.
Run Happy was the #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. A leading dirt sire and now with an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful.
Kicked it into high gear and Smile Happy with a powerful performance. Wins by 2.5.
Run Happy continues his rise and is priced for success. Clips champion Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Race 2 in the books. It was an aggressive ride by Luis Rodriguez Castro aboard Mr. Winston, and it paid off as this horse is in top form right now for trainer Antonio Arriaga, who's standing by with Maggie.
A horse that has certainly gotten his confidence, and Antonio, 2 starts ago, you still had cheek pieces on him, and for those 2 starts, and then you put the full cut blinkers on, and boom, he is a horse that really appreciates being closed in. Talk about kind of the confidence that this horse has shown you in his last 2 efforts.
I think he likes to go on the lead, and he gets more confidence, and also the weather is better. And I think he likes to be in this kind of weather. Yeah. And I know the horse is studying better, and we take our time with him.
That is true. He did look better, I would say. I think a horse, kind of like a person, enjoys the warm weather. Their bones kind of feel a bit more.
I feel better myself.
Well, I feel great. I mean, the sunshine, the vitamin D. Antonio, for people who don't know, you might be the hardest working person on the backside, having these horses of your own and galloping in the morning. How do you balance it all?
Well, I try and stay in shape, helping everybody and taking my own horses too, and it worked out for me, Thank to my owners too. He put a lot of effort too, and we thank for everything, and we thank you for being here too and have the opportunity, and I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Well, can I embarrass you for a second? When I first came to NYRA, you were working as a parking lot attendant.
That's true. That's really true. I recognize all my friends, and they all proud of me, and I thank for that. And I met this owner, and he gave me the opportunity, and now he building the barn, and trying to get more horses. And we hopefully get better summer, make it to Saratoga. That's the idea, you know, get some better horses.
Well, you've done great with the stock that you've had. Congratulations here with Mr. Winston.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
And guys, as the racetrack goes, dreams do come true.
Oh, amen to that. I love that story. Antonio Arriaga working so hard and accomplishing so much, and has been very sharp with claiming horses and clearly, like he said, taking his time with this horse, Mr. Winston, and he figured him out for sure.
Well, this horse originally was with Chad Brown. I think Peter Brandt owned this horse originally. I know that Tom Morley had this horse for a while too, and he's got him going well. I'm a big fan of Antonio Arriaga. I bet a lot of his horses. He's got great numbers off the claim, especially with dirt routers, and he does a lot of good work. He works hard, and happy for his success.
Yeah, big congratulations to Antonio and, of course, his whole team with Mr. Winston and the big win. We have more live racing from Aqueduct coming up, but as mentioned before the break, we promised you a little preview of this year's Kentucky Oaks, and what a race it is shaping up to be, Andy. Here's a look at some of the big contenders, taking a look at some of the names on there. Very, very talented fillies. Of course, you had the champion 2-year-old filly, Echo Zulu, come back in her first start of the year in the Fairgrounds Oaks. She won, but she had to work for it as Hidden Connection was really running.
Yeah, Hidden Connection ran the better race of the two. Now, in fairness, Hidden Connection had a race off a layoff, and this was Echo Zulu's first start since the Breeders' Cup. However, Hidden Connection finished a city block behind Echo Zulu in the Breeders' Cup. She's obviously improved. I think the problems for Echo Zulu are twofold. I'm not knocking her. She's obviously a terrific horse. Whether or not ultimately she's a 1.125 two-turn type horse is really a question, or is she more of an acorn test type horse? She's a tremendous horse, a champion, and no doubt about it. But she's got to deal with Uguri. And Uguri has only one way to go, and that's to be forward. Yeah. So I think the potential for there to be more pace than she's had to deal with. She had no pace to deal with in this race. She had no pace to deal with in the Breeders' Cup race. And it's going to be, in all likelihood, a very different story in a race that may not be favorable for her. And also, as good as she was last year, she had no competition. A lot of competition has emerged in the last couple of months.
The 3-year-olds have really stepped it up here, as you mentioned. Undefeated as a 2-year-old. She is still undefeated, winning that Fairgrounds Oaks in her first start of the year. Looking forward to seeing what she has to offer this year. However, a filly that's really improved and continued to take big steps forward is Nest, who we saw winning the Ashland last week at Keeneland.
I remember when she broke her maiden first time out, and Richie was interviewing Irad after the race and saying she was going to be a graded stakes horse. And I said to Richie, she'll never win a graded stakes. I nailed that one. She's only won about 4 since then, I think.
You brought her right into the winner's circle.
Really, but she is really improving the right time. Now, listen, the Ashland field was not particularly competitive, and none of them showed up, except this one. I mean, she was running through the wire. She looks very good. Distance is not going to be a problem for her. In fact, distance is her friend. And there are others that are faster. Kathleen O has run faster by her figures, 98. She got an 89 for the Ashland. But to discount Todd Pletcher and how well she's running would be a mistake.
Absolutely. 4 wins and 5 career starts. Red Ortiz was aboard for that win in the Ashland. And yes, maybe she didn't beat as tough company as what she'll be facing on the first Friday in May, but she did it very easily and very impressive with that win. But another filly who is coming with full strength onto the Kentucky Oaks is Secret Oath, who we saw face the boys last time out in the Arkansas Derby. As we bring in Maggie to the conversation once again. Maggie, what have you seen from Secret Oath, and how do you think she's going to do coming back in to face fillies again in the Kentucky Oaks?
I think it's the right move by her connections in the Hall of Famer and legend D. Wayne Lucas, as well as Rob and Stacy Mitchell of Breland Farm. You know, what I gathered from meeting Rob Mitchell out at Oaklawn Park is that he is a very reserved guy and always wants best for his horses, and also is very humble with the success that he's had. You know, he told me that he's never raced a horse that he hasn't bred, and so Secret Oath is at the top of that list, and they want to do right by her. And after she maybe got not the best of trips in the Arkansas Derby and wound up a fairly tired third, regroup, head to the Oaks, which was the original plan after all. And I think she sizes up very well against her competition, though, as you guys were mentioning, this is a very deep class of 3-year-old fillies. But Acacia, she is a big, elegant, classy acting filly, and I think she'll hold her own, and hopefully she'll be draped in a blanket of lilies.
Yeah, we can't wait to see her certainly take on that Kentucky Oaks field. Filly by Arrogate, who you'd have to imagine she's really holding the banner for that stallion. Too.
Yeah, well, you know, he's coming around a little bit. You would expect his horses would get better with more distance. There's some upstarts that are out there that are pretty good with Kathleen O. And who's the good colt that's an upstart?
Zandon.
Zandon is an upstart. Yeah. Upstart could sweep the 2 big races on Derby weekend.
That would be pretty exciting as well. Certainly a horse that I was a big fan of when he was racing too. But Secret Oath for D. Wayne Lucas, as Maggie mentioned, owned and bred by the Mitchells, and a very talented filly in what will be a very talented group of 3-year-olds come that first week of May. We get ready for the 3rd race here at the Big A today, though. It's 7 furlongs on the main track and a starter optional claiming for 3-year-olds and upward. 9-5 right now on the number 6, Never Early, who was very impressive from the outside post, winning last time out. That was for a maiden 20,000. Was claimed by Jeff Englehart that day and will step up to face tougher today. Can he repeat that 9 1/4 length score last time out? We will soon find out. We'll talk more about the rest of this field after this break on America's Day at the Races.
The breeding industry is governed by one principle: performance determines success.
And Constitution has won!
Now, he's earning his stripes by siring stars.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Bayette.
Law Professor just in front, and Law Professor.
American Revolution, fireworks in the stretch here in the Cigar Mile.
Constitution, a natural-born leader.
A racing career could be 2, 3, 4 years, 5 years at the most. They live to 20. The take the lead segment of the initiative is what I do, okay? And we basically transition racehorses from the racetrack into aftercare facilities. We'll get the process started on paper, we'll take some videos, we'll gather up all the medical information, and then set up a profile, and then we'll contact the aftercare facilities. We have a wave of horses that leave the grounds, and there's 5 in the on-deck circle and 4 in the hole if you use a baseball analogy. Nice looking little filly. She's got a little bit of a tendon issue that should heal up in about 90 days. One of our older horses, Saul the Freud, who actually everybody trained him. He was a New York bred. He's been through up and down the claiming ranks and always put in a great effort. He's a candidate for Warhorse now. And I said, what a perfect horse, because he was a Warhorse. He's a perfect type to help with our military veterans with PTSD. Thoroughbreds already have this innate ability to learn new things. Starting gait, big track, little track, jog the wrong way, go the right way. You're gonna learn something new. They already know, they're already processed for that. Take two part of our initiative is a hunter and jumper thoroughbreds only league, if you will. And to be able to see what these horses can do once they're rehabilitated and retrained and adopted out, and to see them in the Take Two competitions doing jumps or dressage or a polo pony. Riders are doing handstands and backflips off. I mean, this is really, really cool. What we've tried to put forth and to get through to all the horsemen. I've been training horses since 1988 on my own. Call us one race early, call us one workout early, okay? If you think something's going, if you think something's going awry, and there's a chance that your horse may have an issue in the future, call us before that. Instead of trying to get one more race or one more workout or something like that, we can expedite this process within a week and get that horse into an aftercare situation.
And trainer Rick Schosberg and his team just doing a phenomenal job serving as liaisons with horsemen behind the scenes into transitioning these thoroughbreds to new careers. And there's a shot of Rick, who was up on the set on this show this weekend too. He really is a man that does it all.
No, Rick and I had a lot of fun together. And listen, I've admired Rick's training for many years before I knew him at all, actually. You know, back in the 80s, when in the 80s into the 90s, when he had all these good first-time starters, Maria's Mon, who was incredible, as indicated, Mossflower, who won a great running of our Hempstead, which is now the Ogden Phipps. He just had so many good horses over the years, and Rick has done a great, great job when he has the opportunity. And he does a tremendous job, obviously, with Take the Lead.
Yeah, Take the Lead and Take Two terrific programs. There's a look at his charge. Boss making boss moves. The number 1, 2-1 on the board right now. For Paddock Report, let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
We'll take a look, though, on the outside. Acacia with number 6, Never Early, who's returning kind of second off the layoff and off the win and first off the claim, where he dominated and got a fairly quick figure. But as Andy will hopefully and likely point out, enhanced by the track that day, where it may have been a little hard to make up ground. I don't know, Andy, you can correct me on that if I'm wrong. But he's a very fast-looking horse. So today we're going 7 furlongs. I'm not sold on that. I know splitting hairs, but he is just that out-and-out sprinter. He looks fantastic, but I am going in a little bit blind because I don't have any previous notes on him. I was upstairs when he ran back off the layoff for Rudy Rodriguez. So I like what I see here. I just am a little bit concerned about the 7 furlongs as the horse to his inside, Salippo. I think the 7/8 actually fits him perfectly because he is a horse that, actually remember this one's Dam, Lisa's booby trap. She was a bit of a high-strung individual too, and she's certainly passed it on to her son here, as he's built like a horse that wants to run long, but because he just gets himself so wound up, I think the 7/8 is the perfect kind of Goldilocks effect where it's right in the middle and should suit him well, as obviously he does have a win at the distance already. The problem I have with him is he does go first off the claim, and I think last time, you watch his action, he's got that seriously paddling kind of action where a lot of times horses that have that way of going usually do not handle the slap. So willing to forgive him there, but when I saw him back on January 27th, which is the last time I saw him, he looked great in his coat, he was carrying his weight well, and that's not really the case today, whereas Linda Rice is typically a trainer whose horses do possess that in the paddock. So I'm not really sold on what to think about him, as he has gotten a little bit hot here in the paddock, Acacia, but that's not totally out of character for him.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Salippo, first off the claim. Some interesting comments from Maggie there as to how he could potentially be doing and how this cutback to 7 furlongs may suit him. This is a look back at his win in February at Parks. This was going 6 furlongs.
He had to fight through a little bit of traffic there. I wish I knew he was in at Parks this day when he paid $9.40 because his prior race at 28-1 was remarkable. That was the day the inside was the place to be. And he was out in the middle of the racetrack after blowing the brake and ran incredibly well. And I think a repeat of his races 2 and 3 back would win this race. His last race, he just couldn't handle the wet track. And I like the fact that Linda's claimed him. She hasn't had great success late off the claim. I don't like that Maggie had some not less than overly positive about him. I do think he's the horse to beat in a lot of ways because I don't trust Never Early in here. I don't think his figure was enhanced by the racetrack. That was a racetrack that was very kind to speed, but what it did was it hindered closers. I don't think we saw a lot of exaggerated performances by speed-type winners, but I think it may be a race that's just not as good as the 84 Beyer suggests. As an example, the second-place finisher came back and ran 21 Beyer points worse in his next start. The third-place finisher came back and ran 14 Beyer points worse in his next start. The sixth-place finisher, the only other one I believe to run back, ran 8 points worse. So that's a number that might really probably, I'm not saying the number was wrong as the Beyer figure made it. It's just not proving to be a predictive number. And maybe a more predictive number is around 70, which doesn't make him a substantial favorite over Boss Moves and Filippo. And I respect the job that Jeffrey Engelhard has done with a great record off the claim this winter, but these were not horses that he was claiming from Rudy Rodriguez. And that drop down last time had an odor to it.
That was a significant drop in class. We hadn't seen him since he was a 2-year-old going 4.5 furlongs at Monmouth. He came back, dropped in for 20. First time for Rudy Rodriguez after debuting for Todd Pletcher. And he won by open lengths this day. He had his head cocked a little bit in the stretch. Trevor McCarthy straightened him out, and then he just pulled away from the rest of the field, and he was aggressive being posted to the outside.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he was ridden hard, as you can see, to the wire. It's not as though he could have, even the eye test people can't say he could have gone faster. We'll see. I'm dubious of him running back to that kind of figure. Now, he might run a 72 Beyer in this race and still win the race, but I think he's being bet based on an 84 Beyer that I am very skeptical that he'll run again.
Trevor McCarthy rode him last time out. He stays with the 1, Boss Makin' Boss Moves, who, as you mentioned, numbers-wise, certainly stacks up. He broke his maiden against New York bred competition, faced much tougher in the Gander after that, and then last time third in Open Company.
I liked him last time, and I was disappointed by his effort. Maybe he got closer to the pace. The blinkers may have made him a little more aggressive, and he didn't have his finish. Not to say that race isn't good enough to compete, especially if, like me, you're not excited with the 6. I picked the race 5-1-6. I want to bet against the 6 in this race. If I'm wrong, I can live with it. But I didn't love his last effort. We'll see. And I don't know how much pace he's going to get. I don't like that Maggie had some negative things to say about the looks of Filippo in the paddock, but I really like Filippo on paper in this race.
We do have a slight delay here in the paddock. You do still see horses walking around. For more on what's going on, let's go back to Maggie.
Well, we're ready now, Acacia, as we just had to have a little tack adjustment on your current favorite on the outside, number 6, Never Early, as the tack just a little bit too far forward on a horse that doesn't have the biggest withers. So withers are basically the top point of a horse's shoulder, which a saddle has a pommel, so therefore the withers kind of stop that pommel and saddle moving forward. So when you have a horse that's very round, the saddle will just naturally have that, want to go forward. So it's better off to have the saddle back a bit more on a horse that doesn't possess those high withers, and that's what they've done here with Never Early, but we're good to go now.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 8-5 on Never Early. Got that saddle in the proper position. Yeah, you do not want your saddle slipping forward while in the middle of a race. And you will see sometimes, too, horses that they puff when they get the saddle on. So you will see sometimes a jockey jump off, need to have the girth adjustment, and you'll always have those opportunities. Better to do that before you go into the gate.
Yes, or else they'll run off on you.
Do not want that to happen. We get ready now for our post parade as we got the call for riders up, and we get ready for the third race on a fast main track. Here is the 1, Boss Makin' Boss Moves.
We'll see if he can get that quick pace to close into that he got 3 races back when he won. His better races, though, are with some moisture in the track for what it's worth.
Did break his maiden on a muddy track at Aqueduct going a mile. Here is a last out maiden winner, Amadeus Music.
Yeah, it was a weaker field. He did beat a Ray Handel first, so that was heavily bet that day, but he got a good setup. This is tougher.
Off very slow from the inside post last time as well. Here's the 3 heads or tails.
He finished just behind Boss Makin' Boss Moves last time, a half length behind, is 8-1, worth noting.
Was right up on top of that pace as well. Looking to go 2 for 2. Here's the 4, Jolly Heretic.
Well, this horse is probably going to be in front, and Speed has done well today, but he's going to have to improve off his debut win.
9-2 right now. Here's the 5, Filippo off the claim.
I like this horse. I think if he runs his good race, he's going to be very tough.
He is 7-2 right now with Eric Cancel. And here's your favorite, Never Early.
Probably stalk the pace of the 4, take over from that one. His last race came up fast. I kind of want to see it again.
Can he repeat that effort? That's the big question today. You, meanwhile, can earn a $200 sign-up bonus today when you join Naira Bets. Play all of the action on our program and more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. It's easy. New members just sign up with promo code STAKES200. Make your first deposit and earn up to a $200 deposit match. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And join now at NairaBets.com to get that $200 deposit match. The number 4, Jolly Heretic for Natalia Lynch, won first time out. He broke running and had some company. The pace held together in that race, but he was pretty game to get that win. We'll likely try to do the same again today.
Yeah, I mean, I think it does help to be forward on this track. You know, we saw the first winner was a firster, but inside the whole way and impressed him in the front end. The last race running off, we saw a track here, I thought, for instance, sat on, was it one of the days, recently where the inside's been pretty good. So I do think, I'm not declaring some big bias, but I think it is something to take note of. We'll see as the races later get more competitive, though we have quite a few turf races coming up.
And Luis Rodriguez Castro will look for his second win on the day aboard the 4 Jolly Heretic. Here is the number 3 we'll go to next, Heads or Tails. As you mentioned for Bob Claceris, this horse broke his maiden in New York bred company 2 starts back. He was right behind Boss Make and Boss Moves, and you do see a big disparity in the price of the two of them.
You really do, and the truth is, you start looking at him, is he really that bad? His first time for Bob Glaceris, 2 back, he ran off, he got a 70 buyer, and he basically came back and ran a similar race in his next start. Who's to say he's impossible in this race? And 9-1, this is the worst that's the overlay in this race, actually.
He was right up on top of that pace as well. The winner came alongside. You saw Heads or Tails kind of tiring down inside. That was his first start against winners. Absolutely could take a step forward. And there's that guy we talked about a little bit earlier, Jose Gomez, the apprentice rider, will be aboard Heads or Tails once again. For more on this field warming up, let's check in again with Maggie.
Oh, Akesh, this is one of those kind of frustrating fields in which I like and have dislikes with several of the horses in here. But let's check in with number 1, Boss Make and Boss Moves. As I just spoke to Rick Schosberg, Rick's always good for a shout out right before I get on camera to get a little insight. But as he's expressed the same concerns as I did in that maybe the track, as Andy brought up, being fast. His faster races have been on tracks with moisture in them. And 2, Rick cited the fact that he's not always the cleanest out of the gate, or the quickest into stride, I should say. So that might catch him out a bit going to 7/8. But from the overall perspective, this horse just, as far as warm-ups go, he gets the A+. I mean, he's bouncing over the surface, moving very well. And I like the fact that he's showing a bit of energy. I think hopefully it bodes well for him getting out of the gate today. And Trevor McCarthy has ridden him 4 times in a row now, so he knows what his job is as far as getting this guy engaged a bit earlier on. Moving on to number 4, is it Jolly Heretic or Heretic? Acacia, I'm going to leave that one up to you. Heretic. That's what I thought at first. But okay, so Jolly Heretic doesn't match up that well on paper, but Tally Lynch's horses, they come over looking ready and healthy, and he's a long shot that I'd really be willing to use underneath. We'll see how he negotiates. The fast track, I didn't see anything as a problem in watching him warm up as he broke his maiden in a not a fast fashion, but in front-running fashion, first time out of the slop. So I like what I'm seeing from him. Like I said, okay, she's just one from a looks perspective to use.
And a nice price as well at 7-1. Getting a good price there. Maggie landing on the 1 at 5-2. Andy going with the number 5, Salippo, as the 6 Never Early. Still even money. Andy, both you and Maggie going elsewhere in this race, looking for an alternative. Do you think Never Early, he's one that just that last out win just stands out, and a big length score means he's ultimately going to take a lot of attention? Yeah,
I mean, he has to. He has a buyer figure that drowns these horses, and speed figures matter. And really, any speed figure you're looking at, he's going to be faster in this field. He's got to get an extra furlong today. But he is a forwardly placed horse, likely outside of Jolly Heretic. We'll see. I mean, I want to see him do it again. Jeffrey Engar, as we said, has had a fabulous winner here. particularly good off the claim, but he wasn't claiming horses, I don't think, from Rudy Rodriguez, who's tough to claim from. And this was a horse last time that they were begging you to take him, but he did deliver. And he's the horse to beat. I just thought he might be a little vulnerable today.
Maybe you can find some value elsewhere as we start to load into the gate for the third. Again, we're going 7 furlongs on the main track in this starter optional claiming. Coming up next, the favorite to the outside at even money. Here's the voice of New York Racing, John Imbrial, with the call.
Waiting for Silippo and Never Early. There in the gate. And they're off, and a good start for Never Early from the extreme outside. Never Early in front, quickly by a length. Heads or tails, races in second as Jolly Heretic now moves up along with Silippo. It is Never Early, Jolly Heretic, Silippo on the outside, 3 of them across. Heads or tails sits just off of them in fourth. Then it's Amadeus Music, and Making Boss Moves is the trailer in sixth. Never Early, the odds-on favorite, is in front here by a length, with the Jolly Heretic in second by a length and a half, and Silippo on the outside in third. Opening quarter mile, 23 1/5 seconds. Heads or tails is next in fourth. Then Amadeus Music and Making Boss Moves as they race around the far turn. Never Early, the leader by a half length. Jolly Heretic runs second, and on the outside is Silippo next in third. It's 3.5 lengths back to Heads or Tails. Amadeus Music and Making Boss Moves continues to trail. 1/2 and 46 1. Never Early heads for home with the lead. Never Early in front, getting away here to lead by 3, now by 4. Then a Jolly Heretic and Silippo. It is Never Early who is in front early and will be in front late. Never Early with a front-running score here under Dylan Davis, really eased up at the end. Never Early wins it. Silippo was second, Photo for third.
Well, Never Early, he certainly ran to the attention that he was taking and backed up that win last time out. Jeffrey Engelhardt off the claim, does it again.
He may not have run back to the 84 buyer, but he got a little bit late at the end. And I don't know if Dylan was pulling him up because he wasn't finishing that well off the wire either. But he made easy work of this field, getting the lead. When the 4 didn't show his usual gate speed, he was able to clear and get the rail, and I do think the rail's the place to be. Silippo ran fine, finishing second here, but he was no match for the winner.
No doubt about the winner, that's for sure, and you bring up a good point. It seemed like Dylan Davis pulled him up right after the wire, getting a little bit tired there. You can see drifting off the rail and stopping him around that point, but he did certainly plenty enough to win. Never Early, big win off the layoff last time out, and gets another victory, this time for his new connections. 6'5", I believe it was the 1, but it's a Photo for show in third. 4-5 favorite, Never Early. The winner will bring you prices in a little bit. We'll also talk about Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, who's back for her start of the 2022 season this weekend in her 4-year-old debut. We'll talk more about the Plenty of Grace and Plum Ali after this.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Share in the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. So glad to have you with us as race number 3 is in the books here at the Big A on a beautiful day. Love seeing people in short sleeves as well. It was the number 6 Never Early with Dylan Davis, who gets his picture taken, making it 2 wins in a row for 390.
And Dylan Davis hasn't stopped winning once we went to the spring championship meet here at Aqueduct. And Dylan Davis and Jeffrey Engelhardt as well. And he ran. He was 4 to 5, and he ran to it.
And this one owned by Robert Photos, who gets a win off the claim and is standing by with Maggie.
Thanks, Acacia. Yes, here, I mean, how could you have a better name for an owner in racing, Rob? I mean, how did you get involved in racing? Did the name have anything to do with it?
No, actually, I got involved several years ago. I love the sport. I watch my horses. I watch every single race. Whether they win or lose, I'm behind them 100%. I try to go to the stable to say hello to each and every one of them, and I just love them. It's a lot of fun.
Well, this one you didn't have to wait out a photo or anything, as Never Early was very dominant. And we've seen you, and especially Jeffrey, this entire meet, be very successful with your claims. Are you a big part into picking out horses to pick up?
Yes, actually, I discuss all claims with a friend of mine. And basically, we sit up day and night looking at these horses, and that's what our passion is. And our passion is our passion. We love the sport. I mean, 20, 25 hours a week goes into it, and Jeff gives us great advice, and we follow what he says, and it's working out great. This horse, I think, is special. I think we'll see this horse in Saratoga, and maybe could take down a decent-sized race. Horse ran terrific again today.
Now, you've been primarily involved in claiming. Is there any want or dream of reaching out and buying young horses, or you stick with the claiming game?
I actually stick with the claiming game. I was involved several years ago with Gary Contessa with young horses, and they didn't work out. They're very difficult, and I don't know if I'm skilled enough. I'm kind of like, even though I've been doing this a long time, I'm kind of a rookie when it comes to babies, so I try to stick to what I think I know best. Of course, I'm trying to reach out for that one horse in my life. I used to own Turco Bravo, a percentage of that horse. That was a lot of fun. And I want fun again, and I think this horse can be fun again.
Well, I hope and wish the best for you, and congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, sometimes you just stick with what you know, and it brings you success, Acacia, as Rob has done with claiming horses, and he gets another win here with Never Early.
And you've seen the name, or at least I've seen the name many times in the program. Great to put a face to the name as well. And nice to hear from owner Robert Photos, who certainly has had success with claiming runners and got his picture taken today.
Yeah, no, I'm happy for him, and it's always nice. And I agree. I like when we interview the owners sometimes, because you see them. If you don't know these people, you see their names, and you don't know who they are, and it's always nice to get a chance to catch up with them.
Well, big congratulations to them, and wishing him continued success with the claiming game. But as we mentioned before the break, coming up this weekend, we have a nice turf stake in the Plenty of Grace. We backtrack to 1992, and Plenty of Grace winning the Diana.
Yeah, John Veach actually trained this horse back when he was training for Darby Dan and the Phillipses after he trained for Calumet. And she was a tremendous racehorse. Yeah. And, she went on, and of course, we think of a lot of Jimmy Toner horses with a lot of those horses from the Phillips and the Darby Dan type horses with so many horses, but Plenty of Grace, what a horse she was. And I always like celebrating horses that were trained by my friend John Veach.
Herb McCauley up that day as well in the night. How about that for a throwback?
Yeah, John and Herb McCauley.
1992 Diana win with plenty of grace. We pay tribute to her this weekend. What a racer she was. Wins at 6 different racetracks. 8 wins from 30 starts, 5 graded stakes. Of course, we took a look at the Diana. She won the yellow ribbon as well, and the New York. And her namesake race coming up on Saturday at the Big A. It's a mile on the inner turf for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and upward. And it's a compact field, but a talented field as well. Plum Ali making her first start of her 4-year-old season, Andy, after she wired the field in the Winter Memories. And I know that this is a filly that was very, very tricky last year to get back on track, and a frustrating one for Christophe Cawan. And I know that he wanted to try her being forwardly placed, and it turned out showing speed was the right move.
No, I agree. This was Manny, I think, riding her that day. And he had complained to me a number of times a year that she always ends up so far back. Now, she ran well from last in the Wonder again, but she was disappointing. Maybe a little less distance better for her, too. Now, she's not going to be in front in this race in all likelihood, unless about 5 horses get left. But I think she'll run okay. She's got some real rivals in here, and not just the favorite in technical analysis. But I won't be surprised when she runs reasonably well, and I think they have to get her at least in position early.
Being 1, 2, 3 had been the game plan for her in her last couple of starts. Ran a good race in the Sands Point behind talented Fluffy Sock. She had that big win in the Winter Memories and a rewarding win as well to get back on track. Meanwhile, to the outside, technical analysis also makes her first start of her 4-year-old season. She is coming out of a 2nd place finish in the QE2 Cup. Here's her win in the Lake Placid.
She got very good in Saratoga. She had a nightmare trip in the Wonder again. Just absolutely no chance out in the middle of the track without cover the whole way. And then she came alive with an excellent performance in the Lake George, and she just dominated the field in Alabama Day, winning the Lake Placid. 1.8 miles, a bit of a stretch for her last time. And also Shannon Starr beat her, who's going to vie for favoritism in the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley with the terrific Regal Glory this weekend for Chad Brown. She's just too good. She's the worst to beat in this race. She's 4 to 5 in the morning line. I'm going to take a stab, not a stab, but I think there's a little bit interesting horse down the rail in Alms that might be a bit of an overlay. But there's no doubt that the technical analysis, based on her 3-year-old form, is the worst to beat.
Yeah, Alms, who actually ran very well behind Regal Glory 2 starts back for Mike Stidham, an intriguing runner, and like I said, maybe a compact field, but a very talented one at that, as that's a look at the field. And do note, Halo City is a main track only, so she's not in the body of the race there, but looking forward to that Plenty of Grace coming up on Saturday.
Absolutely, and looking for those horses getting started. Great programs for really every division here in New York, but the older fillies and mares is as strong as anything. And, you know, there's races like the Just a Game at a mile, a Grade 1 on Belmont Stakes Day, the now Grade 1 New York Handicap is like $600,000 or $750,000. You usually run that the day before the Belmont Stakes. Those are 2 huge races, and everybody wants to try to get to those races, and then on to Saratoga to a race like the Diana.
An exciting time of year right now as we see some of these horses getting their years underway, and hopefully with many more big things to come down the line. Back here today, though, we turn the page and get ready for race 4 at Aqueduct. We will be on the inner turf going 1 mile and a 16th. It's a maiden claiming for $40,000. Currently the number 2 Masa B for Linda Rice getting back to the grass and dropping in class is your favorite at 9 to 5. There's a look at that filly by Union Rags. We'll talk more about this field after this, and we'll also kick off today's Pick 6 carryover.
City of Light, a multiple Grade 1 winner with $5.6 million in earnings. Winner of the Grade 1 Malibu, the Grade 1 Triple Bend, the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, posting a 110 buyer, and the Grade 1 Pegasus World Cup, posting a 112 buyer. The best son to date of leading stallion Quality Road, City of Light stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
I think at a yearling, you're looking for pretty much an athlete. All horses come in different shapes and sizes. You know, some are tall, some are small, but really you're looking for balance and athleticism in the horse, one that moves well and knows how to use its body. So day-to-day starts in the morning. All the yearlings are out in the field at night, so we keep them out for a majority of the day. We'll come in the morning, get all the stalls ready, and we'll bring them up right about 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. And they'll stay in the stall for about 5 hours. They'll get a meal first thing when they come in. If they have any blacksmith or vet work that needs to get done, it'll get done at that time. The horses get groomed and bathed at that time, and importantly, they get to rest because they're out in the field fighting and getting that competitive edge.
Two yearlings we're really excited about.
That's the Quality Road out of Lowell. He is a first foal out of Lowell who is a great racehorse for the farm, and he has been great since day one. He's a big, strong, athletic horse. Hasn't done a thing wrong since he's been over here. Moves well, got a great mind to him, really has all the qualities that you're looking for. So he's a Warfront out of a mare named Queen Nefertiti. He's a really nice horse, real well balanced, got a good mind to him, very easy moving, and has everything that you're looking for in a horse at this age. My first group are now 4-year-olds. Art Collector was raised out here. He was the big one. And then the filly that won the Santa Anita Oaks, Soothsay, she was raised out here as well. She's a 3-year-old. A horse named Dynamic One that ran second in the Wood Memorial. He was raised out here. We've had a few other stakes winners as well on top of that, but those would be the main 3 so far. I've worked in every aspect of the farm, but the yearlings I kind of figured out was what I wanted to do. And out here, everybody has their own ways, and the way they do it is still pretty simplistic to keeping it pretty ordinary. Outside as much as they can, let the horses be horses.
And as always, our program is brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well, and these sights of horses at the farms, Andy, they just don't get old.
Oh no, I know, I love those pictures, and I love going to Claiborne Farm. I've said a lot in the show that it's the first place I ever went to, the farm, going to Kentucky, and been there many times. I've got pictures with Mr. Prospector, and
cool.
Danzig, and when I first went there in '94, I believe it was still there. He was still alive. And Seeking the Golden 49er at adjacent Paddocks.
Cool.
Yeah, it was great. It's a great place. The farms in Lexington, it's just such a great time of the year, especially.
And a great opportunity if you travel there to go take some tours and see some of these athletes and where things start up close. Meanwhile, we're in the paddock for this 4th race on the inner turf for these maidens, and we check in with Maggie for a paddock report.
And obviously the complexion of this race, Acacia, changed greatly with the scratch of the heavy morning line favorite Investment Income, which has left you with a former Chad Brown horse as your favorite. Down on the rail, returning for her 3-year-old bow is Massabee, who her first race on the turf, well, I wasn't totally sold on her being a turf horse, was actually a little bit better than it may look on paper. She was stuck chasing 3 wide the entire way, kind of dropped back as they entered the stretch and really stayed on, and then kind of remade up some ground. So I thought that effort indicated that, yeah, maybe she is a turf horse despite being a daughter of Union Rags. She comes back here. She looks pretty fit. She's about 90% there. She was a big, good-looking 2-year-old, so there really isn't much change with her physically. The one thing I can say is that she's very, very quiet. I would like for her to just be showing a little bit more energy here. It just to split hairs as a heavy favorite in the paddock, as we'll move on to her main rival, in which they finished pretty closely together, going back to that maiden 50 on November 20th. That's number 5, Belshaza. Belshaza, that day, looked, and I know she got a great trip too from Benji Hernandez, but she looked great. Relative to that day to this one, I'm not seeing the same horse whatsoever. She still has that long, wispy coat, winter coat to her, and she not carrying the same conditioning that she was going back to that second start. She hasn't changed or grown whatsoever from 2 to 3. Yes, it may purely be the surface that moves her up, but I'm not seeing the same horse that ran on this surface on November 20th as today. As honestly, the horse that's impressed me the most, and maybe she should, given her pedigree and the fact that she's a 4-year-old, is the first-time starter, number 3, Candlestick Maker, here for trainer Bruce Levine. Now, she is 5-1, but that's probably because with the scratch. The daughter of Empire Maker, which he kind of goes either way as far as surfaces. The Dam, who was trained by Eddie Keneally, was a multiple stakes winning dirt sprinter, and she's produced pretty much nothing but dirt sprinters. But looking at this gal, she wants long on the turf. She has a massive turf hoof to her, and she's got that big overstriding reach to her. She's big, she's powerful looking. I love her presence with regards to her demeanor here in the paddock. She looks fit enough to me. I don't know, Acacia, is there reservations given the pedigree and the fact she's not debuting till 4? Then again, she does not meet the strongest field here.
Yeah, she could just find the right spot. Very intriguing runner. Maggie, thank you. Candlestick Maker, 4-year-old filly by Empire Maker. For what it's worth, Andy, the second Dam was actually a stakes winner on turf, and certainly encouraging that Maggie thought she's debuting on the right surface. And there's Trevor McCarthy in those Rapoli Silks.
She's not taking any money. I mean, you know, once again, this field just totally changed, as Maggie suggested. When investment income came out, it was going to be a heavy favorite. I think a lot of people singling in this pick 6 carryover 45,000 plus begins in this race. Listen, I won't be surprised by anything. I guess I'll be a little surprised if the 7 Anchor Lady wins, and the 1A Love Unlimited is a little hard to make. But the 2, 3, 4, and 5, Masbeth and Belshazzar. Now I know it was last year, but it's a joke to compare the 2 trips. Not only did Belshazzar have an absolute dream trip, Masbeth, as Maggie said, was far wide. She also didn't break that sharply. According to Trackers, Masbeth covered 59 more feet than Belshazzar did that day. That is a significant difference. And now she draws inside, and Belshazzar's outside of her, opposed to last time.
We'll see how things play out here. Currently 8-5 is the number 2 Massa B. However, we will kick off the post parade with a horse who will break more towards the outside. Here's the 1A Love Unlimited.
She's tried the turf a couple of times, and she's just not done any running whatsoever, but she does get Lasix for the first time.
Blinkers come off today as she's the part of the entry that does stay in. We go next to the rail and your favorite Massa B.
She is who she is, but in this field, she's probably the likeliest winner.
Next will be a first-time starter. Maggie was intrigued by Candlestick Maker.
Yeah, and as you said, the second Dam was turf. The first family is not. We'll see.
She is 9-2 on the board right now. Next will be the number 4, Synonymous.
I think she's actually very dangerous near and should not be 9-2. The reality is she has a plethora of turf races that are just as fast or faster than these horses against better horses, and I'm not sure she shouldn't be one of the favorites.
She is 0-10, but she, as you mentioned, has run some good races on this surface. Here's the 5, Belshazzar.
We'll see. I mean, she's not going to win this race based on the comparable performances of the 2, but maybe she's improved since she was a 2-year-old. She'll have to.
She's 2-1 right now. Here's the 7, Anchor Lady.
Yeah, Anchor Lady's just really impossible to make off the races that she's run. She's been virtually eased in 3 straight dirt races, and her 1 turf race was only mildly better.
She's 13-1 on the board. Blinkers going on today. As you mentioned, we had a nice carryover in the pick 6 pool growing here. Sequence kicks off. Take us through the sequence a little bit, Andy. What did you think of it if you're interested in playing that carryover?
It's not easy, and I think it changed a lot with the scratch of the 8 in here. And I think that's one of the reasons right now we're not seeing a huge pool in here, because you could use any of the 2, 3, 4, and 5 if you were playing here. I'd probably use the 2 and 4. The next race is wide open. I kind of like Fontana Freda, the 5, a little bit. I thought Uncle's Gem and Palace Gossip, the 9 and 10, were the horses to beat. If I used 3, it would be 5, 9, and 10. The 6th race, there's just no form to go on. I would use the 2, 4, and 5, particularly the 5, who I think is the horse to beat in here, Bird Ruler, but with not a lot of confidence. Race 7, even though only a 4-horse field, the 1, 2, and 6 can all win. Default Protection could be forwardly placed. Make Mischief's ready off the layoff. She's going to win this race. And Cafe Society as a horse is improving. I would lean heavily on Make Mischief because you have to somewhere. The 8th race, I would take a shot here and just use the 2 entry, the Chad Brown entry, and I would use the number 5 coming in from Europe for Grand Motion Highland Chief. And the last race, it's a crapshoot. I mean, if I had to use only 3, I'd use the 4 Merger of Equals, the 5 Valencia Island for George Weaver's barn, that's 7 for 8 in April so far, and the number 11 Crosstalk, who I picked on top, but it doesn't feel like a lot of coverage there. This is a very tough sequence to navigate.
And wrapping up, as you mentioned, with a very tricky New York bred maiden special weight for the fillies in the nightcap. But that's the sequence, and some great insight from Andy on how it could potentially play out. It kicks off here in the 4th race, again with that carryover. Taking a look at the 5 Belshazzar, not encouraging what Maggie had to say as far as the potential jump that she might have made from 2 to 3, but Dylan Davis does stay aboard after riding her last time, and he is currently 2nd in the Aqueduct jockey standings.
Yeah, I mean, he's riding great, but what happened last year doesn't mean it's going to happen again this year. But the comparable performances between the 2 and 5 in the race together, I know that the 5 finished a half length in front of her, but the 2 ran a conservative 4 lengths better than she did, because not only did Belshazzar get this unbelievable dream ground-saving trip in there, but Masbeth was wide around the track. 60 feet is a lot of feet more to cover. And now Masbeth draws the rail, and Belshazzar the 4 post. So it's not a bad post for Belshazzar, but it's a huge swing. The 2 rates to cover less ground. Anything can happen. The 2 may not show up. The 5 might have improved a lot. All these things could happen. But based on what I've seen, it's ridiculous that the 5 is favored over the 2.
She just took a big pop now at 9 to 5. Belshazzar taking more money now on the track for trainer Gary Siaka, looking for his first win of the meet as well. Filly by Exaggerator. There is the number 2 Massabee. And I was laughing as I joked with you. Chad Brown had this filly on debut. We talked about the trip that she had, and given the fact that she's by Union Rags, we've seen Chad try many times to get these Union Rags runners onto the grass. And while he hasn't necessarily been heralded as a turf sire, they can run on the turf. And certainly some top outfits convinced that they are capable of being turf horses.
Less convinced than they once were.
That's fair.
I've been teasing Chad Brown for years and saying that you're gonna make Union Rags into a turf sire or die trying, and we laugh about it, you know. But I think a lot of it is an instinct, and I'm sure, you know, given the success that Chad Brown has had not only on the turf, but also winning turf races with horses. You look at their pedigrees. I mean, honestly, you look at Lady Eli. Would you have really thought of Divine Park, her sire, was going to be a turf sire? Would you really have thought, I'm going to go to the turf with this horse? So Chad's eye with these horses has been so good that it would be ridiculous to argue with him. But the Union Rags is not working out that well. Doesn't mean this horse won't win, though.
Filly back to 40,000, back to the grass as well. For more on this field, though, let's go trackside with Maggie.
And Acacia, as we well know, it might be just because they're not very good workhorses in the morning on the main track, as I think the pace is questionable here. Who goes to the front end? Because at this level, especially on this inner turf course, whoever makes the lead could be very dangerous. And Massabee, who did show a little bit more forward placement in her first start for Linda Rice, albeit back in January. Like I said, she was very docile in the paddock, but Jose Lascano got her really engaged out on the racetrack and gave her that big warm-up, and she does possess that inside post position, so I would hope that he would take advantage of it. I think she is the right favorite as of now. I mean, if anything, there should be a bigger price disparity between her and the 5. In my point of view. But let's also take a look at the horse Andy said he was a little bit interested in, the current 3rd choice, Synonymous. She has Ruben Severa on her back. He can be pretty aggressive, and she was very sharp on the racetrack. I don't love the fact that she got a little hot. As I say, sometimes indicates a horse needing a race, but again, unseasonably warm, and she still has that long coat to her. I wish she looked a little bit more fit given the circumstances, but I'm not going to be surprised when she jumps up and wins here. But Acacia, the horse who has maintained the, apple of my eye in this race is that first-time starter, Candlestick Maker.
I like it, Maggie. Thank you. 5-1 on that filly, Candlestick Maker. Maggie lands there, getting a nice price on that first-time starter. We're taking a look at Synonymous, and Maggie brought up a great point about Ruben Silvera. We saw it happen last week with Ruben being more aggressive and some of those riders coming in from Parks and riding here in New York and taking advantage of maybe a jockey colony that as a whole is not as aggressive out of the gate.
I'm not going to argue with that. He is aggressive. And the thing about the speed, last week, the rails were down in the outer course, and we saw the rail on the outer turf course. Horses inside do very well when they ran 2 days on it. The inner turf, not as clear a bias. They were out 18 feet on the inner turf. They're on the rails today. So there is a possibility that that being inside of the inner will be an advantage. I'm not saying it's going to be extreme, but Maggie makes also the great point that I think more her point was, in a race like this, a tactical advantage will go a long way. So I agree with her. The 2 or 4 are going to be in front in this race. I don't think the 2 didn't show speed first time. I was just breaking from post 9 out there, and in a 23 first quarter. That horse has shown plenty of speed in both of her races in relative terms.
Hopped up a little bit at the break. She got engaged into the race in that debut on turf, but just never saw the rail the entire time. And to Maggie's point, maybe this is a level where you don't entirely trust some of these horses to pass late. So being forward kind of simplifies things.
I'm not going to argue with that way of thinking. I agree, and aggression gets rewarded, so I'm not going to be surprised to do well.
That pick 6 kicking off here. Again, a carryover coming into today. Race number 4 will be the start of that tricky and competitive sequence, as Andy outlined for us, and stepping onto the turf. As far as how this sport is playing, as you mentioned, a scratch of investment income hugely changed how the board would be. But would you say the amount of money that Massabee is taking would be a good sign for the start of this sequence?
I guess. I mean, she's not dead on the board, so that's probably a good sign for her. She's the horse to beat. It's clear. She's only run once in the turf. She ran significantly better than the 5. The 4's had plenty of chances. The 3 is a first-time star that even in this field where really there's only 4, the 1 and 7 are not taking any money. Yeah. So it's essentially, from a betting perspective, a 4's field, and I respect Maggie's opinion liking the 3, but you have to look at the 3 and say, this horse is not going to bet a nickel in here. Yeah. But on the other hand, maybe she's not much, and maybe they're overestimating the talents in the field. I'm not going to be shocked if she wins, but boy, she isn't getting bet at all.
9-2 on Candlestick Maker, 4-year-old filly for Bruce Levine. Massabee the favorite will load first and break from the rail down to the inside. The number 2 for Linda Rice on that drop in class. The rest of the field loads in. This kicks off today's pick 6. Good luck if you're playing. We hope you are. We are on the inner turf here for the 4th race for the rest of the load and call. We send it up to John and Brielle.
Set for the start of the 4th. And they're off. From the inside, it is Massabee going out for the lead. From the outside, it is Anchor Lady. Massabee, the leader, as they come past the stands for the first time. Massabee now joined by Love Unlimited and Anchor Lady. The 2 long shots right alongside of Massabee. So it's 3 of them across, and they've got 3 lengths on Synonymous, who's down on the inside and running in a 4th. Then comes Belshazzar in a 5th, and Candlestick Maker is the trailer in 6th. The opening quarter, 23 2/5 seconds. Massabee leads here by 3/4 of a length. And on the outside, Love Unlimited is running in 2nd. Break of 2 to Anchor Lady in 3rd. To her inside is Synonymous in 4th. Then comes Belshazzar. Candlestick Maker continues the trail as they race midway up the back stretch. And it is the favorite, Massabee, by a head. Love Unlimited is in between horses. Anchor Lady's on the outside. So once again, 3 of them stacked across the track. Synonymous sits just off them in 4th. Then Belshazzar and Candlestick Maker, who begins to make up some ground on the outside. Half mile in 49 seconds. It is Massabee with the lead here. Love Unlimited now. Taking a bad step there at the back was Candlestick Maker. Candlestick Maker at the back as the field now comes for the top of the stretch. It's Massabee on the inside, and on the outside it is Love Unlimited, Belshazzar, and Synonymous. And the field is at the 8th pole now, and it's 4 of them across. Here comes Synonymous up to challenge for the lead. Massabee continues to battle on, then Love Unlimited and Belshazzar. It is Synonymous in front, and Synonymous will be the winner here by 2.5 lengths. Massabee was second, followed by Love Unlimited and Belshazzar.
Synonymous coming in her first start of 2022 gets the victory here, and good to see after an awkward step, Candlestick Maker seemed to be fine crossing the wire under Trevor McCarthy.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the most important thing. This horse, Silvera, could not have given this horse a better ride. He got an assist when the two long shots, the 1A and 7. Now, in fairness, one of them actually hung around till the end. The 1A actually hung around till the end, so you can't knock it. The 7 was nowhere, but those horses really made the two Massabeth's job difficult. I think Finn ran decently in second. This horse just worked out the perfect trip, and I know you look at this horse and your initial inclination is, well, she's had a million chances, but the reality is in this field, I'm mad at myself that I should have picked her on top. And I mean, Belshazzar. She had the exact same trip basically the winner had. She was one path outside of her. She could not have been worse. I don't know what race she's ever going to win. I don't know who was betting her at 2-1.
4-2-1A-5 under the line in the fourth race. It was Ruben Silvera and Synonymous to get the victory as she got back to the turf. Obviously her preferred surface, got the right kind of trip today. Massabee, Jose Lascano tried to wire the field every step of the way, but as you mentioned, unforeseen circumstances when you have two long shots come and pressure you.
Well, that's the thing. It's right, especially when you draw inside. You can't stalk. I'm not saying she would have won, but and listen, the 1A stuck around.
Yes,
so,
she did.
you know, Jose Gomez was, I'm not knocking those guys for being aggressive. I don't think we expected those horses to be aggressive.
But it was 3-1 on the number 4, Synonymous, getting to the winner's circle for the first time today. We'll bring you prices in a little bit. And when we come back, we already talked about the Kentucky Oaks and how that's shaping up. How about the Kentucky Derby, the countdown to this year's Kentucky Derby, the first Saturday in May, and the Run for the Roses. And what a field of 3-year-olds it is shaping up to be. More on that after this.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside. And they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
America's Day at the Races continues. Brought to you as always by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Race 4 in the books on the turf. It was Ruben Silvera and Synonymous. Got the right trip and certainly delivered today for trainer John Pregman, who stands by now with Maggie.
And Acacia, a horse originally in John's barn, and John claimed from you for $50,000, and you bought her back, and you get the win first off the bench.
It was nice, very, very nice. She's basically a grass horse, and they were done with her because it was the winter time, and so we bought her, gave her some time off, and I always liked her, and she performed well today.
Now, were you the one who picked her up for the 12 grand as a 2-year-old?
I brought her down there as a 2-year-old. Ironicus, first time, sire, and he was a nice grass horse. Shug had him, I think, at the time.
Well done you. I think you've made a pretty good return on your investment. But talk about her win today. She did it quite nicely.
Yeah, I told them, don't fuss with it too much. He's like, if you start, taking her in and out, then she gets kind of cranky. He just sat on the rail with her, and when it opened up, he went, and she ran a big race. She's got a big, long stride on her.
She does, and she's run some good races. And with a horse like her, she breaks her maiden for 40. Where do you go? I mean, it's always wait to see how the race comes back, starter allowance, or a claiming race.
I don't know. We'll have to just see how she comes out of the race.
Small stable, you own most of your horses.
Yes.
Talk about that experience.
Well, it's good. I trained for 30 years, and I retired for 5 years. And then I was at a farm in New Jersey. It worked out fine, and then they sold the farm, so I came back to New York. So it's a terrible drive from New Jersey to New York every day.
You still make it?
Yeah, the Easy Pass is $800 a month.
Jeez, God bless you. Well, congratulations. Well worth the drive today.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
John Pregman gets the win here with the horse he buys back, guys. Synonymous.
Well, obviously the right call. Great to see John and to hear from him. Synonymous with the victory, getting back to the surface she prefers and into the winner's circle.
Yeah. Got an absolutely flawless ride by Ruben Silvera. Did everything right. Got in the pocket. He waited patiently in the pocket. He got the right kind of trip with some pressure being put on the favorite, the 2, Mospin. But there couldn't have been a better ride by Ruben to get it done.
Here's a look at the 5th race. We're on the turf sprinting this time. 6 furlongs for New York bred allowance. This is for the fillies and mares. Taking a look at the field. Ready AP 5-2 right now on the board as she tries the grass for the first time. We'll talk more about this 5th race in just a little bit, but as we promised you, we'll take a look at what could be shaping up for this year's Kentucky Derby field. And just as the fillies have taken some big steps forward to assess which ones are going to be the top of the group, we've seen some huge steps forward from the 3-year-old colts as well as we get ready for the Run to the Roses. This is a look at the Derby preps worth 100 points. We had several this past weekend. And Andy, who stands out to you on this list?
Well, the 2 horses, most logical horses, are Epicenter, who's had dream trips in his races, but he's delivered. Whether or not he's able to work out that kind of trip in the Derby is always another question. Zandon, who just what he did what others haven't. He was able to run through trouble. He was shuffled back to last as they were nearing turning for home in the bluegrass, and he still blew the field away. I don't know how anybody could look at the relative performances of he and Smile Happy, even when Smile Happy finished ahead of him, and not realize that Zandon is the superior horse. He was superior coming in, and he's even more superior coming out. So he was very impressive.
Yeah, you love to see this at this stage. I mean, these are still younger horses. They could still be largely untested in having to overcome the adversity that he did in this race, have to weave through traffic and to get up in time, closing from off of there, showing another dimension and some tenacity on the track as well.
And you can see why Chad Brown has been so eager to ride Flavien Prat. He picked up the mount in domestic spending when Irad Ortiz made a foolish decision and rode Colonel Liam instead of him at Churchill. And Flavien's really establishing himself as a mainstay in the Chad Brown barn riding this horse. He rides with such confidence. He's cool going through that hole. He never panicked. This was a very good performance. It wasn't as fast as Epicenter's, but what he did was he showed a kind of grit, what you want to see. He's getting the right thing out of his Derby preps. If you look at every single one, the Remsen, the Risen Star, the Bluegrass, he has had far from perfect trips in all 3 of them, and yet he's responded with solid efforts in all of them, really putting together the Bluegrass. And if he continued to move forward, he could be the horse to beat in the Kentucky Derby. He was the horse you probably want out of the preps, but he was not the most impressive of the 3 winners on Saturday.
That largely, you would imagine, goes to Taiba in the Santa Anita Derby. What a performance from him. As we'll bring in Maggie into this conversation. Santa Anita Derby this past weekend as well, Maggie. Taiba just absolutely blew them away, much like he did earlier on in the start of his career, too.
Yeah. Which was only just a race ago, Acacia. This guy coming into the Kentucky Derby with only 2 races under his belt, a 103 buyer first time, and then a 102 in winning that Santa Anita Derby. And he did it in the right kind of fashion. Taking that massive jump forward from 6 to 9 furlongs is not an easy feat. He rated kindly, but he does have that tactical speed, which bodes well as far as tactics are concerned in a 20-horse Derby field. But he lacks experience. he doesn't look as though he lacks it on the racetrack in watching his performances, but yes, we saw Justify do it and became a Triple Crown winner with 3 starts prior to heading into the Kentucky Derby starting gate. We'll see if Taiba can do it with just 2, but it also kind of speaks volumes for the, I don't want to say prolific yet, but the start to his stud career that Gunrunner has had. In his first crop, he's going to have 3 horses in the Derby, Acacia, with 2 of them possibly being the favorites in here in Epicenter and Taiba.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable what Gunrunner has done, and we got to see it firsthand with his 2-year-olds last year, and they've continued on as 3-year-olds as well. A terrific point by Maggie. But some exciting preps this past weekend as far as the Kentucky Derby is concerned, and looking forward to seeing how things will shake out. Obviously in the Derby, it's a big field, as Maggie mentioned. A lot of it depends on trip and where you're drawn to, but this is a good crop of 3-year-olds.
It is. I mean, the Derby is a surprisingly fairly run race a lot of the times as far as trips. I see a lot less trips than you'd imagine in these bigger fields. What Zandon has over the others is he's had the ability to run through adversity, and I think that's one of the reasons he may well be favored in here. Taiba is really good, but it's not Justified. Justified, his 3rd start was the Sanity Derby. He had a race in a mile before it. Horses like Taiba, these kind of decisions, and these are owner-fuel decisions. And to be fair, I thought he was ridiculous for running the Sanity Derby, so I'm already dead wrong in that case, to be fair. But he was in a non-competitive, good race, but a non-competitive race with a soft trip. And it's going to be a much different story in Kentucky. And in all likelihood, a horse like Taiba could have been as good a horse there is in the country if taking maybe a more conservative route, trying to get him to Travers, the way Arrogate did. He probably runs 13th in the Derby, and we'll see where he goes from there. I think he's a tremendous talent, but I think he's so wrong for the Derby.
We saw some very impressive performances this past weekend as far as those big Derby preps are continue. May 7th will be just around the corner. We'll look forward to that run for the Roses in this year's Kentucky Derby and this year's 3-year-old contenders. Meanwhile, 3-year-old and up, it's the fillies on the turf coming up next. 6 furlongs in this New York bred allowance. And we'll take a look at the number 5, Fontana Freda, off of the layoff for Jim Bond. She won an off the turf race back in November. Gets back on the grass today. She's an intriguing prospect in this field and a generous price right now on the board. And as we know about the Bond Barn, they keep it all in the family. More on that after this on America's Day at the Races.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
All right, next set, let's get him out of town. Let's go. I don't go front side unless I have a horse running or it's a grade 1. She's just gonna gallop off. It's not me. I just like being here at the barn. You don't learn a whole lot front side. You learn more back here watching the horse. One step forward. Okay. She's all stretched, right?
With the shadow roll.
He's jogging too, also, this horse here is. We stretch so many horses that sometimes when they've been in the barn for almost 2 years, they do it automatically as soon as we go for them. They just do it like, it's amazing. You gotta reset your saddle. One step. A little too far. A quarter pole. Just easy. The track getting a little cut up, so just take care of her.
I think training horses is keeping them happy. You know, sorry, but anybody can go 2 miles, a mile, quarter mile, jog, whatever. That's easy. But it's trying to get into their head.
She's sassy. She's really sassy.
All I am is a big teacher, and I'm just trying to turn the light on for that student to make them basically want to be better. They are breaking.
She was a moonlighting 2 nights a week at a nice steakhouse, and I asked her out for a year, and she wouldn't go out with me. She said I wasn't her material yet. So I just kept asking. Boy, did I get lucky.
My brother and I had always worked for my father when we were kids, just helping out around the farm, helping out at the barns in the morning, going in with him. There was never pressure from him to do this, but gave us the tools. We went to school and sought out if there was something else that took our interest, but we came back to the sport.
Last night. Yeah, I'm a grandpa.
It's my youngest, Ryan's first one. So we're very happy, and we got another trainer in the family. I don't golf, I don't do anything. I just play with horses, and I love, the farm is a tranquil for me. It's kind of settles me down, and I get to see the future.
I always try to follow my horses. I just like watching how they track.
All right, let's go with Escapology. That filly's coming off of work. Let's just jog her twice.
COVID hit and changed our whole business model, and we have met some of the nicest people that have the same outlook that we do about the horse, and we can do the right thing by the horse all the time.
It is Giacosa.
I think she's happy. That's fantastic. Fantastic. That's good enough for her.
You may recognize those 007 saddle towels if you've seen horses training up in Saratoga. The Bond Barn represented by Fontana Freda, who gets ready to make her first start of 2022 coming up in this 5th race here at Aqueduct.
Yeah, I like Fontana Freda. She's going to have to improve a bit, but she's had wild trips in her races. She needs to break. I think for me, the key in this race is you have to bet against the 2, Ready AP, who is massively overbet.
She's trying the turf for the first time. For more on this field, though, let's get a paddock report from Maggie.
And as Andy said, Ready AP taking a lot of money, and you don't take a short price horse doing something they've never done for the first time. And as always with syndicates, they like to bet their horses, and she is a West Point horse. She is second off a layoff, which I thought she ran well, albeit last time. But she kind of showed her hand that she would need a start. She got very hot and washy, and while she looked fit, I just thought that a start would be beneficial to kind of shake off the ring rust. Ring rust hasn't gone away here today. Again, very washy. And Christophe Clement's horses don't tend to be nervous types or ones that kind of live on their nerves. So that right there gives me a reason to be cautious with her. And furthermore, I don't really see turf. Honestly, physically, it's Christophe, so I wholeheartedly respect his opinion when judging horses and what surface they want, but I just don't see it with her. But in a field of supposed turf sprinters, there isn't that many speed horses. So the fact that she does have a little bit of early speed helps, but then again, dirt speed doesn't always translate to turf speed. As we'll move on towards the outside, number 9, Uncle's Gem. A little bit of a frustrating day so far for Linda Rice, having some beaten favorites, but I like Uncle's Gem, and hopefully she's not going to be a favorite in here. I think she looks great coming back off the bench for this 5-year-old Bow. Certainly one that got off to a late start in her career, but stacked together a decent resume as of last year as a 4-year-old, comes back fit, looks ready, and she's just a total turf sprinter, and I like her at this 6 furlong distance. But I'm really intrigued by number 10, Palace Gossip. Not in love with her post position, but she could be the fastest in here. And I love Tony Dutrow, and I've known him my whole life, so a lot of our conversations are very candid and frank, and he says, oh man, Mag, now what do I do with her? She won and broke her maiden very late in the turf season here in New York, and of course she's a New York bred, so he's had to be patient with her, but she looks ready. She looks fast, she looks focused, she's really, really strong behind the saddle. I've liked her from the get-go as a turf sprinter, and she's getting back to it here, and I think she's ready to fire, Acacia.
Certainly an intriguing runner, Maggie. Thank you. Palace Gossip, who broke her maiden, as Maggie mentioned, back in November. And that is tough when you have a horse that not only is a turf runner, but is a New York bred, and you want to keep her against that New York bred company. Makes sense coming back in a spot like this, but Tony Dutrow certainly had to put her on the shelf for a little bit, and that's understandable.
Yeah, the price on the 10 is ridiculous. She's probably supposed to be favored. And I think by post time she'll be very close to favored. She's the speed. As Maggie and I, Maggie and I totally agree on that, in that Ready AP has speed on dirt. It's not always turf speed. Palace Gossip has run very well in all of her turf sprints. She's run against better horses overall. She's, in my opinion, should be favored in this race. I have to imagine David Aragona probably had her as the favorite in here. I'm interested in the 5 Fontana Freddos coming off a big trip. I thought the 2, a little 3, and the 9 and 10 are the right horses here.
Late pick 5 kicking off here as well. We're sprinting on the turf. There is the number 9, Uncle's Gem, who Maggie talked about in the paddock as well, off of a layoff since December. She ran some strong figures against New York Bred Allowance Company before the break.
Yeah, I think Uncle's Gem makes a lot of sense. In that race where she finished just a nose out of Master of the Tunes, Master of the Tunes got one of the all-time greatest rides and trips from John Velasquez. And Uncle's Gem didn't have a bad trip, but was much more forwardly placed, which hurt her.
She looked a little bit uncomfortable between horses as well. We'll get into the post-parade, though. Here is the 1, Proper Grammar.
Yeah, she would be an upsetter. John Pregman looks for 2 straight races. She's got to improve to beat horses like this.
Here's Ready AP, still the favorite.
Yeah, she's just a bad favorite. She's not particularly good in the dirt. She's a more than ready, but she doesn't have a real turf move-up pedigree. People are overbetting her. Maybe it's the West Point factor.
Here is Flip My Id, back to grass.
I thought she was a little dangerous off her last turf race. Her other ones, not so much, but she's not impossible to price.
Named by Freud. You have to say slowly and carefully. Here is the 4, No Pain, cutting back.
No Pain's actually run some reasonable races, but with Joel Rosario getting good trips, different situation today.
Fontana Freda is next.
Yeah, Fontana Freda has had terrible trips in both of her turf races and really should have won every turf race she's been in. She's got to improve, but as a 2 going 3, she probably rates 2.
Here's the 6, Master of the Tunes, as you mentioned, same race as Uncle Gem.
Yeah, she got an unbelievable trip that day. She's unlikely to be able to duplicate that.
Big Time Lady is next, back to the grass.
Yeah, she's run okay in some grass races, but I wonder if 6 furlongs is really her cup of tea.
Has been effective, going a bit longer as well. Back to the turf for the 8, Sassy Melissa. Do note that last race was on Tapeta.
Yeah, I thought she came alive at Saratoga, and I still don't know if those races are good enough to win. I can see why some people like her. I'm just not one of them.
Here is the 9, Uncle's Gem for Linda Rice.
I think Uncle's Gem is a very big player in here and a very generous price right now at 6 to 1. She can be forwardly placed as well.
Next will be the number 10, Palace Gossip, now down to 6 to 1.
Yeah, I think she should be favored here, and I imagine by post she'll get very close to it, if not favored.
Ran a big race last time out when she broke her maiden in November. Here's the 10 of all the gin joints.
Yeah, of course, a reference to Casablanca. Only dangerous because George Weaver is training and his barn has been on fire.
This one getting on the turf for the first time. And to the outside here is the big price, number 12, Frosted Bourbon.
Yeah, this would be a massive upsetter and blow up this pick 6.
We'll go back to the number 9, Uncle's Gem, taking a look at that last race in December in a good stalking spot that day. As I mentioned, she was kind of one that seemed to be a little bit uncomfortable in between horses late. Coming from off of it is the Master of the Tunes, who comes out of that same race.
Right, but she's down the rail with John Velasquez, and no disrespect to her current rider, he's not John Velasquez. And it's just, you see the patience and waiting and coming through, whereas Uncle Gem did more dirty work towards the front end, and just a very, very different story. So I'm skeptical that Master of the Tunes will be able to duplicate that kind of performance.
Master of the Tunes, third that day. Second was Uncle's Gem. Jose Lascano climbs aboard for her first start now as a 5-year-old mare as she returns back here in 2022. Back to the number 5, Fontana Freda. She won last time out in that off-the-turf race. She actually had a shoe repair before that last race, too. That was on the main track. But as you mentioned, she had some trips in her 2 turf starts.
I mean, it's part of her own doing. She doesn't get out of the gate. When you're back to last, it's a real problem. And it's not like she's coming out of a race that totally fell apart. And after this, I mean, Luis Saez just made a very aggressive mid-move. You see him steadying right there, in more trouble, shuffled back and stayed. And I guess decided, I got to go. And while she's on the rail here, she's quickly going to move the 3 or 4 path. And she made this huge middle move. So it's understandable that she hung in the rate stages because she exerted so much energy just to get there. Look where she is now and has to get there. If she can get out of the gate cleanly, and she did in her last start in the dirt, she could be a very different horse because she'll have better position. And if she can make that jump from 2 to 3 and improve her buyer figures and break cleanly, I think she can beat these horses. I'm alive in the double with her. I think she's an okay horse at a price in a wide open race.
So Trevor McCarthy giving her a big warm-up. You mentioned getting out of the gate has been her Achilles heel. And you can see how wide she is in that race back in October at Belmont as she gets back to the grass for the first time today since the fall. Filly by Stormy Atlantic, back now as a 3-year-old. Typically, the barn we do see really heat up in Saratoga too, but the horses Jim Bond has run here this meet at Aqueduct have been running.
Some very good Aqueduct meets, and I think this is a lot better than she looks on paper. It's not an easy spot. I'm not in love with her chances, but in going through here, I thought there's enough reasons to like her, and I also thought, I mean, the idea that she's the same price as the 10, the 10's a more likely winner. I thought she'd be much bigger, and she is much bigger in doubles.
Well, for more on this filly, let's check in again with Maggie.
And we'll take a look, yes, Acacia, at number 5, Fontana Freda, as she actually broke her maiden on a day off the turf in which she got a shoe repair. That usually doesn't work out that well, but she got it done. She comes back here and she looks fit, but I wish there was just some progression. You know, she doesn't look any different from 2 to 3. I like to see that. But as I always say, with the turf sprinters, it doesn't matter quite as much. And she does get Lasix for the first time, so a lot of times that will lighten a horse up a bit more than what you've seen from them in the past. She's fine, and you're getting a decent price on her at 6 to 1, I suppose. She wasn't one that grabbed my eye, though, and this is a big field, and I just kind of, in these big fields, I want horses to kind of grab me, and one that did was number 8, Sassy Melissa, as she made her first start for Jeremiah Engelhardt at Gulfstream on the Tapeta, ran fine. She looks great. She's moving so effortlessly out in at least the dirt that, I mean, it looks as though her feet aren't even touching the ground. She's just done everything right, in my opinion, and she possesses recency, Acacia, where a lot of these horses do not.
A great point for sure, Maggie. She had that race off the layoff. Sassy Melissa, filly by Ward Answer, you'd have to imagine to get, will be happy getting back to the turf. And as Maggie said too, those off the turf races at Gulfstream are run on the Tapeta. So that wasn't dirt that she ran on last time. And she got the trip that you'd want on the Tapeta surface, just as how that was playing throughout. But certainly a race that she could build off of.
Hopefully, because her turf races aren't really good enough to win, and she's massively overbet at 7 to 2 right now. She's a horse who's supposed could win this race. I didn't like her, but I don't have such a strong opinion one way or another. I think you're supposed to bet against the 2 at 3 to 1, and you're probably supposed to bet against her at 7 to 2. I just don't know what in her career she's done that says she's supposed to be favored over horses like the 9 and 10. She also ran her best race in Saratoga, but Maggie would have good things to say about her. I want Maggie to ask her friend Tony Dutrow why he's choosing to run High Opinion in a 6-furlong allowance race in the turf on Saturday, and he didn't choose to run her in the Plenty of Grace, which seemed to me to be a better spot for her at a shorter price.
Yeah, that would be interesting to
She's a good horse, too.
She's a very good
Probably
horse.
needs a race, but
yeah.
I just was surprised. It's
she
a
did
very
win
odd
at 7
choice.
furlongs earlier in her career, but she'll be going 6 on Saturday as opposed to a little bit longer in the turf stake, the Plenty of Grace. But looking forward to seeing High Opinion back. She definitely has a lot of talent. And that's actually a nice turf sprint field as well.
I agree. I think if she wins that race, she might have been good enough to beat Technical Analysis. I think she would have been a clear second choice, at worst, behind Technical Analysis in that Plenty of Grace. I'm just a very surprising, I think some of you look at Saturday's card, I think you'll see what I mean. And Tony's done a great job with High Opinion. I mean, you think where he took her from. And she, I think, had that huge price win with Eric Hansel, right? She paid like 100 $60 or something.
She was
It's
a big price.
Huge price.
Yes,
Made
she
a run
was.
from 100
She was
behind.
97 to
Right,
1
from
when she broke her
way
maiden. Broke her
Up the
maiden
inside.
going 7 furlongs at
Yeah.
Belmont Park. Yeah, pretty impressive. We last saw her finishing third in the Noble Damsel behind Shifty, or second, excuse me, in the Noble Damsel behind Shifty She back in October. So that's coming up on Saturday. As Andy mentioned, Saturday's card is drawn, so you can start getting to work because it's a good one. Of course, looking forward to all of that action this weekend. Meanwhile, the late pick 5 kicking off here in a very competitive race and a good board if you're looking for some value. Palace Gossip, speaking of Tony Jutro, that one still a price up there at 5 to 1 as this filly comes back. Yes, she has the layoff. Yes, she has to face winners off of a maiden win back in November, but she has strong turf form.
Oh, absolutely. The horses she was running against were better. She should have been a big favorite last time. She's very logical here, and she's supposed to be forwardly placed. But these are fun races because they're wide open. A lot of horses, and you always say, trips are key in these races, but there's a lot of horses that can win here. And the one thing that's good about Palace Gossip is she has speed, so she shouldn't have to worry about her trip.
Ready AP, first time on the turf, still taking attention as she's 3 to 1 on the board, your tepid favorite. They load into the starting gate for the 5th race here at the Big A. We're sprinting on the turf. Fun one, big field to kick off today's late pick 5. Here's John and Brielle with the call.
Waiting for Master of the Tunes and Frosted Bourbon. They're all in. And they're off. It is Sassy Melissa, and on the outside it is Uncle's Gem, along with Palace Gossip. Now moving on through is Flip My Id and Ready AP. Ready AP, Flip My Id, Palace Gossip on the outside. Sassy Melissa runs in 4th. Proper Grammar's down on the inside in 5th, and Uncle's Gem next in 6th. Fontana Freda is next in 7th. Master of the Tunes runs in 8th, followed by No Pain on the inside in 9th. Of all the gin joints in 10th. To the outside, Frosted Bourbon. And trailing the field is a Big Time Lady. Up front, it is Ready AP and Flip My Id, and the two of them are right together. Just in behind is Sassy Melissa, and on the outside is Palace Gossip. So now it's 4 of them across the track. Fontana Freda is in 5th. Sassy Melissa and Palace Gossip. Fontana Freda is in 3rd. Sassy Melissa is getting away now. Sassy Melissa's in front by almost 3. And it will be Sassy Melissa to win it here. Then Palace Gossip in 2nd. A photo for 3rd between No Pain and Fontana Freda.
Sassy Melissa, she got that race under her belt on the Tapeta at Gulfstream last time out, built off of that with a nice trip and a nice finish today.
Yeah, she got a sensational trip and ride here, but she was best. She won this race fairly comfortably. I would have knocked me out of the pick 6. I would have run 2nd and maybe 3rd, 10 and 5. She was just best today. Good trip and all, but a very good trip and a very good ride by Jose Ortiz.
Jose Ortiz in the saddle. She finished up on that left lead, but didn't matter. She was the best, and she was closing strong. You could see in between horses there, outside of her, was Palace Gossip, who ran well off the layoff, too. Fontana Freda, another one off of a layoff. Certainly had some run, but you could see maybe flattened out a little bit late in the stretch.
Yeah, and the winner is, when you win by a couple of lengths like this, that's a good performance. And it's a head bob for 3rd between No Pain and Fontana Freda, and I have no idea who won it. A lot of pressure up front for the 2, and it helps set it up. This horse got a great ride, though.
Jose Ortiz will get his picture taken with Sassy Melissa. We'll bring you prices a little bit later on, but time flies when you're having fun, and it's time for us to say goodbye, Andy.
We'll be back tomorrow.
Yes, we will. Looking forward to it. I'll be back reporting a little bit later on as well. But in the meantime, Greg Wolf and Richard Migliori are standing by and ready to come up on the set to take you the rest of the way. A lot more live racing action to come from the Big A. Stay with us here on America's Day at the Races.
Agenda for St. Tobias Stable.
Grace and the race, scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutant.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in purses. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York. Visit wardancerstud.com.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York breds start with an advantage. New York breds run for serious green. At Belmont and Saratoga, New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Aqueduct is the only racetrack within the confines of the 5 boroughs of New York City and faced intense competition from several other tracks located in the vicinity. True to its nature, the racetrack not only survived, but thrived. Aqueduct underwent an extensive 3-year overhaul and reopened on September 15, 1959, to much fanfare, as it was one of the most modern facilities of its kind. In 1960, Aqueduct presented its first Wood Memorial. The race is New York's premier prep race for the Triple Crown and remains one of the track's signature events, along with the Cigar Mile Handicap and Remsen Stakes. Aqueduct was the first and only track to have a triple dead heat win in a stakes race when Brownie, Bousset, and Wait a Bit hit the wire in tandem. In 1965, it was the site of the largest crowd ever to witness a thoroughbred race at that time in the Empire State, when more than 73,000 packed the stands to see Gunbow in the Metropolitan Mile. The legendary Cigar began his famous 16-race win streak at Aqueduct. He scored impressively in the 1994 Nairo Mile as part of that win streak. The race was named in Cigar's honor after he retired in 1997. The last racetrack Secretariat placed his hooves upon was Aqueduct. He was retired there before commencing his stud career at Claiborne Farm. Aqueduct was the second track to host the Breeders' Cup in 1985 and was one of the first sporting venues where Pope John Paul II held Mass in 1995.
We love being here. We're going to get a little more of the Big A before we shift the scene over to Elmont, New York, and go to Belmont Park. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, good to be with you here on FS2. Little trivia from that package. We couldn't fit it in, but who is the all-time winningest rider in the history of Aqueduct?
Well, I rode here a lot of winters. I can't take too much credit for it. I just kind of, by attrition, I outlasted everybody.
Greg Wolf, the MIG, Richard Migliori with you. Our 7th today. It's our feature race on this card at Aqueduct. Compact field, but a good group of fillies and mares that are going to line up in here. And yeah, with those scratches, just 4 remain, including the New York bred Make Mischief, who was grade 1 placed in her career.
Yeah, grade 1 placed, just a very consistent, hard-knocking kind of filly. Always have to respect those the kind that show up, bring their lunch pail, and go to work.
Dylan Davis will be aboard. She's coming off a 3rd. It was in the slop. Last time we saw her was October 30th of last year when she was beat by Sharp Star in this performance in the Empire Distaff, but a 4-time winner who, on her best day,
I think the argument she is the one to beat in here. She was the morning line favorite, and this the man that will ride this filly. Dylan Davis, of course, coming off the first riding title of his career, and he's continued right where he left off in the winter meet.
He's just riding in tremendous form, and a lot of it's about confidence, knowing that you can be the leading rider, knowing that you can win Grade 1 races like he did on Mukta Makina last fall, knowing that you can have this kind of success and compete at this level. And I've seen the maturity in him. Mentally as well as physically, he's gotten stronger as a rider finishing, and his consistency, his approach, just his preparation. You see Dylan has become an all-around professional, and that comes with age, that comes with maturity.
27 years old, fresh off, it's got to be the most satisfying moment or right up there of his career. And again, he's right in the mix again for another riding title here in the spring, battling out early on with Kendrick Caramouche. Here's a look at what remains on our Action on America's Day at the Races today, presented by Claiborne Farm. Race 6 going to kick off the late pick 4. That feature race we talked about. Fast and firm conditions, beautiful weather this afternoon. Small chance, I believe, of some rain later in the day, but it's one of the best days, probably the best day of the year to this point.
Well, it feels like summertime, doesn't it? We really kind of turned the corner quickly there.
On the turf in the 8th, and Chad Brown holds a pretty strong hand, including Flopshot, who gets in off the also eligible list.
Yeah, but Flopshot has things to overcome, and one of them being the post. Drawn, outside on the turf, never a great thing. Also, Flopshot has the appearance to me, as fast as he's run and speed figure-wise, obviously, I think he's certainly the horse to beat. Certainly looks like he likes to run with horses as opposed to running by horses. Even in the video we just showed you, he got there, and he kind of seemed very content to get up alongside that horse, not necessarily dominate that horse.
The other half of that entry for Chad Brown, Kuramata, going to break 2 posts to the inside. Just had a really tough trip to start off this year at Tampa. We'll see both those two, part of that entry, have a big shot to win that race on. It's great to see horses back on the lawn. It's a good thing.
Of course, looks like it's in great shape. Glenn Kozak and his crew have come up with a system where they cover the turf courses with tarps, so they're not open to all the harsh elements of the winter, and that grass kind of gets to growing a little earlier into that tarp, creates a little bit more moisture, a little bit more heat. We take those tarps off. It looks like they're unveiling Yankee Stadium when they pull that back. I just love how lush and green it looks.
And we got a great view of it up here. We'll get to those races coming up. Races 7 and 8, both good ones here on this Thursday card. Meanwhile, race 5, it kicked off the late pick 5. And Sassy Melissa for Jeremiah Engelhardt, 4-year-old filly by War Dancer with the win.
Looked at a really nice trip, too. Turf racing, so much about trips, and you get the kind of trip she has, Sassy Melissa, and have any ability at all, you're supposed to get it done. Real nice ride from Jose Ortiz. And Jeremiah Engelhardt, daughter of War Dancer. War Dancer has just been such a good addition to the New York Stallion roster. Stands just about a mile from the racetrack up in Saratoga.
So $9.70 early pick 5 comes back $238.75. Race that kicks off the pick 5, and we're 2 legs into this pick 6 carryover on this Thursday card. Total pool up and over $210,000, and we got a long way to go still.
Yeah, long way to go, but if you're alive, hope springs eternal, doesn't it?
This race coming up is not an easy one. You want coverage, I would think. In this one, $20,000 maiden claiming 1-turn mile. And the current favorite outside is a first-time starter for Pat Reynolds, Nicholas James.
Well, Pat Reynolds certainly very proficient at getting a first-time already, wins with all kinds of horses, a real old-school horseman, and gets Jose Gomez, an apprentice jockey, so you're getting a 5-pound break in weights instead of carrying 126, carries 121. And you get to a point with an apprentice getting that weight allowance that they've got that perfect blend of experience and that break in the weights, and it certainly gives you an advantage. And this kid is seeing a race. He's really developed and matured a great deal this winter, and I see steady improvement every day with him.
And so you say he's at that point, probably has that experience, because he's going to have that weight break for quite a while now.
Well, I think it worked out great. When we talk about apprentice jockeys, the Eclipse Award is always a very high priority. It's a huge goal. You want to have your bug pretty much in the entirety of 1 year, so your statistics can add up. Sometimes kids make a mistake. They have their apprenticeship 6 months in one year, 6 months in the other, it waters down their overall statistics for a single year. The fact that he's going to have it for a full solid year, that he's got Angel Cordero Jr., arguably the greatest rider of all time, as his agent, as his mentor, teaching him, and he's got a great personality, great work ethic. He really is a lot of the package you see. And, you know, sometimes we'll refer to apprentices as bug boys. The reason being for that is there's an asterisk that denotes that it's an apprentice jockey, and that looks like a little bug on the paper. So that's how they got the name Bug Boy. It's just because it looks like a little bug on the paper, that asterisk.
He's fun to watch. Very bright future for Jose Gomez. Again, we're going to see him coming up here in race 6 on a first-time starter, currently favored. Timeout, and we will be back. Big weekend ahead at Oaklawn, honoring industry legends on their first ever Hall of Fame day out in Hot Springs. Stay with us. We'll be back on America's Day at the Races.
This proven son of A.P. Indy has sired over 50 stakes winners and well over 100 stakes horses. Recent top performers include Search Results, winner of the Grade 1 Acorn Stakes and a hard-fought second in the Kentucky Oaks, plus these standout performers. In the auction ring, his progeny continued to command top dollar. 2-year-olds by Flatter sold up to $625,000. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
But they have to catch Skywalker. He leads by 4 with the furlong to the wire. Precision at the second. Turkoman closing third. Skywalker is still there. And then it is. Precision is Turkoman with one late move. But it is too late. And Skywalker, an upset winner with Pinkai aboard to win the 3rd Breeders' Cup Classic.
One of the all-time greats, Lafitte Pinkai Jr. He's going to be one of several on hand this weekend for that first ever Hall of Fame day, honoring some of the true legends in this sport in Hot Springs.
What a fantastic lineup of Hall of Famers they have descending on Oaklawn. Just give the fans an opportunity to see some of the greatest to ever do it in the game. And Lafitte, all of his infinite strength on display there on Skywalker. But even going, as far back, Bill Boland, the youngest jockey to ever win the Kentucky Derby, then went on to become a very successful trainer, Hall of Famer. He'll be there, Mr. Boland, a terrific gentleman. Early Fires, Ramon Dominguez, just incredible. Don Pierce, what a great lineup of incredible athletes and trainers as well. You have, Gary Stevens is going to be there. Obviously, Nick Zito, Steve Asmussen, Bill Mott. I mean, what a great lineup.
It's going to be fun. And, President of the track, Louis Sella, said it, and it really rings true. I mean, there's a few towns and a few racetracks that really would appreciate an event like this, and Hot Springs is one of them.
Hot Springs, the town is so much like Saratoga. Everybody's talking about racing, talking about what happened that day at the races, what's going to happen the next day at the races. It is a true racing town. And just like when we would have Jockey Legends Day in Saratoga, everybody was so excited to see their favorite jockey. It became a very generational conversation. Grandfather might have saw Manny Yakaza ride, said he was the greatest, and then the father might have saw Angel Cordero, and he was the greatest, and then someone saw Ramon Dominguez, the son. So it sparks this conversation, and I won't say heated debate, but good-spirited debate about who was the best. And me, I'm not a guy who likes to compare generations, whether it's horses or people. Just enjoy them for the accomplishments they were able to achieve.
Plenty of those exact conversations going to be had this summer at Saratoga when we head up north. Look who's back on Saturday. As quick as they come, provide us so many great memories last year in an incredible 3-year-old campaign. Jackie's Warrior back off the bench, coming off a rare defeat when he disappointed the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
I mean, it just didn't run his A effort that day. It's a shame. It was one like lone hiccup of an incredible campaign. He didn't win every time, but he certainly ran huge. He got beaten Woody Stevens after breaking poorly, but he's the champ. They're going to have to beat him, and I love his work tab. Steve Astros is not a trainer who really works horses aggressively. He's got 5 furlongs in a minute, 5 furlongs in 59-4, 5 furlongs out of the gate in 59-2. And then I love the last work being that nice, easy maintenance work, all the heavy lifting's done. I'm looking forward to seeing Jackie's Warrior as a 4-year-old, big, strong, strapping son of McLean's Music.
Horse with his kind of speed, his kind of ability, if you have to worry about him coming in off the bench, off a layoff, now as a 4-year-old, is there a worry? What is it?
Well, the worry is that he's a horse that runs the whole race. And I always think it's harder to get horses that have speed horses as fit as you might need to, as opposed to a closer who makes one run and runs the last part of a race. He's going to be involved. He's going to be mixing it up from the bell.
Well, his main competition, he's already proven he loves it in Hot Springs. Bob's Edge, winner of the King Cotton and the Grade 3 Whitmore last time out. He has put together back-to-back wins to start off his 2022 campaign.
He's in really, really good form, and he's got a completely different style than Jackie's Warrior. He's a closer. He's going to be coming from off the pace, finishing, and boy, can he finish. He's hoping that someone engages Jackie's Warrior early. They go a little quicker than maybe they'd like off the bench with Jackie's Warrior, and he might be ripe to pick him off late. Styles make fights, styles make races. He's got a different style. That closing style could suit him well in this race.
And I know Jackie's Warrior got beat in the Breeders' Cup Sprint last time, but as you said, he didn't run his race. I thought going in, he was probably the most likeliest winner of any race over the 2 days, but probably coming into this year, he's the odds-on favorite to win it again this year, right?
Well, you'd have to think so. I mean, he just, to me, just threw in a clunker that day. He was involved in a very hot pace, and I don't think the track was kind to his kind of runner that day.
It's going to be fun to watch him on the comeback trail this Saturday in the Count Fleet. Right now, we have the 6th pick 4 time here in New York. Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, we'll start on the outside with your favorite. That is the first-time starter, Nicholas James. I always love horses when they have people names, but Nicholas James is trying to debut and win, as the board would suggest, at a mile first time out. And while Liaison, he is actually a bit more proficient with his dirt and turf runners going longer. He is only an 8% sire first time out. And this guy on the bottom side maybe tilted a little more towards sprinters. He looks more like a sprinter. I don't know what he's been showing in the morning, and maybe the track will pay kindly to him, as we've had 3 dirt races and they've all been won in gate to wire fashion. He's also wearing an extension blinker, so an extension blinker covering his right outside eye. So that indicates this horse has propensity to want to get out. He also is wearing a ring bit, and for a first-time starter to have that much equipment on, I tend to look the other way. Maybe he'll run to the money, and let me tell you, Pat Reynolds, he is dressed sharp today, so he's looking to get his picture taken possibly. I just don't feel that confident with this horse, as It's hard to feel a little confident with anybody, as number 5 is Bird Ruler, who stretches back out in distance, where I think at least physically he's more suited to a route distance as the blinkers come off. I just wish he looked a little bit better from the overall perspective. He's kind of going through that molting period where the winter coat's kind of coming out and it just doesn't look that great. But second off the layoff, looks incredibly fit, and I think this is the right spot for him, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. You know, this horse we're looking at, who was the favorite right now, the 5, who just left our screen, he does have that second start of his career. Granted, sloppy racetrack, but a speed figure that just towers over this field.
Yeah, and I think people are searching. I think the first-timers taking so much money because they're just not enamored with any of the horses that run. But out of the ones that run, Bird Ruler certainly makes a lot of sense. He's just consistently a little bit faster than mostly everybody else.
Here's our post-parade. We'll start with Nature Boy. One start, he was 27-1, and now the stretch out.
Yeah, pressed the pace, sprinting, should be involved early, particularly from the rail and an aggressive rider and Trevor McCarthy, excuse me.
11-1. Next door, Question My Sanity.
I think this speaks to what we're talking about. 11-1 on a horse that's been beaten, you know, as far as he's been beaten in his 2 starts. I think it just shows it's maybe a little bit lean, this group.
My boy Colton, 10th time out, but does have the experience going a mile and at this level. Hit the board last start, distant third.
Yeah, distant third, but his speed figure certainly stacks up well, and he's certainly making a nice impression on the track for Greg DePremer, his conditioner.
Kind of race this is. A-Light is over 31, and he's just 5-1.
Yeah, I mean, he's had so many chances, and he's taking money. So, again, I think it just speaks to the overall quality of the field.
Bird Ruler, we were talking about earlier, blinkers coming off today.
Runs consistently figures that make him extremely tough here.
Irie Spice, rider change, Raul Mena, 10 starts, has never hit the board.
And, you know, just a horse you can't recommend looking at this form.
And, you know, having briefly talked about the resumes of everybody else, you can see why a first-time starter like the 7 is taking money in this race.
I think people are looking for a stranger, somebody that hasn't proven kind of his level yet. The mare has produced 5 winners. None of them have won first time out.
Produced a 14-time winner, a 9-time winner, 2 7-time winners. So, yeah, has had some good success. But, yeah, as you mentioned, never first time out. 7-2 right now.
One thing that Jose Gomez has to be aware of, he's got an extension blinker. You've got to make sure that the eye that's not hindered by the blinker cup is looking straight at the doors, because the horse will get left if that extension blinker, if their head are turned slightly to the inside, they won't see the break coming.
You can play all this action, of course, by getting signed up, started with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com, download that app, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. As we get set for the pick 4, you can play this as well coming up. 71,500 plus in that pool. Difficult race to start it off. We talked about, obviously, a compact 7th race, but that 8th race on the turf, if it's not Chad Brown, wide open. And it doesn't have to be.
I'm kind of interested in the 5-horse Highland Chief.
Yeah.
I mean, he's running Grade 1 competition.
Group stakes placed.
Group stakes placed over there. Now, he does run normally further than the mile and a 16th of today's race.
But he actually did win at 5 1/4 sprinting on the grass.
Well, exactly. And I think that, to me, that points out that he could be okay here, particularly coming off of a layoff. Sometimes horses are a little bit fresher. But just the company he's kept overall, I believe, has to make him a strong contender here.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get to that race, obviously. We're talking about the 8th. But that's pretty impressive to win at 5 1/4 sprinting and then a 1.25 miles.
Well, what are we talking about always? Good horses all have one thing in common. They possess speed. It's how they learn to use that speed or dole that speed out. So obviously, he was quick enough to get it done going less than 5.5 furlongs. That's easier for me to say than 5 1/4.
That's a strange distance to see. 4 minutes to post to the race that kicks off our pick 4. Let's go back down to Maggie.
We'll take a look at a horse who could work out to be the speed in here. And as I said in the paddock, 3 dirt races down, 3 gate-to-wire finishers, winners, I should say. But, you know, a lot of them fairly logical, though I think performances somewhat enhanced by the fact that the track could be tilted that way. And my boy Colton, he could be the fastest for Andrew Wolfson in the irons, riding here once again. He wasn't on the lead last time, but this is a field that I don't know who goes. Maybe Nature Boy shows more speed. And like I said, maybe Nicholas James is quick because he does have that quick appearance, but Richie pointing out that that extension blinker can give the jockey / horse woes when leaving the gate, as he is on the outside. So therefore, at least he's going to see the horses leaving to his inside. Anyway, my boy Colton, he really bowed up when they got the tack on him. He was just a keg of dynamite once he got out on the track, and there wasn't a pony assigned to him. And Andrew was saying, "Where's my pony? I need a pony, guys." I could tell he was a little bit timid about going by himself with this guy because he's just so strong and aggressive. So he could be the one that has the advantage from the way this track is playing. Hopefully Andrew's been paying attention and uses that to his advantage. But I like what I saw from number 5, Bird Ruler. The stretch out makes sense. He doesn't have that much early speed, which concerns me, but he's a horse that the more I watched him, the more I liked him. And Eric Cancel gave him a beautiful warm-up. We'll see how he negotiates those blinkers coming off for the first time in his career. Sometimes you never know what you're gonna get. Sometimes they make a horse break quicker, and then sometimes they don't, Greg.
Still the 9-5 favorite with Bird Ruler the 5. Mig, you're going to go with my boy Colton the 3.
I do. You know, just what Maggie was talking about, I do think he'll be forward, if not on the lead, if Nature Boy takes up the running. But I think he'll be traveling the right way, forwardly placed. Andrew Wolfson, for people that don't know, are not familiar with this rider, good rider. You know, has really kind of made a nice impression, went from Penn National now up to Parks. And I'm sure his goal is eventually to get back here to New York. When I say back, he's originally from the Saratoga area, grew up there. A very pleasant individual, a guy that's easy to root for, a hard worker, and has ability.
See if he can pick up just a second win of the year for him from limited opportunities. 8-5 now, the money all coming in on Bird Ruler, who, you know, is not just tactical speed going a mile. This horse has actually shown some sprint speed ability, and now those blinkers come off. I mean, if he can potentially outbreak this 3 and relax on the front end, he could be dangerous.
Well, you know, when I handicap races, and I did this as a jockey, and I do this now in my current role, I handicap not only horses, I handicap riders and riders' habits. Eric Cancel is usually a little bit reluctant to take the initiative to make the running. He's, you know, usually content to kind of get in a stalking role, especially when he's drawn outside the other speed. So when I handicap the race, I go, well, you know what? I know Andrew Wolfson will be aggressive. I know Trevor McCarthy will be aggressive. You know, it's kind of part of their DNA, what they do.
And it didn't work out for the 4 last time out, but you can always count on Heman Harkey to be aggressive. He's on the 4, A-Light, horse who's 0 for 31. But I don't know if that's the plan they want to employ this afternoon.
Well, it seems like he's been more effective when he's allowed to kind of get his feet under him and finish. He had a 7-pound apprentice last time. He showed speed, but he also faded, where his other races, at least he was passing horses in the stretch.
And first-timer, we don't know what we're going to get from Nicholas James on the outside.
You know, normally I would say, especially with a first-time starter, the board is telling you there's something there. I think the board is telling you more that people are just looking for an alternative to the horses that have already competed.
Pick 4 again begins here on a beautiful, warm, it's got to be the warmest day of the year to this point here in South Ozone Park.
Warm here in the studio as well.
It is a little warm. We could use a fan. Be nice to be outside today. And, you know, as you look at the races to come, again, that 4 Philly and Marefield next. Even though it's just 4 lining, I'm really intrigued by that 7th race. See what default protection can do for Chad Brown. Has put together 2 wins in a row, pretty dominant.
It's an interesting mix. It's a short field, but you've got, you know, Make Mischief, who's already kind of created her resume, right? She's earned over $440,000. She's got 4 wins. You got Default Protection, only 3 starts, 2 wins and a third, and looks like she's steadily improving. How about Shug's filly towards the outside, Cafe Society?
Broke terrible last time, too. Had an excuse.
And I thought had to wait for rooms, kind of held up. She should outside post in a forest field, shouldn't get hindered by traffic, at least you would think.
One from the rail, a couple of back, but yeah, last start did not break well at all and got boxed in with the rail again, so probably happy to be outside today. But those compact fields, and we'll talk about it more, you can strangely find a lot more traffic problems.
Everybody knows where everybody else is.
Yeah.
It's hard if they're keying on you. You can't get lost in the midst of a field of horses.
It's back to favoritism for the first-time starter, Nicholas James. There's a look at Trevor McCarthy. You know, so much talk about Dylan Davis. What a meet this young man had, though, returning to New York. And, of course, your son representing him, but a great, great winter meet at Aqueduct.
Yeah, I was really proud of both of them. Happy to see them rewarded for hard work. I like when people work hard and they get rewarded for that hard work. That's the easiest way you can say it.
There's Heeman Harkey, A-Light moving in, 0 for 31. Still has made over $40,000 in some low-level maiden claiming races. Here's a horse who was favored throughout most of it, Bird Ruler, getting a little help moving in the gate. Pick 4, pool over $166,000 starts in this one coming up. Last to load will be the first-time starter. They're in the background, the favorite, with the apprentice Jose Gomez. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial to get us started in the pick 4.
Set for race 6. And they're off. Hesitant beginning for Question My Sanity. A good start for Nicholas James from the outside. Now Nature Boy moves through down from the inside. So it is Nicholas James and Nature Boy, and the two of them are right together. They have quickly opened up 5 lengths on Bird Ruler in third. That is My Boy Colton next in fourth. Another 6 back to Alight, who is racing in fifth. Another 4 lengths to Irie Spice, and 5 more to Question My Sanity. So the field is really spread out here, racing up the backstretch through a quarter, 21-4. Nicholas James has the lead here over Nature Boy. Nicholas James gets clear by 2.5, now 3 lengths. Nature Boy runs in second. Bird Ruler's on the outside in third. And then comes a My Boy Colton down towards the rail, racing in fourth. And Alight is in fifth. Farther back, it is Irie Spice. And the way out of it is Question My Sanity. Half mile, 45-1. Nicholas James, the favored first-time starter, is in front, coming for the quarter pole, in front by 5 lengths. Bird Ruler running in second. Alight is on the outside. My Boy Colton down at the rail. It is Nicholas James as he passes the 3/16 pole with a commanding lead here. Alight has moved up on the outside into second, and then Bird Ruler, My Boy Colton, and Irie Spice. No doubt about it, winner here. Nicholas James and apprentice Jose Gomez. They won by 9. Alight was second. Bird Ruler finished third.
First-time starter trying to last a mile, and you looked at me and said 21-4 for that opening quarter. Good luck. This horse doesn't just hang on. This horse creates separation.
21-4, 45-1, and he just kept going. So, I was saying I thought maybe the money was because, you couldn't settle on anybody else that's run. Guess what? I think it was a little of both. I think the fact that this horse can run. I mean, he's got a track that certainly favored the style. You saw there was a plan. I'm sure Pat Reynolds told Jose Gomez, "You go. Track's fast. We got the best horse." And he was intent on the lead, and man, a lot to like off of that effort, huh?
If someone wound up claiming this horse for $20,000, they're smiling a very big smile right now, because this horse might be a lot better than a $20,000 maiden claimer.
It'll be interesting to see if he did get a claim, because now he also has a starter allowance condition. They can run him back protected for horses that have run for 25 or less starter allowance. And I mean, the way he won today, didn't seem like he was trying to get out much either. I guess the blinker did the trick, and again, an apprentice jockey, you're getting 5 pounds with an apprentice jockey who has really, really shown he belongs here.
I didn't beat the toughest field of killers in the world, but still, first time out. Fairly impressive as fast he went. Speed continuing to dominate on this Thursday card here in New York. We're going to take a timeout. Prices for you when we come back. Dwayne Lucas, the coach, going to give his Derby contender Ethereal Road another chance to get into that run for the roses with the Grade 3 Lexington this weekend. We'll preview it next.
Run Happy was the #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. A leading dirt sire and now with an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful.
Kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Run Happy continues his rise and is priced for success. Clips champion Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York Horse Racing.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Thanks for spending part of your Thursday afternoon with us. Beautiful Thursday here in New York. Warmest day I believe we have had all year long. As we just saw a first-time starter trying to get a mile. Not only did he get the mile, he did it pretty impressively. Opened up 21-4 opening quarter and just kept on rolling to win his debut for Pat Reynolds with Jose Gomez. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
And I'm pleased to be sandwiched between Pat Reynolds and Charlie Hollis. As Pat, you had this one ready, I'd say.
Yeah, well, he was ready a little while ago. He had a mishap in the training hours and fell down, actually. So, you know, the winter time can be tough on a horse. He dropped the rider and ran back to the barn and slid into third base, got a little cut up, but he's okay now. So we got lucky and won the first time out.
Talk a little bit about, he's wearing that extension blinker. Did not look as though he wanted to get out at all, and he was quick away from there.
Yeah, no, he's quick. He's got early speed, as you can see by the teletimer. I mean, it was really not much of a finish, but everyone else was drunk behind him, so that paid off. And he trained good up to the race, and we're really happy with him. So.
Well, Charlie, you said you named him for a special friend, which I think is wonderful.
And her grandson is Nicholas James. He's down in Mississippi, and he's quite a young man. And I know he's going to be very proud of that horse.
Is he a fan of horse racing?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He's 17 years old, and he's looking for a profession, and I'm going to turn him over to Pat to train him.
Well, training humans and horses.
Might as well. I learned how to train myself, so now I can train anything. Hello, Ozzie Reynolds. How are you at the house? Hey, Ozzie.
I love it. Well, these guys bring a smile to your face, but I'm sure that Nicholas James has done that to them. Guys?
Nothing like having a winner doing it first time out as well. Nicholas James with the apprentice Jose Gomez. Good for Pat Reynolds and company.
I'm always happy when Pat wins. Good old school horseman, won a lot of races for both him and Mr. Hallis over the years. Mr. Hallis was with Christina Dupes, had some really nice fillies, and obviously they're having a good time.
$5.80 for the win. 7-4-5 finish. And the midway point now, this pick 6 carryover. Race 7. As we talked about earlier, compact group in here, just 4 fillies and mares lining up, default protection. Trying to make it 3 in a row for Chad Brown and Klarovich. Off since early February, 5-2 right now. Cafe Society, obviously a major player. The New York bred Make Mischief, 9-5.
How do we identify who the main speed is in here? I mean, a default protection potentially could be the speed of the speed, but Eric Cancel is going to have to go. You know the sharp connections, Chad Brown, Seth Klarman, Klarovich stable, that they would probably instruct him to go forward the way this track is playing, but Make Mischief has some speed as well. Cafe Society has no natural speed, but Flashy and Dynamite, who might not be good enough, might be the... I think you definitely handicap in the dirt race today. You want to look at who can make the top because it really looks dominant.
Every single dirt race, it's been someone on the front end winning today. And right now, the biggest price on the board. It's not that big of a price, compact field, but horse who seems to have the speed of this group. We'll talk more about that coming up in a moment. Cross Country Pick 5 returns this Saturday. Part of that sequence is the last-ditch effort to get into that Kentucky Derby with the Grade 3 Lexington out at Keeneland. Race 9 on that card on Saturday at 1.16 miles. And in due time for Kelly Breen, second behind Simplification in the Grade 2 Fountain of Youth back in early March.
He's really done nothing wrong. He's run well every time. He ran well in the Fountain of Youth. Would have been closer with a cleaner trip last time, kind of forced his way out. And I thought that inhibited his forward progress as well. Sometimes the best tack the jockey can take is to stay patient and follow live cover as opposed to looking for that escape route, trying to go to the right and forcing his way. Body contact takes something out of your horse as well.
Meanwhile, one of the more intriguing horses on this Derby trail who had come in undefeated, not the biggest figures, but they came as a 2-year-old. And then eliminated really early on in his only 3-year-old start, the Grade 2 Tampa Bay Derby, Major General.
Yeah, I mean, he stumbled early. Plus, Tampa Bay Downs is, and you can see, I mean, he completely taken out of any sort of position. And that was the end of the day for him. Tampa Bay Downs is a funny surface, too. And some horses just don't handle it as well. So I think you've got to just almost put a line through that race. Look at his 2-year-old form. Know that he's a better horse than what he showed at Tampa. He adds blinkers. And he's got a Hall of Fame conditioner in Todd Pletcher who sees, reason to go forward with him and try to maybe make the starting gate on the Derby Trail. Major General, never, ever eliminate a horse off of one poor effort, just like you don't coronate a horse a champion off of one good effort.
Yeah, and you'd think, too, obviously, Todd Pletcher, Hall of Famer, wouldn't put him in here. But the connections to owners, Windstar Farm, Sienna Farm, that they've been there, done this. Yeah. They know if he's not showing the kind of talent to move on with it, they wouldn't be here.
No, exactly. They're not there just because they want to participate. They're there because they want to, be one of the contenders. They want to win. They've been to the circus. They don't need to see the show.
D. Wayne Lucas had a horse that everyone seems so excited about, especially that maiden win. Had another wide trip and maybe ran best in that Grade 2 Rebel where he was the runner-up. Bluegrass, what happened here?
Well, it just seems to me like he never really, he tried to get some position. He's going forward here. And then I don't know, if Louis Contreras said, well, I'm going to get caught wide. Let me maybe try to take a little hold, but now it was too late. Now he's just kind of fanned wide throughout that first turn. Honestly, he just didn't show a lot. I just don't think he put in his customary run. Maybe they tried too hard to get some position. Maybe he's a horse that just needs to drop out and come with one run.
So D. Wayne Lucas off this. This was, just last weekend. A week later, he's going to come back, put him into this final Derby prep. But maybe, one of the most successful trainers in the history of this sport, feeling it was a race to put a line through as well.
Well, I think it's a tall ask, though. You're going to come back in a week, and then if he runs well here, you're going to come back on short turnaround in the Derby. Now, Wayne did win the Derby off a Lexington win with Charismatic, but he came into the Lexington, with more time, more space between races. It feels like maybe Wayne a little frustrated that the horse didn't show up and feels like, well, you know what? He didn't get tired from that effort, so maybe I run him right back and I get the effort I'm looking for. But that's what watching that replay really kind of, to me, points out. He's a horse that just wants to drop out and make one run. And it feels like they tried to leave to get position the other day, and I think that's a mistake. Some horses just can't do that and have any finish.
Meanwhile, Brad Cox and Peachtree Stable, they're going to get another dirt start into Tawnyport. His only dirt start to this point was a disappointing effort in the Risen Star, but he's got the points in that stakes race at Turfway Park. And here's a look at it when he was runner-up to Tiz the Bomb.
Yeah, but I mean, this is on dirt. It's not on synthetic. It seems like his better races have been on synthetic. His one dirt race, well, it wasn't terrible. He did, he was beating 7, almost 8 lengths to Epicenter, who is probably one of the top choices in the Derby, if not the favorite, second or third choice anyway. So he's just going to have to improve.
We'll see if he can do it for Brad Cox, who already has a couple other very intriguing ones. Cyberknife, of course, and the lightly raced Zozos, who tried to take him gate to wire in the Louisiana Derby.
Yeah, again, this feels like, though, you said it right, one last ditch effort to get into the starting gate at the Derby. These feel like these are the horses that, maybe we'll hear good things from down the road, but trying to fit that, round peg in the square hole.
Jenny Wiley. Chad Brown has been pretty dominant in this race the last few years. And he's going to try and win it again with Regal Glory, 7-5 in the morning line.
Yeah, he's holding a strong hand here. Regal Glory has a little more recency. She won at Gulfstream over the winter, then had a freshening. Layoffs are no problem for Chad Brown runners, though. They just seem to be able to handle it. She circled very wide here. And not the ideal turf trip, and still powered away. What's interesting is she's coming off a wire-to-wire victory in the Matriarch, so she showed that she's very versatile, can come from off the pace, can go on the pace. Kind of makes the jockey's mind a little clear when you can just ride it the way it comes up.
She's incredible, just so remarkably consistent, but her problem is she's got her stablemate to deal with.
Shantasara was so impressive as a 3-year-old. Her Queen Elizabeth was dominant, and you got to think that 3 to 4, usually a big step forward. I got a feeling she's going to be even better as a 4-year-old. That's a scary thought because she was dominant as a 3-year-old.
That is race 10 on the card. Follows that Grade 3 Lexington. Tremendous Saturday out at Keeneland. Meanwhile, tomorrow, Maker's Mark Mile and a couple of big names returning. Obviously, Smooth Like Straight, and he's probably going to be forward. Maybe they want to catch him here, but Ivar back in this spot as well. Some like it Hot Brown, a horse we've come to know pretty well in New York. But here's Smooth Like Straight in the Breeders' Cup Mile on that runner-up finish.
Yeah, I mean, did everything but win. Showed good speed and just got run down by a very good horse of Godolphin. So, who got a perfect trip too, by the way. So Smooth Like Straight is legit. Again, when I look at horses coming off of layoffs, though, horses that have speed, I think it's a little harder to have them as fit because they have to run more of the race.
Maybe, some like it. Hot Brown looks like the only horse that can probably keep that horse company early on. Yeah, Smooth Like Straight off the bench. It'll be his 5-year-old debut, his first start since that Breeders' Cup Mile. 7 wins, 7 seconds, and 18 starts on the grass.
Yeah, listen, you got to love the consistency. Michael McCarthy, former assistant to Todd Pletcher, does a fantastic job. Just a tremendous horseman. His horses look good. So, yeah, he makes a lot of sense, especially if he gets really comfortable. I mean, his Breeders' Cup was lights out.
Good group. It's going to be a fun weekend out at Keeneland. Friday and Saturday cards, tremendous. Let's get back to action here in New York on this Thursday card. Cafe Society. Shug McGaughey right now, the odds-on favorite. She actually opened up at this number. She has not moved.
It's just interesting. She's obviously talented, but she's kind of got an uphill battle with the racetrack. Racetrack's playing very clearly towards speed.
She should not be the one on the engine, although she did show sprint speed in her debut, but not really since that time. We're going to take a timeout. We will have the post parade for the 7th. When we come back, field of 4 fillies and mares, including this New York bred Make Mischief. Graded stakes place in the Acorn, back as a 3-year-old.
The return of Sunday Silence.
Sunday Silence surges to the front.
It's
has Yoshida in front. Yoshida takes charge at the top of the stretch, and Yoshida wins the Turf Classic.
Here comes Yoshida, storming home in the center with Gunnevera. Yoshida! Yoshida has won the Woodward.
The perfect balance. Yoshida.
Yeah, it's fun. You know, obviously he tries to do that stuff right there, you know, every now and then, but he's not overly aggressive about it. He don't try to chew your arm off or anything like that.
I like more than ready. I like the fact that he was versatile, dirt and turf. I mean, to be able to win the Belmont Derby and then come back and win the Travers. I mean, you know, the Travers is a midsummer derby. It's a big deal.
Catholic boy rolls in the run. Happy Travers!
Breeders really like that versatility and that stallions offer, like Catholic Boy, where you have multiple graded stakes winners on turf and dirt, short distance, long distance. You add the looks and the pedigree that he has out of more than ready out of a Bernardini mare, and you have two really good sires on top and bottom. His looks back him up as well as his race record. So we love what we've seen from the foals. Quite a compliment that my dad gave the foals the other day. He told me that he thought the Catholic Boy foals were the best foals we've had here at the farm since Warfront's foals, for freshman crop sire. So, you know, that says a lot. He's been around and seen a lot of good stallions in his years that he's been around the farm. So that's quite an endorsement for Catholic Boy.
What a horse, Catholic Boy, equally adept on turf or dirt. Travers winner. Great to have Claiborne on board. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. And we get set for our 7th here coming up at Aqueduct, a 1-turn mile, an allowance optional claiming field. And there is the New York bred filly, Make Mischief. Grade 1 placed in her career. Grade 3 winner as well, and she loves it at Aqueduct. 3 for 4 in her career here. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Well, Greg, as you had mentioned, some storms in the forecast. I can feel that they might be coming in here as it's cooled off considerably and the sky has clouded over, but I'm pretty sure we're going to get through racing before they arrive. So we'll take a look at that New York bred Make Mischief. And she's been prepared down at Mark Cassie's kind of personal training center. And I've always found that horses coming off layoffs when prepared there seem to run very well off the bench. You know, he's there a lot and you can kind of do what you want with a horse. You know, you're not handcuffed to a racetrack, and obviously the weather's great down in Ocala too. So I like what I'm seeing from her. She's always been a big, impressive looking girl. So coming back as a 4-year-old, not much physical change, actually maybe filling out a bit more, but she looks fit, she looks strong. She can be slightly forward. you know, I feel like I'm just talking in circles with the way that the track's been playing with these horses. So it's just going to be a rider's race out there, and to see who can get to the lead is number 6 in here, Cafe Society. She had that trouble last time, being cooped down on the rail, drawn outside now, very, very fit, as 3rd off the layoff. She makes a good impression. Honestly, it's a compact field, Greg. They all look great. I think it's just going to be whoever gets to the lead.
All right, Maggie, it'll be interesting to see, because this filly, she has been coming from well off of it, stalking style, but she's even money right now. She did show, as we talked about earlier, sprint speed in her debut back in 2020.
Yeah, but again, good horses possess speed. It's how they learn to use it. Now, can they turn that on and off? She's kind of turned more to a closing style.
Here is Default Protection. She's put together back-to-back wins. Eric Cancel will be aboard.
I feel like the inside position should simplify things for Eric Cancel. Go forward. Go to the lead.
5-2 right now, Daughter of Quality Road. Next door, 2-1. Here is the New York bred filly, Make Mischief.
Well, she couldn't look any better coming off the bench for Hall of Fame conditioner Mark Casse. I don't think she has a lot of natural speed, but she can lay up close.
Dylan Davis will be aboard there. Here's Flash and Dynamite, who usually likes to be forward.
I mean, she can have, I believe, the most speed. She does have an apprentice jockey. Usually apprentices will allow horses to run a little freer.
And Jose Ortiz for Shug McGaughey, Hall of Famer on the Empire Maker filly Cafe Society. Short price.
Short price, probably be stalking. Can she overcome what seems to be a pretty pronounced speed bias?
Familiar Silks, Klarovich Stables, and that means Chad Brown. And can he get this filly to win her 3rd in a row? Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Thank you, guys. And yes, Chad, Default Protection. She's been on a roll since she stretched out in her 2nd career start. Are you concerned at all with the track, though you do have that inside post position? What kind of instructions did you give Eric Cancel?
If she breaks clean, just really to go to the front and just take control. She's like a steady horse, as you saw in a race, that she keeps grinding along, and she's been a pleasant surprise this winter. My crew's done a great job, and we have a good group of these winter warriors that really made a lot of money this season, and they seem to want to go on into the spring here, so we'll see if she's one of them.
You had an impressive winner in the 1st, the maiden special weight, but looking to the next race as well, you'll send out a duo, Karamata, as well as Flop Shot drawing in. And both these horses kind of looking to break through that condition. Are you more excited about one than the other? Or?
That's a good question. They're like 2 different situations, you know. Karamata had gotten injured at Pimlico when I ran him last year. We really liked that horse, and so it's taken a while to rehab him. He's doing super right now, and we've been really working on him to get him back into form. We gave him one down there, and it just didn't work out. But I think he's primed to move forward. And Flopshot's been a little bit of a confusing horse. We had to, we gelded him last year, and he seemed, messing around with equipment and such. So we're trying to figure him out. You know, they both are posted a bit outside, but nice fresh turf course here. We should get a good line on him.
And speaking of turf course, plenty of grace on Saturday. Technical Analysis coming back. Multiple graded stakes winner. What can we expect from her?
Hopefully a clean break and show some pace in that race, because that seems to be her main weapon. She had a long season. Anytime you win 2 stakes at Saratoga in the same meet, you're a real racehorse. And I think going into the fall into the QE2, she ran admirable, but she might have just been a little bit at the end of a long campaign. So we freshened her up, and I'm expecting a big year from her.
Looking forward to seeing her, but best of luck here and the rest today. And as always, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, Chad Brown with wonderful insights as always. We'll see if Default Protection can keep that streak going, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. Big weekend. It seems like almost every weekend's a big weekend when you're Chad Brown. He's got, not to mention all the big races he's going to be in, but tomorrow on our card here, I know a filly that a lot of people are excited about, Expand the Map, who was barely beat by Pizza Bianca, who would go on to win on Breeders' Cup weekend, making her 2nd start of her career and her 3-year-old debut coming up.
Yeah, I think you said it right, too, though. Chad Brown he has all kinds of horses. It's not like he's top-heavy in any one category. He's obviously got good turf horses. He's got good 3-year-olds. He's basically got all of the bases covered.
And one of the front runners for this year's Kentucky Derby, Chad Brown, big one that's missing from his resume. This one here, this filly, can she make it 3 in a row for Chad Brown? Has caught off tracks the last 2 starts. As Maggie mentioned, did stretch out and is undefeated going a mile, and now undefeated on 2 off tracks as well.
Well, I wound up picking Default Protection, listening to Chad Brown's comments. He told Eric Cancel listen, she's kind of a big steady start. She's not going to change gears on you. Let's go forward. Go to the lead. Let her take control of the race. So I'm pretty sure Cancel will do his level best to follow Chad Brown's instructions. That's not a trainer you want to get on the wrong side. You want to be in the rotation. You don't want to be on the bench.
Well, you want to perform for them and deliver.
Absolutely. You need to ride for high-profile people like this to get your career to the next level.
When you got early on in your career, the opportunities like that, I mean, you feel the pressure too, right?
Yeah, but you got to be able to handle that. You got to be able to set that aside, know what your job is, and know how to approach it. But if a trainer basically takes the strategy out of your hands and says, this is what I want, and you do what they want, they really shouldn't have any criticism of you then. Not that it always works that way. I don't think Chad Brown's one of those guys that gives you instructions, you follow the instructions, and then he gets mad. Okay, we'll regroup and do it over. You learn as a jockey, the guys that it doesn't matter what they tell you. If you lose, they're mad. If you win, they're happy. Those guys, you just do whatever you want.
Yeah. Meanwhile, this New York-bred filly in those Gary Barber silks, the hot pink with the black circle. Sloppy track in the Empire Distaff when we last saw her back on October 30th at Belmont.
Yeah, and she ran really well. I mean, Sharp Star was very good that afternoon, got taken back and made one run. I really loved the strategy employed that day for the Barry Schwartz runner. Make Mischief ran well. It's funny, and I know it's only 110 yards difference. I think she tops out at a mile. I think her best distance is somewhere between 7 furlongs and a mile. Her Acorn Stakes was probably the best race of her life, and that was going a mile where she was grade 1 placed.
6-5. She is the favorite right now. Let's go back down to Maggie.
Meg, I do think you're onto something about the distance with Make Mischief because she can be a fairly high-strung individual. It was kind of nice watching Mark Cassie's assistant in the paddock. They kind of kept her in the saddling stall, and he was just stroking her head. Woosah, with her. And she is sharp, though, which I want to see because she is a horse that I think does run her better races when she can be forward. Obviously, she's going to want to be today. And two, like you said, Meg, with the pedigree to boot into Mischief out of a Speightstown mare, that doesn't scream really long, but she is a big, powerful filly as #1 default protection. I just think she projects to get the right setup here. And no offense, Flash and Dynamite, she might be a little bit faster. Andy Hernandez hasn't, this is his first mount of the day, so I don't know. I'd rather take somebody that's been riding this racetrack throughout the progression of these races, and that is Eric Cancel. And I, as Chad alluded to, she's just a steady type of horse. Nothing changes with her. She's always really laid back, but she's built like one that can get out of the gate quickly and cleanly, and I think this is the race for her. Greg?
Well, you add up all the wins of the other 3 runners in this group, add 3 more, you still don't have as many as the 5 Flash and Dynamite has. Not that that means a whole lot, who she was beaten up on. But look, 12 for 34 lifetime. She's won $329,000, and she might be naturally the 5 here, the fastest in this group.
Yeah, listen, I love when horses know how to win. 12 for, wins out of 34 starts, 7-year-old mare. I think Maggie makes a good point, though. You hope that the apprentice, Andy Hernandez, was paying attention. His first mount of the day. And if he was, and he uses that speed, I think that's his best chance. I mean, she has drifted steadily up to 10-1. I actually think she's a good bet at 10-1 because it could play out that she is just naturally quicker than everybody.
If you had, and I'm not saying this was the case at all, I can't believe that it is, but you had one mount all day and you're paying attention, you're seeing how the racetrack's playing out, and say maybe you're Jose Ortiz with Cafe Society. Do you try and lobby connections and say, look, we have to change our game plan maybe?
Well, I think especially when you're riding for a Hall of Famer like Shug McGaughey, you go to the paddock and see Shug, speed's been really good. What do you think? You don't come out and say, this is what we should do, or I think this is what we should do. Speed's been really strong today, Shug. What do you think? You don't want to go in telling a Hall of Famer what you should do. Maybe broach the subject, kind of insinuate the idea. But here's the other thing, too, with the 5 Flash and Dynamite. You're the longest price in the race. If you come out like you really want it, guys will have a tendency to say, well, that's a real long shot. Do I want to get in a speed duel with them? So from a psychological standpoint, you've got an edge because you're not getting respected. I'd go all in out of the gate. This is what I'm doing. You guys figure out what you want to do. Particularly if you see a maiden 20 go 21-4, 45-1, and go wire to wire.
Maybe they just leave you alone and hope you come back to the field. 7-year-old mare, she just moved in, looking for her 13th career victory. We're set for the 7th. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. It is Make Mischief and Flash and Dynamite going out for the lead. Default Protection and Cafe Society were both off a few steps slow, and they're both now moving up on the outside. Flash and Dynamite with a head in front of Make Mischief, who is closest to the rail. And then comes Default Protection running in third, and Cafe Society is the trailer. The field races up the backstretch. Make Mischief comes on through on the inside now to take a narrow lead over Flash and Dynamite. Opening quarter 23 and 3/5 seconds. It is Make Mischief in front here narrowly. Flash and Dynamite. The long shot on the outside runs in second. Length and a half. Cafe Society is third by a head, and Default Protection is on the outside with less than a half mile to the finish. And the opening half went in 46-4. Make Mischief by a half length. Flash and Dynamite on the outside in second. Length and a half to Cafe Society and Default Protection. Make Mischief now gets clear by 3/4 of a length. Flash and Dynamite drops back. On the outside is Default Protection. Cafe Society is down towards the rail. They are at the head of the stretch with Make Mischief opening up here. Make Mischief has built a 5-length lead. Then Flash and Dynamite, Default Protection, and Cafe Society. It is Make Mischief, and she is all by herself. The New York bred wins coming off a layoff. Make Mischief, much the best. And it's going to be tight for second. A photo for second indeed between Cafe Society and Flash and Dynamite.
Well, you look at the final margin of this race, and you think as easy as could be, but early on, there's kind of a lot going on in this race.
Well, the one-horse Default Protection didn't break particularly well. That cost her any chance. She did kind of rush up down the backstretch, but out 3 wide where it looks like inside speed is where you want to be. The 5-horse Flash and Dynamite looked like Andy Hernandez was going to be aggressive, but after they went 100 yards, he took a hold of his horse. And one jockey that certainly was paying attention on the 2-horse, Make Mischief, Dylan Davis, your leading rider at the recently concluded winter meet, certainly hot in the battle for leading rider at the currently running spring meet. He held his inside position, refused to bow, and another gate-to-wire winner. And, you know, if you have any chance to win it all with a horse like the 5 Flash and Dynamite, and listen, Make Mischief won off by many lengths. And she was impressive, and maybe no one's going to beat her anyway. If you have any chance to win, you've got to clear and make the lead and the rail. And it, you know, possibly being his first mount of the day, he didn't pay enough attention to how this track is playing. But let's give credit to the winner. She was very good, came off the layup, very honest filly, 5th win of her life. Dylan Davis contributed another fine ride on a good horse.
In a way, I mean, you saw that second flight. They were right behind these top 2 early, but they may as well have been 10 lengths back.
Yeah, it just seems like it's almost like a little bit of a conveyor belt. Horses are getting on that inside portion of the track, so you're saving ground. You get the best of it there, and a track that's carrying you as well. I think it's very apparent that where you want to be in dirt racing today.
You expect this group to go faster than they did in that maiden 20 race. The winner did, over 2 1/5 seconds faster than what we saw in race 6. We're going to take a timeout. Derby Trail, what will be the decisions for runner-up of the Wood early voting? And for Smile Happy, runner-up in the Bluegrass. Decisions to make. We'll get Mig's thoughts when we come back.
Wins the Pregman
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Keeneland Racecourse is the most beautiful racetrack in America, hands down.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to the breeding stock sale. Book one. Good to have you back with us.
Back on America's Day at the Races, program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. We had a dead heat for seconds here. Winner, though, wow, by a long ways. Make Mischief, the New York-bred filly. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Here with winning rider Dylan Davis with his second win on this card. And coming in fresh, Dylan, she was just sharp out of the gate, and you took advantage of the way the track's been playing.
Yes, she's coming off a layoff, and Shane told me that, you know, just ride the way you want to, and I saw all day that speed's been well, but the track's very tight. So she had some nerves building up going into that gate. I just wanted to make it as easy as possible, but she gave me that first jump, and then I just let her get out of there across that chute, and I was very happy with where I was at and where she was handling herself, and even into the 3/8 pole, she's starting to tell me, hey, I want to get some more of this, and I just allowed her to go to the quarter pole, and then once I got into her, I asked her, and she responded great, and she galloped out great.
You mentioned Mark Cassie's assistant, Shane. I noted in the paddock that he was really trying to keep her calm and content. For a horse that does have those nerves, you know, out in the racetrack before you go in the gate, what are some of the tools that riders can use to keep them at bay?
Sure, it's definitely something you learn as you go along and you try different things, but the most important thing is to stay with the pony and keep a light warm-up. And keep your hands quiet. Don't be moving around fixing your irons or, you know, or moving your hands or whatever you got to do. Just sit still. And I do something that my dad taught me all the time is to take a big, deep breath. Yeah. And the horses feel that energy. And I do that to her. And she's you know, she's got her nerves going once she gets to the gate because she knows what's going on. But she could feel like if the riders relax, and then that kind of puts her in a better direction or a mindset. So trying to finish her up. So
your feelings and your physical cues to certainly relate to that. Well, congratulations here, Dylan, on your second win of the day.
Thanks, Maggie. All right.
All right, Dylan Davis, you know, and Greg, I've always been told that horses can actually hear humans' heartbeats when they're on their backs. And if your heart's beating loud and crazy, they're going to take that as a sign of fear, and they're going to act that way themselves. So best to remain calm and relaxed.
Incredible to be that in tune with your pilot. And, you know, he mentioned Dad there. Of course, you rode against his dad quite a bit back in your day.
Tremendous rider, Robbie Davis. Uncanny how much Dylan looks like him on horses. And horses feed on your energy. You're calm, you give them a sense of calm. And we had a dead heat there with the long shot, the 4 Flash and Dynamite 14-1 with Cafe Society. So 2 exacta prices there. 2.5, $8. The 2.6, $3.20 for $1.
Give me the 2.5 combo.
Like the 2.5. Dylan is really, again, the maturation's been incredible. When you think about horses, how sensitive a horse can feel a fly on his shoulder, through his hide, through his skin, and you'll see him, you know, twitch those muscles to get a fly off, or, you know, they'll feel one on their belly, their cow kick. A horse really is an incredible animal, and their sensitivity to their surroundings, but then also just people's energy. And when you're calm, horses are calmer. You know,
and by the same token, though, they're individuals, right? I mean, you tell me an interesting story before we came on the air, how you worked with a horse to kind of get them to be their best.
Well, yeah, you know, horses are a flight animal, right? So there's certain things that'll trigger a horse's flight instinct. And I used to ride a very good filly named Flashing. It was last win of my grade 1 win of my career, the Gazelle, when it was a grade 1. First time I worked her, I wanted to be alone with her. I didn't want a pony. I didn't want any help. I wanted to feel her. Going the wrong way, she heard water spilling over. They were watering the flower box at Belmont. She went to take off the wrong way. I reached up to get a hold of her, and as soon as I did, she locked on the bridle and wanted to run to the right. That was her flight mechanism. I loosened up, came back, quiet. She came back to me, and I learned there that the quieter I was, the easier I was in her mouth, the straighter she would be and the less frank she would be, and we wound up having a very good relationship. She actually won the test from off the pace. So again, it's picking up all these little clues. I say it all the time. There's no such thing as a horse whisperer. There are horse listeners, and your best horse people are people that listen to the horses.
Well, we got a good one coming up on the turf next. Mile and a 16th on the inner turf. Maggie talked to Chad Brown a little bit about his 2 that are going to run in this race. Flop Shot is one of them in here. 2-1 favoritism on the Chad Brown entry coming up in this 8th race.
Yeah, listen, obviously he's got a strong hand going in. I think there could be potentially other ways to go.
Probably about 95% of this Kentucky Derby picture is just about set. We still, of course, have that Lexington. Take a look at the big preps and the recent results. Some decisions to make for some of these runners-up. And what will they do? Will they go on with it? Will they skip the Derby, wait for the Preakness? Will they wait for another race later on the summer? Early voting. So much talk about how talented he was coming into the Wood Memorial off just 2 career starts, asking a lot to try to get to the Derby off 3 career starts. He led him every step of the way until the very end when Mo Donegal came and got him.
He ran terrific, and he's a very, very talented horse, and what he's been able to do in 3 starts is remarkable. But the trip he got in the Wood Memorial, all by himself on the lead, controlling things on the lead, particularly when Morello got off to that poor beginning and cost him any chance in the Wood Memorial. How could you possibly see him turning the tables on the likes of Mo Donegal, who runs him down?
Going even further in a bigger field, potentially more speed signed on.
You know, Mo Donegal had to do all the dirty work with no help up front to catch early voting and was still able to lengthen his stride and catch up. And I love how much Mo Donegal's improved from a mental standpoint. So to me, early voting, I think the prudent move, if you want to go for a Triple Crown race, is to give him more time and point towards the Preakness. Hope that other horses kind of knock themselves out a bit in the Derby and they're ripe to pick up, because he's super talented. I'm not disparaging the horse's ability whatsoever.
That's what, of course, these connections did in the Preakness with cloud computing. So we'll wait and see. Chad Brown says it. He's smart. Of course, you're smart to say this. You want to see what other speed's going to line up in the race, how he exits that race. But we'll see. At this point, no word yet, but that sounds like it might be the plan.
Well, you want to leave your options open. There's a lot of things that could change, and horses, unfortunately, like strawberries, they can go bad overnight. That's not mine. That's the great Charlie Whittingham's. Horse can be doing great and, God forbid, spike a temperature or just have a bad day. So you want to keep your options open, but it feels like to me, with an absolutely perfect trip in the Wood Memorial, it would be very, very hard for him to get the 1.25 miles in a much bigger, bulkier field.
Well, Chad Brown does have Zandon, and Zandon, hard to argue, really the last couple of starts, he's not been the better horse than Smile Happy, certainly in the Bluegrass. And Smile Happy now back-to-back runner-up finishes in the Risen Star, in the Bluegrass, and now a decision to make for these connections.
Yeah, listen, Smile Happy's very honest. He shows up, he tries hard. Zandon had a much tougher trip when they met at the fairgrounds. And I think Zandon got a very good trip in the Bluegrass. But he showed a dimension, being able to thread his way through a field. You see him in the blue with the white cap, coming up in behind horses here. He's still about 7th, 8th, cuts the corner, makes up that ground. Tremendous ride from Flavien Prat, but a horse that helps the rider by staying in the bit and allowing him to make those spots and pause and hesitate. Think about some of your greatest halfbacks of all time, guys that could run through traffic.
But there's Smile Happy, red cap, and getting past. It looked like it was going to be a pretty good day until Xander ran right by him. But he's, well clear of the rest of the field. I mean, you have a horse like that who potentially could get a big piece of the biggest race there is. It's hard not to go after it.
Oh, absolutely. And I don't see no reason why they shouldn't continue to try with Smile Happy. He's a horse that's a bit more tactical. Listen, 20-horse field, trips are going to play a big factor in who winds up getting all the glory, right? Who wears the roses that day. To me, though, watching that race, Zandon at this moment is just a better horse. And he's a better horse not only because of ability, but because he can thread his way through traffic, that he can negotiate that he can overcome adversity. He'll take the kickback. He's battle-tested in that respect.
Best horse, though, quite often does not win that race on a day that is a test, unlike really any of these horses you're ever going to see in the rest of their career. What about Messier out of the West Coast, runner-up in that Santa Anita Derby?
I like Messier. He's got more foundation than Taiba, his stablemate, who actually beat him in the Santa Anita Derby. I like horses that have more foundation and have shown the ability to overcome, different scenarios. Plus, he's named for one of my favorite hockey players of all time.
It doesn't hurt. Remarkable. I know we're talking about Messier right now. Just remarkable, though, that Taiba, this was start number 2 off a 6-furlong sprint.
Listen, Taiba's going to take a lot of money, and he's obviously an incredibly talented colt, and you got to respect him. He won't be on my tickets. If he wins the Derby in his 3rd start, I have nothing but accolades and kudos. I just have a hard time seeing him win the Kentucky Derby going 1.25 miles in a 20-horse field in his 3rd start. It's very hard for me to imagine a scenario that'll happen.
Take a look again at the recent Derby preps, and you don't always have to go in, in the form of your life, coming in off a win. But you want to be going the right way, getting to that first Saturday in May.
Listen, these are prep races. They're all important races in their own right, but at the end of the day, they're prep races. If you finish second in one of these and your horse is going forward because of it, instead of winning and getting to the bottom of one and basically regressing off of it, in a perfect world, you want to have a Louisiana Derby like Epicenter, right? Win with something left. Win, learn something, take kickback, rate, and still win. It's very easy for me right now. I see it clearly until, it's not clear anymore. But my top 3 are Epicenter, Zandon, and Modonico.
But you look at that group of horses that were runner-ups in those big Derby preps, and who on that list maybe you least concerned with, you think maybe can move up the most on Derby Day?
Well, the one I'm least concerned with is early voting. I don't like if he was to go on to the Derby. Messier would be the one out of that group that if, out of a runner-up finish, if he goes on to the Derby, I like him.
Going to be fun. We are getting close. First Saturday in May is right around the corner. One final stop again in Lexington coming up this weekend. Chad Brown, he's got now the even money pair of an entry that will line up. Kuramata and Flop Shot. Jose Ortiz, Manny Franco. They'll ride on. Manny will be there on the 2B Flop Shot. Post-parade when we come back.
Anybody going 70, 50, 75, 850, 75, 175, 175, 150, 175. Proud 850,000. Thank you.
Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th hole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. 1 by 2 lengths.
850,000. Thank you.
Back on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Good to be with you. Thanks for tuning in. Program brought to you in part by Hill & Dale at Alapa, the 8th up next. Mile and a 16th on the inner turf here in New York. An allowance optional claiming field and even money on the Chad Brown coupled entry. The 2 Kuramata, the 2B flop shot, and both with a big chance to win here this feature on this Thursday card. Let's head back downstairs. Rejoining our program, Acacia Courtney Clement.
Thanks, Greg. And we will take a look at the 2 pieces of the entry, starting with Kuramata, who last time had a troubled trip over at Tampa. Shortly after the break, when there's the gap, it seemed like all of the horses tried to come over onto the rail. And this one, who had broken fine, was kind of stuck down inside. A horse next to him actually stumbled pretty badly, pretty significantly. And this one really kind of took the worst of it and finding himself in that really uncomfortable position down on the inside. And he's not a very big horse. The last time I saw him was when he ran in the Grade 2 dinner party and Preakness weekend 2 starts back. Really didn't like what I saw from him that day. I will say he's carrying better condition now as he comes back, and he's a 5-year-old, and he had that race at Tampa where he did actually close pretty well, albeit on the left lead last time out. He is one of those horses that I think has done well in his first couple of races in the U.S. and then maybe didn't quite take that next step forward. We'll see what we get from him in here today, but he is handling himself well in the paddock. And also want to mention in that dinner party, there was a pretty significant pace bias. Preakness weekend and Some Like It Hot Brown was up forwardly placed. This one up against it. The other part of the entry is the 2B flop shot. We heard from Chad Brown a little bit earlier on. They'd played around with the equipment. This horse looks fantastic today. He's really well muscled. He's continued to fill out. He finished behind Carpenter's Call last time, who went on to run 3rd in the Grade 3 Appleton in his subsequent start. The question with this horse is that he doesn't seem to have that winning mentality, and he's very laid back, very subdued here in the paddock as well. He really doesn't kind of have that fire that maybe you like to see sometimes with horses that you want to have that dominance on track, and maybe that's why we haven't seen him get that win here in the U.S. as of yet. But I do think that he has a good tactical running style, and physically he looks the part. An intriguing runner is the number 5 for Grand Motion, Highland Chief, making his U.S. debut. He wore cheek pieces in his European races, and I watched his last couple of starts, and he had cheek pieces, and he tended to be a really, I think, tricky horse to ride. He looked really high-headed. He went out to the lead immediately last time out and set the pace, so he was showing speed over in Europe. I'm curious to see what he's going to do here today. They take the cheek pieces off, and he doesn't have any sort of strong bit or equipment on his face at all. He's been very professional here, but I think he's one that you need to have really quiet hands with and get him to run up into the bit. So an intriguing prospect who faced some top company, including Pile Driver, who is of Group 1 quality. Greg?
Indeed, yeah, that's a very good horse that he's been pretty close to. In fact, second in a Group 2 against him at York, the 5 Highland Chief. We start with the remaining half of the entry of the 1 and 1A here, 67-1 on this 1A.
Yeah, and just would have to find a race that I would have a hard time seeing this horse get it done, particularly with that post.
Now all the way on the outside, the 1A. The 2, part of this Chad Brown entry, 4-5. Here is Kuramata.
Kuramata, certainly could be good enough to do it. I feel like this entry's getting a little overbet, though.
Yeah, he'll break 4th to the outside. Flop shot will break 2nd to the outside.
Yeah, again, has to overcome a post and a horse that looks like when he runs up alongside the other horse, doesn't seem as eager to leave them as he does to run with them.
Rail to the 3. That is Soulmate, his 6-year-old debut coming up.
Another horse coming off a layoff, gets a good inside draw. Would be a surprise.
Famish, you look at his record on the turf and you say, oh, how could he win? He's over 4 in the money, but all came in stakes or graded stakes company.
Yeah, still would be a big surprise for me. He, in spite of the fact that it was stakes company.
He ran okay in some of them.
Ran okay. I'm not seeing it.
Here's Highland Chief, 6-1 right now on the European Invader.
This is who I like. I think he's going to appreciate turning back in company, and he's been facing much, much better.
Surprising to see him at that big a number right now. Little Menace just claimed off of Rob Atras.
Getting back to the turf, has never won on the turf, should be a part of the pace.
Big price, Dylan Davis on Kygo.
Yeah, big price for a runner, Mike Maker, dropping out of a Grade 2.
This horse a stakes winner on the grass. Back as a 2-year-old, 6-1 on By Land and Sea.
Yeah, another one that could be forwardly placed. Certainly has races good enough to be competitive.
Huge number on Big Agenda. Joe Sharp just claimed.
Yeah, had some races back last fall that were okay. Just lately, form's kind of gone south.
8-1 on a horse who's put together 4 consecutive wins for Horatio De Paz.
And
2
good
for
form.
him.
Good form, and a horse that has speed should be forwardly placed.
Yeah, I should say it was with Linda Rice for the first 2 of those 4 in a row. Ocala Dream, 11-1.
Yeah, a horse that tries very hard. Tom Morley's having a terrific meeting, and New York bred, certainly a good starting point for him.
Good field coming up. Short price, though, on the Chad Brown Peter Brand entry. Flop Shot and Kuramata. Can they deliver? There's Flop Shot. Trying to get his first win here in the States for Chad Brown when we come back.
Idol perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's Known Agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race and the race, scintillating performance in the TVG Delmar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Be a part of the racing action Saturdays at Aqueduct with live money contests available online through Naira Bets. A $300 buy-in adds $200 to your contest account, while the other $100 funds the cash prize pool paid through 10th place. Follow along with the races on America's Day at the Races while keeping track of your leaderboard standings on Naira Bets. After the contest, your bankroll and prize winnings are shifted back into your Naira Bets account to start betting or withdraw. Register to play today at nairabets.com/contests.
Run Happy was the #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. A leading dirt sire and now is an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful. Kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5. Run Happy continues his rise and is priced for success. Clips champion Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on America's Day at the Races. Program brought to you where you can play it all. Go to nairabets.com, download the app. That's the offer. $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. Punch in that code at sign-up, and it is yours. Stakes 200. That promo code to use for new members at sign-up. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including this one we have coming up. The 8th here in New York. Mile and a 16th on the inner turf. An allowance optional claiming field. And everyone has this Chad Brown entry to beat, and the price just gets even lower now, down to 3-5 on the board. As we take a look at the hottest hand in this group right now, the 10, we're going to see in a moment here, Worth a Shot. And there is the gray 6-year-old son of English Channel who's won 4 in a row.
Yeah, in good form, homebred for Barry Schwartz. He got a good pedigree, obviously. Voodoo Song is a brother to Worth a Shot, full brother. And this horse just took him a little while to kind of figure out the game, but he's gotten good form. Horatio De Paz does a good job. And yeah, you would expect him to continually improve with that pedigree too. You think about Voodoo Song, winning grade 1s at the, as he got older, age of 5. Worth a Shot. One thing about it, he'll probably be loose on the lead, don't you think? Is there anybody that can run with him early?
Yeah, we'll talk more about that in a minute. Good chance of it. Let's head back down to Acacia.
Yeah, I do think that he will be a main pace player in here. He's actually perked up a lot out on the track as Jorge Vargas kept him with the pony, and he started getting a little bit sharper, kind of tossing his head around a little bit more, but I wanted to see that because he's a speed horse. The thing about this guy is that, yes, he's won his last 4, but there have been some big gaps in his races. He hasn't clearly been the easiest to keep on the racetrack, and obviously we've seen that he can run well fresh and can run well off the bench. I just wish coming back here, he's fit in that he's not carrying any excess condition. I just wish he was a little bit stronger in those hindquarters coming back here, back to the racetrack. He is now a 6-year-old. He's run big races. He's got that speed. Just wish that he was showing a little bit more muscle mass behind. But obviously, again, we know he can run well fresh. A big price is the 7 Kygo, the German bred. He's coming in out of the McDermott, and he really kind of checked back. It was an odd trip. He wasn't really kind of persevered with out of the gate. Temple was forwardly placed in there and got the right kind of trip. There's some other trips from some big players in that race, going 1 mile and 3/8. I know he won going 1.5 miles in Europe, but physically he just doesn't look like he wants to go that far. He is coming in up from Florida, so he looks beautifully conditioned in his coat and his weight, but I actually think this is an intriguing distance for him as he cuts back, and he does get some class relief at a massive price out of a grade 2 try, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. 3 to 5 on the entry coming up, and that is, well, first of all, it's an entry, and both chances have a big shot to win this race, but the power of Chad Brown.
Well, absolutely. And listen, they both have ability. But again, when I see a horse run up to a horse and it looks like he has every opportunity to go by, he looks like a little tendency to want to lean in towards him. That tells me he's a horse that wants to get on top of other horses a bit. And then, you know, he's again kind of getting to him late, but he just never felt like he really wanted to go by that horse, and I think that's troublesome with a horse. You know, 2 horses taking a lot of money. Kuramata, you know, has had some trips and maybe he's been a bit unlucky, but also he wasn't thought so much of that he came up to, you know, compete at Belmont or Saratoga. Maybe it was just timing-wise, flop shot. You know, it's got good races, but I'm just not seeing a horse that really wants to pass.
Meanwhile, Kuramata was April 2nd of last year's second start of his 2021 campaign. It was a win. He started off pretty good that year with back-to-back victories, beating, you know, Lahara, who'd been impressive for the barn as well.
Yeah, and listen, to be fair, my statement just now, he actually, you know, raced at Aqueduct, won, then he went to a stake at Pimlico, and then he went to the bench. So he didn't have an opportunity to run in Saratoga. But, you know, this was a good race. Again, I just feel like they're taking a bit too much money, and you can understand why. Very strong human connections.
He's had a couple of races from limited starts, too, though. He's had trouble getting out of the gate. You know, last start, I don't think you really blame him, but he got put into a tough position down on the inside.
Yeah.
And had, I think, a legitimate excuse in that race. Oh, wow, this is a short number. You were talking about the speed in here. I guess a couple of options, and you brought up maybe the 6 who could go. And, you know, I don't know if the horse has the ability to win this race, but Soulmate has the inside post and a horse who's gone gate to wire before. Well, in Belmont in New York.
Yeah, again, I don't think a horse that is a win candidate, but certainly can have a say in how this race is run, as could the 6-horse Little Menace. He could be a menace to a horse like Worth a Shot. And I'll stick with my contention that it's harder for horses that possess speed to win off of layoffs because they have to run more of the race.
There is Flop Shot. This one with a race back on February 27th. Short number, 3 to 5 on the entry for Chad Brown. Manny Franco riding there. John Imbrial with a call, the feature here on this Thursday card from Aqueduct.
Waiting for By Land and Sea and Hieroglyphics. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It is Soulmate and Famished. And now moving up on the outside is a Flop Shot along with a Worth a Shot. It is the gray Worth a Shot up to challenge Soulmate for the lead. Famish sits just off of them in third. And then it's Flopshot and Ocala Dream. They're right together fourth and fifth. And now moving up is By Land and Sea on the outside from sixth. Big Agenda is next in seventh. Then down on the inside is Little Menace, who's racing in eighth. On the outside, Hieroglyphics is next in ninth, followed by Kygo in 10th. At the back of the pack are Kuramata and Highland Chief. They're racing up the backstretch after a quarter in 23 and 1. It is Worth a Shot, the leader here by a length and a quarter. By Land and Sea runs in second. To his inside is Soulmate next in third. And then on the outside is Flopshot, who's racing in fourth, followed by Ocala Dream in fifth, half mile 47 and 4. Big Agenda is followed on the inside by Famished as they head for the far turn. It is Worth a Shot, the leader here by 3/4 of a length. By Land and Sea moving up now on the outside. Flopshot is gaining ground, so it's Worth a Shot, Flopshot, By Land and Sea in between those two. 3/4 went in 1:12. It is By Land and Sea who now has the lead. Flopshot driving up on the outside. Worth a Shot is now back running in third. Then Soulmate and Ocala Dream. They're coming on for the finish. Here is Flopshot to take over in deep stretch. Flopshot is the winner. By Land and Sea was second. Kuramata came from way out of it to get third.
Flopshot getting by Land and Sea, and picking up his first state's win for Chad Brown.
I thought right here as they turned for home, By Land and Sea, makes the lead. Flopshot's got dead aim, and I thought it was going to be a repeat of the last race for Flopshot at Tampa Bay. It looked like he just did not want to go By Land or Sea, and then finally late he's able to get in front of him and wear him down. Dead game performance by Land or Sea. Flopshot got it done, and actually more impressive performance by the two, Kuramata, who rallied from way back and was finishing best of all.
2B, 8-2. Chad Brown first and third in here with his entry. And this horse showing a spirited finish here.
Yeah, he did. At one point, like I said, it didn't appear to me he wanted to get by the 8, By Land and Sea, but he asserted himself and strode nicely through the wire. I'm still not convinced he's thrilled with passing horses, but he ran well enough and he got it done. And I was more impressed with his stablemate, Kuramata, who just absolutely had no position whatsoever and really finished well.
And meanwhile, you saw that Worth a Shot, who we knew was going to be the speed in this race, broke out, really compromised the chances. Yeah, that was Kuramata that he kind of cut off at the beginning of the race.
Yeah, Kuramata has a tendency not to break so sharply. He kind of got hampered by Worth a Shot. Worth a Shot also kind of hurt himself with all that contact and then got keen and ran off. Give Worth a Shot another look when we get to Belmont. I think a course is just kinder for a horse with his running style.
Going to take a timeout. Short price at 3-5. Flopshot saves the day for those that back the entry in here. We're going to take a timeout. Prices for you when we come back, and we'll look ahead to Plum Alley and Clermont.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, program brought to you by Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com. You can download that app as well and take advantage of that $200 deposit match bonus offer. Flop shot saves the day for the entry. Chad Brown, Peter Brandt Silks, Manny Franco aboard for the win for the 6-year-old by New Approach.
Got it done. Flop shot. Manny Franco's enormous strength in the finish was on full display there. Very physical rider, very strong finisher.
One of the more difficult shots to hit and have as part of your golf game arsenal. 2B, 8-2, one leg left in this pick 6 carryover of 45,500 plus, and a formful carryover to this point with one leg remaining. Gonna close out the card on the outer turf, 6 furlong sprint for New York Breds, trying to get that first win here in the New York Bred maiden special weight coming up. It's a good betting race to close it out. 7-2, a couple of them on the board at that price, your current co-favorites. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
Pleased to be joined by winning trainer Chad Brown. And Chad, Flopshot, we know that he hasn't necessarily had that punch here in the U.S. Tell me about your perception of today's race. Manny really kept him going forward at the right time.
He did. You know, both horses had tricky posts out there. I thought Manny did a good job to leave there with good intent and get over there. And, you know, a couple of horses were trying to push him out at some point. He just kept on keeping them in and not losing too much ground. I think it really made a difference.
How rewarding is it for you to have a horse like that who you haven't been able to get the win in the U.S. and he finally finds the winner's circle?
It is. You know, we've been trying to get this horse on track, and at times he's been a little unlucky, and at times he's been uncooperative, to be honest. So, you know, now the horse is behaving well, and, you know, he's been training good, so I'm really pleased with him. And Kuramata got back on track. I was pleased with that. You know, he didn't get early position, so he did Jose to take him back, but he was full of run, and that's really what I wanted to see with him. I have high hopes for him as well.
Well, we appreciate your time, Chad. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Greg?
One of the absolute best in the business, won 4 straight Eclipse Awards as outstanding trainer. And this year, I mean, every year he keeps accomplishing new things, but this year he has a horse who is going to go into the Kentucky Derby as one of the favorites in Zandon this year.
I really like Zandon. I like his style. I like that he's shown he can overcome adversity. I like that he can run through traffic. You know, I'm seeing Tony Dorsett, a broken field runner, just pivoting, making those moves, making the gaps as they present themselves. And he helps a rider. When a horse runs into the bit, it allows a rider to gauge how much he has underneath him. Sometimes you can think you can make a spot, but you can't think wrong. That's when horses check and get in trouble. And also, not only to get to the spot, but then have enough force to hold the spot once you get there. There's a lot more going on. I love when I hear people yell, why didn't he go for that spot? Sometimes you just don't have horse to help you get to the spots you want.
Great position to be in with a horse with that kind of talent. Can he take another step forward and get the right trip on Derby Day? A little bit of luck always helps in that full field going a mile and a quarter. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, one of the best in this game, Christophe Clamart. She's got a very talented filly getting set for her 4-year-old debut. Coming up, we'll have the secret to the Clement Barnes success when we come back.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
The Thoroughbred Owner Conference is back in person for the first time in 3 years and is being held in the new 1863 Club at Saratoga Racecourse, July 25th and 26th. Attendees enjoy 9 ownership topics with an impressive list of speakers, along with social events to meet other owners and network, an opening reception at the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame, a conference dinner, and an afternoon of racing at Saratoga. It's the 2022 Thoroughbred Owner Conference, July 25th and 26th. See you in Saratoga.
Pizza Bianca's coming up through two. It's a wild finish here. Also coming is Hardy. Who's it going to be? Pizza Bianca!
Such a huge win and a popular one, too. First of Christophe Clement's career in the Breeders' Cup with Pizza Bianca in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf.
Yeah, nice to see Christophe break through the Breeders' Cup winner. You knew it was going to happen eventually. Just too good a horseman on the Hall of Fame ballot this year. What a trip Pizza Bianca got this day under Jose Ortiz. And there's Bobby Flay, and Bobby Flay said, "You want to beat Bobby Flay? Not today." No beating Bobby Flay.
But it wasn't a remarkable trip. What a ride as well. Ended an 0-for-40 streak. A lot of frustration in a lot of races that Clement looked like he had won in the stretch on racing's biggest weekend, but now to get it had to just feel incredible for one of the great barns there is in this sport.
Well, she was good on the day. What a trip she had. I love the jockey cam footage of that, just making the gap, splitting horses again, a horse helping the rider to get to those spots, a daring ride from Jose Ortiz, and that was a throwdown, and Bobby Flay won it as well.
Yes, he did. Gouffo back in action, pointing towards May 14th and the Grade 1 Man of War at Belmont.
Just a really good horse. I'm curious to see. I mean, his comeback was good. Are we going to continue to see that maturity that Gouffo at times felt like he was running in stops and starts last year? I thought maybe his own worst enemy in some spots. Super talented. Want to see more continuity to that run. Thought we saw that in the return.
Talented horse, obviously had that big moment at Saratoga, and a barn that's, again, coming back with a lot of talent. Now we got these races on the lawn, going to see a lot of these Clement runners making their comebacks here in 2022. Obviously, one of the great trainers that we've talked about in this country for a long, long time. Runners earning over $130 million over a quarter of a century's time for the Clement barn. His passion for the game was instilled in Chantilly, France, where his late father Miguel trained. Now he's passing on those lessons learned to his son, who was a big part of the Clement barn's success.
Take 110 and we go in, okay?
What is it like working with your son on a daily basis?
Complete nightmare. Funny. No, it's a lot of fun because we get on very well. It's challenging sometimes, but in a good way. And no, for a father, if you share a passion with your son, it's always a great thing.
Unfortunately, probably for the household, bad days become twice as bad because you deal with two individuals that experience the bad news and the bad results, and the good days become great days. No, I love it.
Was it exciting for you when your son said that he wanted to come and work in the same stable?
No, very much so, because I'm a lucky man. I've got a great team, so Miguel just, has added to already a really good team, and he makes it great. And it's also fun because by traveling, Miguel saw things that sometimes we didn't see, and so he can just bring something to the table, which I think is important.
Explain to me your kind of divide and conquer, how you make things work between the two of you at the stable.
It's very simple. I'm always right. That's rule number one. And if in doubt, just refer to rule number one.
Nah, he's very much the boss, so that's correct.
It's not true, by the way. I do believe that, we do share. I share a lot of things with Miguel. I give him a lot of freedom on a lot of things where I think sometimes it's easier for him to make a decision than me.
Who is the one that's grouchier in the morning?
Who is grouchier in the morning? It's got to be Miguel.
I strongly disagree, but rule number one is the boss is never wrong.
Who is more fun in the stables in the mornings during training?
It's got to be him. I don't think I'm fun, but I think it'll be him. Maybe none of us, I don't know.
Who takes a defeat harder?
Oof. No doubt, he does.
Now, Miguel, you are in charge of the Saratoga.
Apologize for that. We lost our audio there on that piece, but you can see what a great relationship there's Christophe that he and his son Miguel have. and a big part of this operation. But let's be honest, it's a great rule. Dad's always right.
I'm all for that rule. I've got 4 kids. Dad's always right. And it's a shame because the best part of the interview was just coming when it dropped out. But you know what? Great question and answer. I've known Miguel since he's a kid. He grew up with my son Joseph. Miguel, I think, would love to like remote control ride the races as well. Not only does he want to train them, he wants to like make sure he can control every part of it. Trust your riders, Miguel. Allow them to do their job.
Is that part of it? Tell me, you heard him saying that Miguel takes the defeats harder. Is that part of it in your career too? As you got a little older with more experience, you learned to let him go a little bit?
Well, I used to be very mercurial. I would be very high or very low. Eddie Maple really helped me out. Eddie Maple said to me one day, I had lost on a few favorites. I was really upset. And he said, if you won 4 today, what would you have done tomorrow morning? I said, well, get up early, go out to the track, get on horses. He goes, okay, so you got beat on 4 favorites. Say, what are you going to do tomorrow? Get up early, go to the track. He said, so why do you get so high when you win and so low when you lose? Try to stay even. That was one of the reasons he was nicknamed Steady Eddie. He was always very even. You know, it made an impression on me, just trying to be even. You can't be too high when you win, too low when you lose. And by the same token, you're never as good as you think you are, and you're never as bad as you think you are. You know, you can ride a great race. It doesn't define you. You can ride a bad race. It doesn't define you. It's an overall body of work that defines you.
Get back up and just keep doing it. Clement Barn, of course, we're going to see really precocious filly, Plum Ali, won the first 3 starts of her career back in 2020 and really ended last year on a tremendous note with a win of the Winter Memories.
I like what they did last year in Winter Memories. You know, one thing about Plum Ali, she feels like she's just a little one pace to me, not a huge turn of foot. So they allowed her to get comfortable, be up on the pace, moderate pace. Not that she needs the lead by any means. If there's legitimate pace where there feels like there is some pace, certainly in the Plenty of Grace coming up going a mile, but allow her to be forwardly placed because she's going to be able to maintain her strength is her stamina.
4-year-old debut for her coming up, and yes, she did that being forward. Another filly that's going to be making her 4-year-old debut probably wants to be in the front end as well, who we're going to talk about here in a second. But excited to see Plum Ali come back, and excited to see her back in top form. Sometimes that can be your worst enemy, being as good as she was early on, because then you just get all these tough spots after spots, and she kind of got dealt some tough hands in terms of who she had to face because she was so good early.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And she was a little bit of a victim of her own success early. But I think, again, a filly, the whole card is position, not allowing her to drop so far out that she has too much to do because she's not going to accelerate the way some turf horses can.
Well, technical analysis for Chad Brown. Dylan Davis is going to get this opportunity on the weekend. She's been fortunate, went gate to wire in the Grade 2 Lake Placid this last summer, I should say, at Saratoga on a yielding turf.
Yeah, and you can see she kind of bore out that day, didn't corner very well, but then kicked on again. So you know she's got a world of ability. Then she ran into her uncoupled stablemate, the Queen Elizabeth, who runs in the Jenny Wiley Shantasara, and was just second best that day, but a very good filly. Daughter of Kingman, mile should be perfect distance for her. And this is what happens when you're leading rider at a meeting like Dylan Davis. You get an opportunity on a very live horse for a trainer like Chad Brown.
Yeah, for as big a barn as it gets. Good for him. That's a big opportunity. And technical analysis, you know, obviously a tremendous record of the grass 4 for 7. As one on the lead, doesn't have to have the lead to win.
No, not at all. She's tactical. She's versatile. If she makes the lead, it's because she's doing it the right way. And if someone wants to go, she can stalk. I mean, that's a jockey's dream. When you have a horse that can just adapt to a situation. So many good horses need a particular trip. She doesn't.
You also got the top 2 finishers coming out of the Forever Together out in Aqueduct back on November 26th. Flower Point, who won it, Giacosa, they were 1-2.
Yeah, 1-2, both big efforts here from both these fillies. Flower Point worked out a real good trip this day. Had to wait for room, but when she finally found room, she just really exploded. And this is the difference with turf racing. When you have a horse with a turn of foot, you can kind of sift out to the clear, and you're going to see she's going to come and catch Giacosa right in the shadow of the wire after having saved all that ground into the stretch before tipping out. Saving ground. so important in turf racing.
Plenty of grace. That is Saturday, race 4 on the card, and we will have live coverage for you coming up this weekend. We hope you join us. We still have the nightcap coming up here in New York. And again, it's a 6-furlong turf sprint. New York Threads maiden special weight, nobody with a win. Trying to break through here. Current favorite Crosstalk, who showed dirt speed first time out. Now going to try turf in start number 2. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
And we'll start just going in numerical order down to the inside with the number 1 Smokin' Hot Kitty, who is by Kitten's Joy. And I know that they tend to be more proficient going a little bit longer, but she's on the smaller side. I think that sprinting certainly does suit her well. She's also the half-sister to Phantom Smoke, who's by Ghost Zapper, won a couple times on the turf, also trained by Christoph. He also trained the mare, who is a pretty good turf sprinter as well. So has his hands all over the family. It's the right spot for her. Again, she's on the smaller side, but she has good substance to her as well, which you like to see from a sprinter, and she's been very professional here in the paddock as far as handling everything for her first start. We need to break well from down on the inside. The number 5, Valencia Island, comes back after routing in December. She's actually the half-sister to Red Vine, who started his career on the turf before switching over to the dirt. But this filly, I think, she will appreciate the cutback in distance. She showed a little bit of early interest, broke a little bit slow, and then kind of hustled up there, where she was forwardly placed in that debut. Cutting back today for George Weaver, who's 5 for 8 at the meet. There's not much of her. She's smaller. She's a little bit more of a handier type. She does wear that big shadow roll across her noseband, and I think that the cutback should really suit her. She does look fit coming back, not having run since December as well. As we'll go to the number 11, Crosstalk, who is taking a lot of attention. This filly gets on the turf for the first time. She has a turf hoof as well. I think that she can handle it. Also, I thought it was very interesting watching that replay, which was on the dirt at Tampa. She was wearing a shadow roll, that piece of fleece across her noseband. Coming back here today, there's no shadow roll. She's not even wearing a noseband at all. Some horses just are really finicky about the kind of equipment that's on their face, that you need to kind of experiment with what seems to give them the best control for their rider as well. And I thought that was interesting change of equipment for her from first start to second. Like her getting on the grass, she's very well muscled. She's very elegant as well. And she's not turned a hair as the number 12. That's why me has been acting up a lot next to her. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. Post parade coming up in a moment. You see, I think hopefully we'll get this in here. No rain yet, but it is, as you can see, it is on the way. But hopefully 10 minutes from now or later. 8 minutes to post coming up. Here's Smokin' Hot Kitty, Christoph Clement, Dylan Davis from the rail.
Yeah, out of a mare that was a turf sprinter, stakes place turf sprinting, half to Phantom Smoke, who won on debut turf sprinting.
Oak loves a fight, hoping third time's the charm here, cuts back in distance.
Yeah, ran, finished at least first time going 5.5. 6 might be just right.
First time starter, Royal Dancer by War Dancer.
There's precocity in this pedigree. Dam won first time out. She also produced 2 foals that won first time out. War Dancer's been very, very productive on turf.
Yeah, Dam was a stakes winner on synthetic as well. Merger of equals, first timer for Chad Brown.
Not taking much money for a Chad Firster as a first foal out of a mare.
Valencia Island. Eric Cancel for George Weaver cuts back in distance.
Yeah, some good pedigree here. Half to Red Vine, but also half to a turf sprinter named Breakthrough.
Here's Succulent Candy Ride filly with David Dunk.
Getting on the turf the first time, bred by Mrs. Malloy, Vivian Malloy. Half to Wild About Harry, 4-time winner on the turf.
Vallelujah gets on the grass. The Dam did not have any success in the grass.
Jackie Davis for her dad, Robbie Davis. Always root for Robbie.
Act of Congress. Dam was unraced in this, the first foal.
Yeah, and not a tremendous amount of turf pedigree to kind of point her out.
Belarus. Dam was a graded stakes sprinter and stakes winner. Graded stakes place sprinter, I should say.
Yep, we'll have to see how she does on the turf here.
Darn That Song, Bruce Brown. Turf debut.
Another one trying the turf the first time, Ruben Silvera. Actually ran into him on my way in today, so that's usually a no omen for me.
Uh-oh. Crosstalk, dirt speed in that debut. That was at Tampa.
Yeah, half to a horse named Clamor, was a one-time winner on the turf.
Yeah, and that's why I'm me to the outside. The Dam was multiple stakes placed on the turf in some minor stakes races.
Yeah, also by Caracante, who was a Breeders' Cup Turf Mile winner.
51-1 from that outside post. Coming up this Saturday, Aqueduct contest. You want to be part of it. Each and every Saturday. Got a couple left here before we move over to Belmont. $300 buy-in, cash and seat prizes. Register. You got to do it by 5 Eastern tomorrow on Friday at NYRA.com/contest. Get involved and be part of the action. So this race is going to close out this Pick 6 carryover. It's been a pretty formful afternoon. Hopefully means a lot of people cashing some tickets. And that's what's on the way after the racing's done. Some wet weather ahead.
It looks ominous, doesn't it? There's Bruce Brown and his son. He absolutely loves the races.
Well, current favorite right now, it's the 11. And even with what's come in, $3,355 in this Pick 6. It's great.
I have trouble enough picking one winner, let alone multiple race winners.
Pick 6, though, always fun. Chance of potentially a life-changing score, but it's fun, too, when a lot of people, hopefully, with what's come in today, can cash some tickets. You love to see that.
That's the greatest thing about racing, right? You come here, a great day of entertainment, incredible athletes, human and equine, and you could have potentially a life-changing score or leave with more money than you came with.
And you only have to bet a little bit of money to win a lot.
Then you go to a ball game, go to a Yankee game. Going to spend all that money, tickets, food. Best you come up with is a baseball, foul ball. Good memory, good time.
Yeah.
I think the races, I'll take my shot.
You got to start telling Dylan Davis to start giving away some of those goggles to the kids.
Kids love goggles. It's amazing how many people over the years have come to me and said, like, when you were an apprentice, you gave me goggles. And, you know, I was probably 16. They were probably 10 or 11 years old. And now they successful people made them racing fans for life. Pair of goggles.
Yeah. It's amazing what it can do.
Yeah, I don't know. Dylan probably didn't want to part with it. Got to get after him.
4 minutes to post here in this Thursday nightcap at Aqueduct. Let's head back down to Acacia.
And it's an interesting race for sure as far as the first-time starters go. And looking at a couple of the other ones, the number 3 Royal Dancer by War Dancer does debut here for Michelle Nevin. What a beautifully put together filly. And these War Dancers love the turf as well. Had a couple of siblings that won on the grass too. Definitely a turf hoof. The only thing is that she's such a tall and leggy type filly. I do wonder if she wants a little bit more ground than this, and this could potentially be a starting point for her. The 4 Merger of Equals filly by Unified. She worked 10-2 at that Timonium Phasic Tipton sale back when purchased last year as a 2-year-old. And on a conventional dirt track like Timonium, you won't see such fast 2-year-old works. I thought she did it nicely. That said, and she looks like a sprinter, she got very, very warm, even hot when she came in, under her belly and her shoulder, lathered underneath, just never really seemed completely settled or comfortable. So hopefully, as we saw Manny Franco give her a big warm up there, gets her just a little bit more settled before heading to the gate. And she is pretty cool on the board. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. Mig going to go to the rail, the first timer for Clement at 7-2.
Yeah, just like the pedigree, Phantom Smoke, won on debut. The mare was a turf sprinter, inside draw. Dylan Davis riding extremely well. I thought the 3 Royal Dancer had a look. I like hearing Acacia's take on her physicality. Maybe a horse we keep an eye on going forward, but a lot of precocity in that pedigree as well. And they've moved post-time up here to try to avoid this storm. I mean, you could just see how ominous it looks, those clouds rolling in here.
And you saw it on that reporting from Acacia behind her. That is what's coming this way. But great that we got this entire card in.
I feel like I want to say anti-M.
Yeah, it looks like that kind of storm, doesn't it? So 3-1 favorite, crosstalk. As we look at one of the first timers in here, Active Congress, taking some money here down to 9-1.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and it's always a little bit of a guessing game when we haven't seen turf works, but one of the clues we use is pedigree.
George Weaver with the 5 in here. Showed some ability and had a problematic trip in that debut. That was going long. here at Aqueduct in the debut. So now going to try sprinting, start number 2.
Like giving a little bit of a hard time getting in the starting gate there.
Dirt speed does not always translate to turf speed. We'll see if it does with this 11 crosstalk. Jose Lezcano aboard the 11. The favorite. As the 6 steps in, Succulent.
Right now as a rider, you just like, come on, horses, cooperate. Get in the gate. We want to get this done before the clouds open up.
There's the favorite. Pink cap. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, nightcap here from Aqueduct, race 9.
Number 10, Darn That Song, broke through the gate, unseated the rider. Will have a slight delay.
So that was Darn That Song. That's Ruben Silvera picking up that riding crop there.
Yeah, it looked like he was holding his shoulder there for a minute. Sometimes when a horse runs the doors, you'll have a tendency to rake your knees or your shoulders against those metal bars. I don't know how these guys do it.
How many times did you hit those bars?
Too many. Why do you think I forget all these things all the time?
And it looks like, looked over. Is Ruben going to get right back aboard it? But looks like it. Everyone remaining loaded.
Yeah, there's an examining vet at the starting gate. Make sure that the horse didn't incur any injuries.
Back in. Let's go back up to John Imbrial.
We're just waiting on number 12. That's Why I'm Me. And all 12 are set for the start. And they're off. Crosstalk from the outside going out for the lead. Now Act of Congress now moves up. Act of Congress takes the lead. And Crosstalk is running in second. Merger of Equals is next in third. Now quickly moving up on the outside is Darn That Song from fourth. That's Why I'm Me, far outside in fifth. Royal Dancer down on the inside runs in sixth. Vallelujah is in between horses and in seventh. Then Belarus in eighth. Smoking Hot Kitty down at the rail running in ninth. Then comes Succulent, passed there on the inside by Oak Loves a Fight. And at the back is Valencia Island in 12th. The quarter 22 and 3/5 seconds. Act of Congress is in front here by 3. Crosstalk giving chase in second. Merger of Equals down at the rail. Darn That Song on the outside. Then Vallelujah and Royal Dancer, half mile in 46 seconds. It is Act of Congress with a 4-length lead. Crosstalk runs in second. Farther back, a Merger of Equals, and on the outside it is Royal Dancer. Now there's a 16th to the finish, and it is Act of Congress. And the first-time starter is going to win here and win here decisively. Crosstalk held on for second, a photo for third.
First-time starter, Act of Congress. One got to the front and kept on rolling. Daughter of Constitution.
Was very impressive. I mean, she popped out of the gate like she had been doing it her whole life. Went gate to wire, was so comfortable in front. She was 3 in front, her ears were up, she was enjoying herself. Bruce Levine, for years, was so good with first-time starters. People might not remember how many firsters he put on over the years. This filly was very well met. You pointed out how much money she was taking late in the betting. One thing you always need to look for, what horses without proven form, first-time starters, taking money, it's always meaningful.
Flying Peace Stable, Bruce Levine, Javier Castellano. Crosstalk, the favorite, winds up second at 3-1, but you get 8-1 here on your winner, which is hopefully some of you had this one out there. Really going to help this pick 6.
Flying Peace Stable, Jay Provenzano. I don't know that there's anybody out there that enjoys the game more. They may enjoy it as much, but I don't think there's anyone that enjoys it more.
Prices from this nightcap in New York when we come back from a timeout. And again, we'll look ahead to a big weekend and a big return out in Hot Springs. Jackie's Warrior back in action, making his 4-year-old debut, and his main competition looks to be Bob's Edge. We'll talk about the showdown when we come back.
Florida Derby's always been a key stallion-making race. Constitution, Scat Daddy, Quality Road.
The 2017 Florida Derby to Always Dreaming.
I see a lot of similarities in Constitution and Always Dreaming. They're a little more angular, aerodynamic, and athletic than some of the other stallions by those sire lines. Always Dreaming offers that athleticism, and I think he can reproduce that into his babies, and you'll see some good 2-year-old performances from them.
Back on America's Day at the Races, our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Active Congress, Javier Castellano, they got to the front, outquicked Crosstalk, who showed that speed in his dirt debut. And this is an impressive first out effort at 8-1.
What a pretty stride over the turf. But she was very, very economical with her action, just skipping over the top of the turf. Active Congress, first-time starter, $18 for Bruce Savine and Hall of Famer Javier Castellano. Crosstalk chased throughout, and that Royal Dancer, first-time starter by War Dancer, went very well to be third.
Pick six carryover today of just over $45,000 coming in. The biggest number, you had to wait till the final race, and that results in $8,891 coming back for that dollar wager.
A little better than a foul ball.
Probably a few foul balls with that $8,891. So fun end of the card in here. Race. Look, we went into that race thinking this was maybe the most wide open of the card, and it turned out to be, at least of the pick six.
Absolutely, a lot of pedigrees. A first-time starter won. I went down to the inside with Smokin' Hot Kitty, and another first-time starter towards the outside. Great speed, and obviously very well meant for a terrific horseman in Bruce Savine.
Coming up this weekend, reigning sprint champion, Clips Award winner, Jackie's Warrior, back in action. And it's always fun when a reigning champion comes back for another season. Jackie's Warrior has been brilliant in just about every step along the way. Not the case, though, in the Breeders' Cup Sprint when we last saw him. Did emerge out of that race with a bone chip in his knee. It's been removed. We're expecting to see more performances like this going forward.
Absolutely. I mean, he's brilliant. He's fast. Here he is beating Life is Good, who up until his last start, other than this, was undefeated. Tremendous talent. Jackie's Warrior. I love the work tab coming in. A series of strong 5-furlong workouts. So important for a sprinter that has speed to be very, very fit, because they're going to have to run pretty much the entire race.
Brilliantly fast. He's been training lights out with a couple of bullets for the comeback. Concerns, though, again, coming off surgery with a bone chip in your knee, now making your 4-year-old debut.
Yeah, but he's got the right conditioner. Steve Asmussen, a Hall of Famer, winningest trainer, North American history, and a guy who knows how to prepare a horse. And when you see works like that, I think that allows any fears of a horse not being 100% coming back. I mean, he's not a guy that works horses fast, and this horse has some very strong workouts.
This stepping stone to him running on Kentucky Derby Day in the big sprint that afternoon. He's going to take on, as you take a look at Jackie's resume, what he's done. Obviously wants to get back to Saratoga and find form. He has had some big moments at the spa in his career where he's 4 for 4.
He loves Saratoga. Who doesn't love Saratoga? I love Saratoga.
Might have a case to love it a little bit better than anybody else. He's done very well there, including that great moment in that Alan Jerkins and that victory over Life is Good. Got a feel for Larry Jones a little bit because he's coming into this race with a horse who's just in career form, and then he looks next door and he's got to take on Jackie's Warrior.
Yeah, but Bob's Edge is in great form, and he's got the right style. He's a deep closer. He wants to see somebody else engage Jackie's Warrior. They wants to see them go very fast, and he wants to come late with a late run and try to pick up the beat. He's still not even in your screen yet. He hasn't made the picture yet. Any second, here he comes. Here he comes, Bob's Edge. Rolls down the center of the track. Just announced recently Larry Jones is going to be a private trainer for himself and his partner. He's been a public trainer for about 40 years. So if there's going to be an upset, sure, of course you see Jackie's Warrior and you go, oh gosh, we were facing the champ. You got the right style to beat the champ, though, if he's not 100% or if he gets a lot of pressure early, because your style is completely opposite of his. You're a closer. You don't have to play his game. Just let him drop out, come with a run.
At least you got certainly one horse, maybe a couple, Empire Gold, the most notable, that at least can try and put a little pressure on Jackie's Warrior.
Yeah, the advantage Jackie's Warrior has is he's outside all the other speed, any potential speed. He's fast. And he's not going to be far away. He's probably going to be on the lead or head and head for the lead. But when you're outside the other speed, that allows your rider to let you get in a good rhythm. And Joel Rosario knows him so well, has so much confidence in him. For a sprinter, he's a big horse and a big striding horse. I think he's going to be very tough to beat. But again, styles make races. Yeah. Bob's Edge has got the right style if there's a potential for an upset.
Yeah, and look, no matter what happens with Bob's Edge for Larry Jones, tremendous meet for this horse.
Yep.
Couple of stakes wins, a grade 3 as well, in the form of his life. And who's to say he can't keep improving now as a 4-year-old?
Absolutely, and I like closing sprinters because more often than not, they will get pace they need to run at. It will set up well for them. I mean, they got to overcome other things, traffic and maybe going wide, but I like a good closing sprinter.
You like the outside post for him as well?
Absolutely. Smaller field. He ran in a much bigger field, so he had to edge out even wider than he would in, let's say, the 6-horse field.
Hall of Fame Day, honoring some legends out in Hot Springs on Saturday, and a champion returning in Jackie's Warrior. We're going to have live coverage for you. That's the 11th at Count Fleet on Saturday. Thanks for being with us on this Thursday afternoon. We are back with you on FS2 tomorrow beginning at 1 Eastern time. It was Make Mischief in this compact field of 4 fillies and mirrors, running away with it under Dylan Davis. Dominant performance. Speed did well on the main track all afternoon long in Aqueduct. And Flop Shot, part of a 3-5 entry in the Soaks of Peter Brandt for Chad Brown. First state's win for that barn in the feature. We'll see you tomorrow at 1 Eastern.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million